Amidst the hospital setting, a plea echoed. I want to live. I desperately want to live. The medical record appeared with the name Kim Yi-sok, along with a diagnosis of a rare, unprecedented disease. The doctor announced a grim truth. This disease will probably be named after you. My condolences, he continued, while Kim Yi-sok froze, crumpling the paper in his hand. The death sentence was pronounced. You have at most half a year left to live. Amidst the bustling crowd, Kim Yi-sok was like a lost soul, unable to believe what he had just heard. He exclaimed in shock. No way. The red light turned on, and bitter thoughts flooded his mind. My whole life I've lived like a worker ant. My life had just started to look up, and now I'm going to die? He unconsciously stepped into the busy street. A passerby yelled in panic. Hey, get out of the road. It's dangerous. But it was too late. Kim Yi-sok collapsed onto the sidewalk. He let out a bitter sigh. To be told I only have a few months left to live. It's so unfair. The irony peaked as he looked at the lottery ticket in his hand. Especially on the day I won the jackpot. Collapsing onto the cold ground, he whispered in despair. I want to live. I don't want to die. Tears mixed with rain fell on the lottery ticket, and he prayed. Anyone. Please. Then he screamed, pouring out his last ounce of strength. Please save me from this death. His wish was granted, but not in the way he wanted. Now, in the form of a skeleton, he told himself, I know I said that, but it doesn't mean I'm okay with this. Amidst a dark world, he lamented. Why did it have to be a bald skeleton? With this body, I can't even enjoy anything. Immediately, a horde of grotesque monsters charged straight towards the solitary skeleton. Fiery red eyes and empty sockets gleamed, facing the first life or death challenge in his new life. I'll kill them all, Kim Yi-sok roared, swinging his greatsword and charging into the sea of enemies. The colossal blade was stained with fresh blood after each swing. Suddenly, he sensed danger and spun around with a wary gaze. A muscular monster roared, charging straight at him with razor-sharp claws, but it only received a lightning-fast strike to the face. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Yi-sok soared up, plunging his blade into the monster's shoulder. Finally, he whispered, clenching his bony hand, I can end this bullshit now. Destructive energy gathered in his hand. Die, he commanded, as the beast roared in despair. The last one. Kim Yi-sok tensed, preparing to deliver the finishing blow from above. A gruesome smile appeared on the king's skeletal face. The monster's agonizing scream echoed across the desolate battlefield. When the last enemy fell, a notification rang out. Annihilation of rebel forces complete. The story began when he reincarnated as a skeleton, a low-level summoned monster. From there, he evolved into an immortal lich, a ruler. Oh, our king, the immortal king. He brought prosperity to the demons on the verge of extinction. He thought proudly, I may not have hair, but at least I'm the great demon king. Zack, but his subordinates cheered ignorantly. Long live our king, King Izak. My name is Yi-sok. Kim Yi-sok snapped, then snapped his fingers. You fools, goodbye. When asked where he was going, he replied coldly, to reclaim what I'm owed. My ultimate goal is to be able to eat and feel pain by becoming human. After annihilating countless enemies and those who dared to challenge the divine, the Skeleton King finally confronted those who had given him his mission. He strode into the divine realm, where the gods sat upon their thrones. Kim Yi-sok boldly declared, I have handled everything. Now fulfill your promise to turn me human as per our agreement. A god muttered in astonishment, not expecting him to complete a task they thought would take at least 500 years. But Kim Yi-sok had heard whispers of a plot to exploit him. I heard everything. He lost his patience, growling, Why are you stalling? I've done everything you asked. The supreme god smiled meaningfully, suggesting, Can you do one more thing for us? Kim Yi-sok gritted his teeth, realizing the harsh truth. Do they think I'm as empty as this skull? His eyes flared with furious red. Do you bastards think I'm easy to bully? God or not, they will pay. Killing intent erupted, and he roared, Hey you bastards, you made me do all that without any way to turn me back into a human? Two goddesses panicked. One whispered, I think he realized. The other replied, This is why I objected from the start. Amidst a sea of fiery red energy, Kim Yi-sok declared his immortality, an existence that even the divine realm had to fear. If you bastards can't turn me human. The gods trembled, begging for more time, promising to resolve a few more issues. Then you will pay with your lives. Kim Yi-sok reached out, condemning the treacherous ones. He laughed maniacally, casting a curse. It's time for all of you to turn into skulls like me. A wave of dark energy swept through, knocking the gods from their thrones. The Skeleton King gloated, observing the chaos he had created. But then, he suddenly froze, staring in astonishment at his hand as a strange surge of power appeared. What is this? My mana is disappearing, and I can't move. A voice echoed from the gods, full of contempt. It's useless. The reddish-brown-haired god raised a holy relic, a sneer on his face. Whoever's name is written here will be unable to move, no matter who they are. On the back of the magical centipede, ancient characters glowed menacingly. This is the highest-grade holy relic, Calamity Expulsion, the god declared. Now, live like a bug, Kim Yi-sok sneered. Couldn't you have chosen a hairy caterpillar or something? While the god scoffed. Why are you so obsessed with hair, you lowly creature? Suddenly, the holy relic in the god's hand erupted with intense light, astonishing him. You fools, Kim Yi-sok sneered, looking them defiantly in the eyes. I'd rather blow myself up than become a bug. He roared as destructive energy began to surge from his body. To the god's panic, he uttered his final curse. Eat shit, you bastards. A blinding explosion engulfed the Skeleton King's body. The terrifying shockwave flattened a large area of the holy temple. Thrown back, a god exclaimed in disbelief. That bastard. Did he self-destruct? Is he crazy? Amidst the rubble, two gods found the centipede. One asking anxiously, did the spell work? The reddish-brown-haired god sighed in relief. I think the Demon King's soul has been sealed. The other gods gathered. One saying, every time a Demon King disappears, we grow stronger. The supreme god declared, I will create a perfect vessel in the mortal realm and destroy every demon there. Don't worry about me, he ordered. Choose a suitable soul to place into the saintess's body. He coldly looked at the bug in his hand, thinking of the arrogant skeleton Demon King. With a cruel smile, he swore, I will torment him like a bug for all eternity. My mind. I must have lost my mind, tricked by those gods again. But why is it so bright? Do I not have hands to cover my eyes because I'm a bug? What? This warm and wet sensation. And why do I have hands? Is this a human body? Have I become human? Those bastards want me dead. Or did they mess up the seal? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh my, your holiness. A woman exclaimed. The saint has opened his eyes, making him confused. Huh? The saint? The woman inquired, but the man beside her mumbled, it would be better if your holiness kept sleeping. Are they my nannies? Have I really become human? I guess there's no other way. The two nannies exchanged sinister smiles. Forgive us, your holiness. I know you just woke up, but we need you to go back to sleep. Forever. With a wicked smile, the man brought the milk bottle closer. Forgive me, your holiness, but I need to put you to eternal sleep. He didn't hesitate to forcefully press the milk bottle into the infant's mouth. But the baby, with the will of a demon king, resolutely turned his face away. The man panicked. Why aren't you eating? While Isaac thought to himself, no way am I eating that suspicious stuff. The nanny cooed. Young Master Isaac Tilda. A name which made Isaac freeze. He was stunned, that name. Isaac? He recalled his subordinates always mispronouncing his name as Isaac, and realized that perhaps the gods had misspelled his name in the sealing spell. That must be it. That's why I wasn't sealed, but reincarnated into another body with the same name. Isaac secretly scoffed at the foolish gods and roared in his mind. Now, a small but powerful punch sent the milk bottle flying, making the man only able to utter a curse. The two nannies struggled to hold the infant, the man screaming in terror. No, help me. How can a baby be this strong? Forced to drink the disgusting vegetable juice, Isaac thought furiously. Are you trying to kill me with this garbage? I just barely became human. The baby's crimson eyes gleamed with vigilance as he sensed something unusual. He realized a dark aura was entering his body from the two assassins disguised as nannies. Meanwhile, at the eastern central holy temple of the Hella Empire, an elderly bishop with a cunning expression strode through the marble-paved corridor. He smirked to himself. That baby must be on his way out by now. An authoritative voice spoke, interrupting his thoughts. You seem quite cheerful, Bishop. Emperor Alexander Heathcliff, Hella of the Holy Hella Empire, appeared with a regal demeanor. The bishop and his entourage quickly bowed. We greet the son of the empire. The emperor narrowed his eyes and asked, What business do you have here? The old bishop replied with a knowing smile. We are here to meet the saintess candidate of the Eshua family. Alexander Heathcliff Hella scoffed. You speak as if it's a burden to be present because she is the saintess, he continued, his voice full of implication. But it will be a big problem if something goes wrong again. Just as the bishop was about to brush it off, a frantic scream echoed from afar, startling everyone. A maid rushed over, stammering the news. Young master, the young master is being. Hasty footsteps echoed rapidly down the corridor. The emperor kicked open the door, his face clearly showing worry. What happened to the young master? A maid turned back with an expression of utter horror. Young master. Alexander Heathcliff, Hella's confident expression completely vanished. replaced by extreme shock. Gasps of admiration rose at the child's plump and adorable appearance. Meanwhile, the bishop was stunned. No way. It drank all 15 bottles of that tasteless vegetable juice. Beside the crib was a pile of empty bottles, proof of his words. He growled in shock. That wasn't normal vegetable juice. A few minutes earlier, Kim Yi-sok had felt an unusual energy entering his body. The child realized with a start that this wasn't death, but something entirely different. A suspicious green liquid drop fell. That thing was called holy poison, a type of venom that destroys divine power and gradually accumulates in the body. However, this poison, made from demonic magic, was a perfect gift for a former demon king. In his previous skeleton form, he secretly cheered. To give a demon like me mana food like this, it's wonderful. The child immediately cried out for more, leaving the two nannies confused and bewildered. The male nanny sneered, confident that the poison hadn't taken effect immediately, and continued to feed the child. Kim Yi-sok gleefully enjoyed it, secretly praising this body's perfect mana absorption ability. After being fully charged with energy, the child turned his determined gaze to the next plan. He entered the unconscious world, diving deep into the depths of his mind. His goal was the source of everything. In this safe place, he would create his first mana core. The child focused, beginning to condense the magic power he had just absorbed. Surging energy was compressed into the forming magic orb, but then a sudden mana explosion occurred, shocking him. A mana core should be one of the 3 basic colors. What the hell is this? Inside his inner world, Kim Yi-sok was shocked by his mana core. So why is it white? He quickly realized, no, the color isn't the problem. How can there be so much power in such a small, not yet fully formed core? A triumphant smile spread across the child's face as he realized this terrifying potential. Truly, isn't this exceeding my expectations? The child gazed at the energy orb, wondering, if I nurture it well, I could. He become a far greater monster than imagined. Suddenly, a name from his previous life came to his mind, Isaac. And with that name came the most primal desire that had shaped who he was: survive. Memories flooded back. He recalled the utter despair that had given birth to the Skeleton King, and I was able to create special original buffs and skills. Kim Yi-sok realized a shocking truth. Those spells have been inherited by this body. Meanwhile, in the real world, the male nanny impatiently asked, is the kid dead yet? The female nanny was ordered. Check. After touching the child, she jumped back in shock, while her accomplice shouted in horror, "Ooh-wah, it's not dead yet." The child suddenly raised a finger, letting out a faint gah sound that made the two assassins freeze. Then the child grinned widely, demanding another bottle, even a stronger kind. A moment later, Emperor Alexander sighed in relief by the crib. Good thing, nothing bad happened. But the accompanying bishop frowned, looking at the child with a scrutinizing gaze that made Kim Yi-sok secretly wary. The bishop's gaze swept to the floor, where empty milk bottles were scattered, and his suspicion grew. Can't let them suspect me, Kim Yi-sok thought to himself, then flashed an angelic smile, dispelling all doubts. The bishop gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. What the hell is wrong with this brat? It should have been injured and coughing up blood, dying. But instead, it was. The bishop was utterly horrified when he realized the infant was laughing gleefully. A few days earlier at the Holy See, a voice echoed, "Whoever becomes a saint will own the entire empire." How ridiculous. Cardinal Rebirth scoffed. That's why those low-ranking nobles keep insisting their children are saints. The bishop reported, "Please don't worry, we are dealing with the other candidates." Rebirth replied, "Good, very good." The bishop continued, "By the way, I've heard a not-so-good rumor. They say a saint candidate has appeared from House Eshua," he said, causing Rebirth's eyes to flash with murderous intent. The bishop worried. "House Eshua, the emperor's right hand. We can't do anything to them." Rebirth angrily dropped the golden cup to the floor. He coldly declared, "Perhaps it's already dead before you even get there. You just need to confirm the corpse. I've already acted to ensure its death. A saint can only come from my house Barrett." Barrett smirked evilly, ending the flashback. Back in the present, the bishop trembled. "I was told the child would die. So why is it still alive? This can't be happening," he screamed silently. Just then, Emperor Alexander entered. How interesting. What shiny platinum hair." Alexander turned to the bishop. "The founder of our empire also had this hair color. Don't you think so, bishop?" Kim Yi-sok widened his eyes in realization. "So this is the emperor." Alexander smiled smugly, thinking to himself, "He looks even closer to God than the current pope. He must be the last saint candidate." That thought stunned Kim Yi-sok. "What? This child is a saint candidate? Damn it! The emperor is starting to favor that child," the bishop thought to himself. "I can't let this happen." He immediately stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, Please allow me to examine the child. Emperor Alexander asked indifferently. Why? What's wrong? The bishop asserted. There's something unusual. An infant cannot drink all that vegetable juice. Alexander merely shrugged. What's strange about a saint candidate eating vegetables? Kim Yisak sighed in exasperation. Ugh, how can I, a demon king, be a saint candidate? The bishop still didn't give up. I still find it strange. Please allow me to examine him. Suddenly, a dark stream of demonic energy leaked from the child's tender body. The demonic energy I couldn't fully digest. Kim Yisak realized his fatal mistake in shock. The child's inner thoughts screamed in panic. Have I been exposed? The bishop's hand slowly approached, filling Kim Yisak with extreme dread. Your Majesty, he said with a serious expression. I just sensed demonic energy from this child. A sinister smile spread across the bishop's lips. How strange, wouldn't you say? Kim Yisak could only curse inwardly. This bastard. The child broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding. Did he realize it? The bishop had a plan. This child could be a fake candidate. I must have an inquisitor investigate him immediately. Emperor Alexander immediately objected. How dare you? You're talking about a saint candidate. But the bishop played his trump card. The Pope has already chosen the child from the Barrett family as the saint. Alexander thought angrily. How shameless. Meanwhile, Kim Yi-sok understood everything. Aha, so he's trying to eliminate me. In that case, Kim Yi-sok stirred slightly, preparing for the confrontation. The bishop lifted him up and smugly ordered, I order the priest to invite an inquisitor here. Wait, a decisive hand was raised, stopping his action. Emperor Alexander intervened with his authority. The Eshua family is the closest ally of the imperial family. I suggest you re-evaluate the child another day. Suppressed by the emperor's authority, the bishop reluctantly bowed. I understand, Your Majesty. The bishop smiled meaningfully. By the way, I've spoken with His Holiness the Pope. Emperor Alexander frowned upon hearing the news that the crown prince's investiture ceremony would be postponed until a saint was chosen. He realized this was a political ploy. The church would not recognize his son unless he accepted their choice. Kim Yisak, eavesdropping, cursed inwardly. Is this the Holy See's intention, you petty bastards? The child thought to himself. Honestly, I don't want to be a saint candidate anymore. It's too risky. My true identity could be exposed, the cunning bishop suggested. Otherwise, we could examine the child right now. Clenching his fists, Kim Yisak decided, all right, if it's truly human, it won't be harmed, the bishop confidently declared. But before he could finish, he was struck squarely in the face as he was about to say. And if it's a demon, it will be destroyed. The bishop was stunned, blood gushing from his mouth in utter disbelief. The culprit, Kim Yisak, wore a satisfied smile with his finger stained with the enemy's blood. The child raised his weapon, challenging inwardly. You arrogant bastard. I'll play with you. Arga! The old man clutched his swollen cheek, unable to believe. How could a simple baby bottle hurt so much? At that moment, the surrounding people exclaimed in astonishment. That light, could it be divine power? The child is truly a saint. Kim Yisak, with a look of delight, forcefully swung the brightly glowing bottle. The child attacked while babbling meaningless sounds, but in his mind, it was, let's see what you can do, you bastard. Relentless blows rained down, creating dazzling streaks of golden light. Struck by the blows, the bishop realized in shock. This is definitely mana. Witnessing the scene, Emperor Alexander couldn't hide his joy. What a brilliant light. Kim Yisak prepared for the final blow, thinking to himself, I'll empower the bottle with magic and give him the finishing strike, while still pretending to be an innocent child. This brat, what is this? The bishop growled while everyone else mistakenly thought he was marveling at the divine power. What's this? Kim Yisak realized that whenever he used demonic energy, he also felt a faint stream of divine power. He deduced, demonic energy and divine power are inherently incompatible. It must be because of that white demonic energy core. The old bishop was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in extreme pain. Unable to bear it any longer, he threw the bottle away and shouted loudly in front of the emperor. I swear, this child is a heretic. Exorcism magic must be used immediately. The bishop's suggestion was met only with a contemptuous gaze and the thought, you slimy scum. Gagoo, the child babbled, thinking to himself, I didn't intend to go this far, but whatever. The small hand touched the bishop's chest, and a dark purple stream of evil energy was immediately detected. Oh, he's hiding something quite interesting here. Kim Yisak pulled out a shriveled demonic hand wrapped in bandages and wearing a golden rosary. The bishop froze, cold sweat pouring down as his secret was exposed. He realized in horror that it was his totem, a sealed high-level demon corpse, used to absorb demonic energy. How does this child know about my totem? His desperate question was met only with Kim Yi-sak's eerie grin. The bishop's face contorted in extreme terror. He turned to flee, but the demonic hand was suddenly yanked backward. "Look closely, you bastard," the child warned in his mind. "This is all because you kept bothering me. This is the consequence of your actions." A surge of pitch-black, demonic energy erupted from the totem. And then, a snap of fingers echoed. "Arg, a demonic monster, how can this be?" The bishop's desperate scream rang out as a colossal shadow rose. "Defend yourself now." Kim Yi-sak chuckled gleefully. "You filthy amateur." Both the emperor and his retinue were stunned by the creature that had just been summoned. "How is a dark lich here?" Emperor Alexander roared furiously. "Bishop Martha Barit, how dare you let a demon run wild in the temple?" The old bishop frantically denied. "It was the baby. It threw the totem. How could a sealed object come back to life?" "All troops," Alexander commanded. "Protect the young master from the demon beast and that wicked bishop." A guard swiftly snatched Kim Yi-sak from the stunned bishop's hands. Kim Yi-sak secretly sneered. "Fool, you've been tricked." The shadow lich appeared amidst the encirclement, making Kim Yi-sak curious. "Let's see how capable this bishop is." But the shadow creature only whispered a single command. "Kill. Kill." Then it roared, its target clear. "Kill the saint." Kim Yi-sak was dumbfounded, unable to believe he was the target of his own summoned minion. The lich charged straight towards the baby, forcing the guard to hold him tightly in terror. The other knights immediately rushed forward, determined to protect the young master at all costs. The confused guard shouted, "I saved it. Why is it trying to attack me?" Kim Yi-sak closed his eyes, calmly calculating. "Anyway, the knights will protect me," he confidently thought, just as a knight was sent flying. But when the helmet fell off to reveal a skeleton, the guard realized in horror. He's actually a knight? Meanwhile, the lich continued to shriek, "Kill the saint!" while another group of demons shouted, "Save the captured king!" TSK Kim Yi-sak sighed as the guard stumbled. "I guess I'll have to subdue it myself first." His glowing red eyes flashed. "No one will realize I'm using magic in this situation." "Die!" the lich charged, making the baby inwardly lament. "Why does everyone want to kill me in this life?" Kim Yi-sak glared at it, his gaze sharp. "Trying to kill me when I'm the one who resurrected you." In the form of a child, Kim Yi-sak's glowing red eyes reflected the wrath of a king. His true nature roared in his mind. "You foolish demons." The shadow lich trembled, recognizing the terrifying entity before it. The Skeleton King? Returning to reality, Kim Yi-sak could only stare blankly. "Huh?" A brilliant stream of holy light suddenly burst from the baby's body, repelling the shadow creature. Emperor Alexander and his guards were stunned by the unbelievable sight. The lich shrieked in pain, as it was incinerated by the pure light. Its dark body began to disintegrate under the divine power. A guard shouted in panic as the monster turned and fled. "It's escaping." Excited whispers arose. "That's definitely holy power." Young Master Isaac drove away a great demon. Amidst the praises, an official picked up the baby, proudly declaring, "Just as expected from the young master." Kim Yi-sak looked at his hands in confusion, wondering, "What is this? This is really holy power." The baby suddenly realized a serious problem. "Huh? I'm out of mana." A horrifying hypothesis flashed. Could it be? This body is converting my mana into holy power. While Kim Yi-sak was panicking, the captured bishop still frantically shrieked, "Let me go, you fools." He pointed at the child, accusing, "That baby is a heretic. How dare you crawl into the holy nation?" The bishop turned to beg the emperor, "Your Majesty, I will prove it. I will expose him with an exorcism." But Emperor Alexander coldly interrupted. "Enough, bishop. Do you dare accuse a saint candidate?" His gaze was sharp as a knife. "I will absolutely not overlook this matter." The bishop froze as the emperor concluded. "Even if you come from the Holy See." Cornered, the bishop gritted his teeth. If the emperor suspects, they will soon discover the intruder. Kneeling on the floor, he despaired. "Even if I die, I must save my family." His eyes flashed with cruelty, he had decided. That's why. A gigantic holy power wolf spirit beast roared as he shouted, "At least I must kill the Eshua family saint candidate." The glowing golden beast charged straight towards the emperor and the infant in his arms. Emperor Alexander growled, "This bastard, he's finally shown his true colors." Kim Yi-sak inwardly thought with disdain, "Does he really think he can kill me with this?" But just as the baby was about to act, a harsh truth dawned. "Huh? Wait. The raging wolf reflected in his panicked eyes, have no mana left at all." Suddenly, a stream of icy blue energy tore through the air. The wolf spirit beast roared in pain as it was completely subdued by the mysterious power. An icy voice echoed from the shadows. "Who dares lay a hand on a direct descendant of Eshua?" Blue robes fluttering, A dignified figure stepped out from the cold mist. The Emperor exclaimed in surprise, "The Blue Faith! It's the Eshua Knights!" The silver-haired man advanced coldly, his aura overwhelming. It was the Eshua family's seventh son, Relai Eshua. Without a moment's hesitation, Relai pointed at the attacker. "Execute the bishop immediately." When handed to a soldier, Kim Yi-sok struggled. "Let me go, don't touch me with the Eshua family's filthy hands." Then he froze. "Wait, Eshua." Relai picked up the child, sternly saying, "Behave yourself," while inwardly thinking the name sounded familiar. The entire Eshua Knights knelt in unison, shouting, "Greetings, young master of the Eshua family." Relai turned to the child. "Apologies for being late, Isaac," making the nearby official secretly admire their authority. Relai Eshua smiled and introduced, "It's nothing much, but we've brought a small gift for you." A knight peered in curiously, secretly wondering if it was a glittering gold bar. The knight gleefully showed off the gift. "This is a model of the beheaded Skeleton King." While Isaac was speechless, a series of other versions were displayed. The Skeleton King burned alive, then crushed by the Saintess, leaving Isaac stunned. "So cute." The knight teared up, moved by the boy's reaction. Isaac's inner self screamed, "How am I going to survive this?" While outside, the knights cheered. "He likes it so much he's crying." Helpless in the adult's arms, Isaac could only sigh wearily. "How am I going to survive in this crazy family?" Suddenly, the boy's red eyes flashed with realization as he mumbled the name. "Wait. Eshua. Eshua." Memories flooded back. The image of the saintess who had come to finish him off appeared vividly. He recalled the declaration of war from the 45th generation saintess, No Eshua. Then came the roar of the 61st generation saintess, Ox Eshua. Upon realizing all his sworn enemies bore the Eshua name, Isaac panicked. "Damn it, did I reincarnate into the saintess's family? What karma did I create in my previous life?" The boy cursed inwardly, while Relai Eshua gazed coldly forward. An old bishop suddenly caused a commotion, yelling, "I know you are heretics. Where did you bring that creature from?" He pointed at Isaac, frantically shouting, "I will expose the identity of that thing." "The Eshua family is insane," the bishop screamed, completely unaware that Relai had silently drawn his sword. His final curse was cut short. "It will end the Eshua bloodline." A cold and decisive sword stroke silenced the bishop forever. Relai coldly sheathed his sword, saying to the fallen man, "Be grateful for Eshua's mercy that spared your neck." Isaac smirked inwardly. "Oh, he beheads people just for daring to insult his family? He's got some guts." An Eshua knight tried to soothe Isaac. "Young master should only hear good things," while Isaac inwardly cursed them as lunatics. Looking at the skeleton toy, Isaac suddenly remembered, the Blue Eshua family. They're quite strong. The knight even sang a gruesome nursery rhyme, making Isaac admit that his subordinates from back then hadn't exaggerated at all. Meanwhile, Emperor Alexander approached and said, "It seems I owe the boy a debt." The emperor looked directly at Relai and made a shocking offer. "Tell your family head that the imperial palace wishes to raise this child." Relai responded, stunned, "Your Majesty, you jest." While Isaac gleefully thought, "Oh, am I about to be recruited by the imperial palace?" Alexander explained, "The holy nation will target the boy, and no matter how strong Eshua is. Will the current blue faith be strong enough to protect this child?" The emperor's question hung in the air. He continued to outline the dangers, especially the Pope's opposition because Isaac's hair color was a symbol of the holy nation's ancestor. Furthermore, the Skeleton King seems to be hunting it. The emperor's words left Isaac dumbfounded. "What? I'm the Skeleton King. Why would I hunt myself?" An official firmly refused. "Your Majesty, this child carries Eshua blood, so he must be raised by the Eshua family." Relai took Isaac, declaring boldly, "Whether it's the Pope or the Skeleton King, Eshua can handle it." The emperor smirked. If she could meet the Skeleton King again, the former Saintess Melissa would surely be delighted. That name stunned Isaac, while Relai asserted, "How can I hand over Saintess Melissa's direct descendant to the imperial palace?" Memories flooded back. Isaac realized in horror. Melissa was the craziest, most formidable saintess I faced before reaching the divine realm. The ironic truth dealt a fatal blow. I'm Melissa's direct descendant? Why is my life like this? So, what exactly is a saintess? They are the ultimate weapons created by the gods, after countless failures against the Skeleton King. They are the light of the holy nation, symbols of the battlefield, believed to bring about the Skeleton King's demise. But the truth is different, because the Skeleton King is one who knows nothing of mercy. In the Skeleton King's memories, he had never laid a hand on any saintess, as doing so would only be a disadvantage, allowing the gods to send down a stronger successor. The boy was stunned by a harsh truth. Saintess Melissa, the most formidable enemy he had ever faced, was his own ancestor. Relai Eshua smiled, completely unaware that the child in his arms was the very enemy the Saintesses had sworn to destroy. Emperor Alexander merely listened in silence as Relai affirmed the Eshua family's pride and protective capabilities. A young knight interjected, recounting the martyred Saintesses, making Isaac silently scream. I didn't kill anyone. The baseless rumors continued to be fabricated, and Isaac could only helplessly refute them in his mind. It's all right, Relai gently comforted, but Isaac was struggling in despair. I'm not all right at all. The man lifted the boy, affectionately declaring, we are very grateful that you were born, and we have only one wish. Just don't grow up to be like that terrible skeleton king. A blessing that was a fatal stab. Those words were like a curse, making the image of the brutal skeleton from the past haunt Isaac's innocent mind. The boy could only secretly apologize to the fathers and mothers he had never known. I'm sorry for being a bad person. Alexander continued the negotiation, mentioning that 150 years had passed, making Isaac calculate that Melissa should have died of old age long ago. The emperor emphasized the growing threat from the demon race, and the child carrying holy blood was a precious asset for the entire empire. Furthermore, Eshua currently has no saintess. Alexander delivered the decisive blow. The boy's mother disappeared a year ago. A lightning bolt struck Isaac, leaving him dumbfounded by the unbelievable truth. My mother is a saintess? Relai quickly reassured him that the family's matriarch was still alive, while Isaac tried to sort out the chaotic information in his head. But the next name uttered was a nightmare. Lady Melissa will return soon. Alexander scoffed at Melissa's extraordinary lifespan, while Isaac was aghast, realizing his greatest enemy was still alive and well. Fear enveloped the boy, because more than anyone, he knew how dangerous Melissa was. And then, to survive, that tiny hand made a choice. It grasped the emperor's finger. Kim Yi-sok used all his acting skills, blinking cutely. Please take me with you, which melted Emperor Alexander's heart. The triumphant emperor turned to Relai. See? The boy wants to come to the imperial palace too, while Relai merely insisted. He's just clinging to people, your majesty. Alexander continued his attack. House Eshua might be good at producing saintesses, but when it comes to raising a saint, you're all rookie. Relai Eshua refused to back down. He's the first saint. I doubt your imperial palace has any experience with that. The argument turned into a childish tug of war, causing the subordinates to cry out in panic. The young master is about to be torn in half. On the brink of life and death, Kim Yi-sok screamed internally. I want to go to the imperial palace. I don't want to die. And then, the boy felt it. A warm stream of light, the source of life, was emanating from the emperor himself. This was the true path to survival. I can't miss this chance, the boy decided, and the emperor smiled as if he had heard. A wise choice, young master, but at the same time, a chill suddenly rose in Kim Yi-sok's heart. Elsewhere, under the cold moonlight, the failed bishop was kneeling and pleading. I am innocent. He tried to justify himself. That thing used mana. It's definitely a demonic product. An icy voice echoed from the shadows. Are you saying the gods bestowed divine power upon a lowly demon? The old bishop desperately cried out. But that was definitely mana. As a sword was held to his face, the mysterious leader slowly pronounced. The Holy See calls such words. A sword flashed, cutting short the bishop's last desperate plea. With blood splattered on his face, the cardinal coldly concluded, blasphemy. Brushing aside his predecessor's failure, he ordered, no need for a new assassination squad. The emperor will take the child. Just wait for the opportune moment at the imperial palace. Back in the warm room, Kim Yi-sok suddenly shivered, sensing a deadly threat awaiting him ahead. In the darkness of a forest, a group of black-robed priests gathered, plotting a sinister scheme. The leader coldly ordered, the child will be taken by the emperor anyway, so we will target him at the imperial palace. From afar, their cruel thoughts seemed to reach Kim Yi-sok. This time, he won't survive. The morning sun heralded the start of a new journey. Lying in his crib, Kim Yi-sok recalled his momentous decision. Right now, I am going to Eshua, he concluded, while his loyal undead army wailed in despair. But why? A few days prior, an unusual light erupted in the room, terrifying those who witnessed it. Emperor Alexander was stunned as holy light emanated from the child he was holding, while an official asserted that the Eshua household was not a good place. Relai Eshua faced the emperor, sneering. Perhaps you think we only harbor manacores and demon corpses, which made the emperor realize it was the source of survival. Relai played his trump card. The most precious thing we possess is the skeleton king's body. Kim Yi-sok was dumbfounded, screaming in his mind, my body, you have it? Taking his tiny hand, Relai waited, unaware of the child's thoughts. You should have said that from the beginning. Suddenly, Kim Yi-sok decisively pointed straight at Relai, babbling, Gaga. With his brightest smile, the boy concluded, let's go to Eshua. Relai Eshua, The iron-willed man, completely melted at the cuteness, stammering his name. Isaac. Back in the present on the carriage, Kim Yi-sok accepted the trade-off. I have to give up the imperial palace, but there's no other way to reclaim my old body. He recalled his terrifying power, a body forged with mana strong enough to contend with even gods. He realized that the source of survival had told him that following Relai was the only way to live. An Eshua knight asked, "Why are the Holy Sea's forces still targeting the young master?" A question Kim Yi-sok himself was wondering. Relai revealed a shocking secret. Because the gods have bestowed a prophecy that the saint will be adopted as a child of a god. Kim Yi-sok was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Upon learning the saint would become the pope, it was a position of absolute power, king of priests and holy knights, on par with even the emperor. The Barrett household, which had monopolized the papacy, was now threatened, sparking a fierce power struggle. Inside the luxurious carriage, their journey continued peacefully. Suddenly, an attendant frantically reported, "Young Master Rilai, we have arrived at the duchy, but we've encountered a problem." At the city gate, a squad of guards was already waiting, blocking their path. The captain coldly declared, "Apologies, but you will not be permitted to enter the duchy." Rilai Eshua raged. "How dare you? Do you not recognize the Eshua household's emblem?" The guard bared his teeth in a sinister grin. "Of course we won't let you in." Darkness surged, and demonic entities materialized with surging killing intent. Their target was the child bearing the saintess's bloodline. Demons? Kim Yi-sok was aghast. I forbade attacking human territory. Could it be because of the new demon king? A demon general appeared, roaring. "Our king has ordered the killing of all saints and saintesses." He continued, "Under the command of the great skeleton king, Lord Isaac, we will kill that saint." Kim Yi-sok screamed in silent fury. "When did I tell you to do that, you bastards?" A blue lightning bolt tore through the air, obliterating a demon in the blink of an eye. The demon general roared in astonishment at Relai's appearance. You despicable holy knight," Relai retorted with eyes sharp as knives. "How dare you speak such nonsense in front of Eshua of exorcism? You won't die easily. Listen closely." He placed his hand on his sword hilt, and holy light began to converge. "For the purpose of protecting all, Eshua will eradicate all evil." Relai unleashed his power, vowing to hunt down and kill the demons to the very depths of hell. Relai Eshua sneered contemptuously. Truly an evil skeleton king, sending his subordinates to their deaths just to escape a mortal fate. The demons roared in indignation at those words, one charging forward and yelling, "How dare you foolish humans!" The entire horde of demons shouted in unison, ready to die for their faith. "Do not insult skeleton king Isaac. All for the resurrection of Lord Isaac." Meanwhile, an Eshua family knight drew his sword, ready to engage in battle to protect the carriage behind him. He was thrown back by an explosion, hastily clutching the young master to his chest. "Forgive me, young master." Scooped up, Kim Yi-sok screamed in his mind. "What the hell is going on? Who's impersonating me?" The loyal knight carried the boy and ran into a sparse forest, seeking temporary shelter. He gently placed Kim Yi-sok on the ground and said, "Please wait here for a moment." A magic circle glowed, enveloping the boy, making Kim Yi-sok wonder. A protective barrier? The boy touched the barrier, silently acknowledging. Even high-ranking demons couldn't break this. Quite impressive. But then a thought flashed through Kim Yi-sok's mind. The fact that nothing from the outside can enter also means nothing from the inside can escape. The boy closed his eyes, deciding to seize the opportunity. Then, source of survival activate, release magic. Amidst the ethereal cosmic space, the boy began to summon. Heed my call. You, who are both magic and life. Whisper, the observer. A shadowy entity with a sinister grin and glowing red eyes slowly materialized. It cheered joyfully. "Ah, great lord, my master." But Kim Yi-sok interrupted. "Long time no see. Be quiet, or we'll be discovered." Hovering inside the barrier, the shadowy entity couldn't hide its excitement. "I truly thought I would never see you again. Great one. Long time no see, whisper," Kim Yi-sok explained. "This is the sentient detection magic I created because I was too lazy to maintain detection magic during battle." Whisper flattered. "Your wickedness is as ever, my lord. I congratulate you on mercilessly seizing the body of an infant." Which left Kim Yi-sok speechless. "Hey, this guy." It then turned angry. "But those filthy gods dared to lay a hand on you." Kim Yi-sok immediately ordered. "Enough. Search for enemies." Whisper's red eyes flashed, beginning to execute the command. Initiating enemy detection. From above, Whisper reported. In its current state, the detection radius is 100 meters. It quickly identified. There are a total of 88 enemies, all demons. But they won't lay a finger on you. Meanwhile, a masked demon secretly calculated. If security here increases, it will be troublesome. I must deal with them myself before the Eshua family discovers us. From within the barrier, Kim Yi-sok resolved, even if I have to use all my stored mana, I must deal with them. But then Whisper suddenly paused. Huh? Current enemy count 51. Kim Yi-sok was astonished as the number continued to drop to 31. What? Why? It turned out that Relai Eshua and his knights were sweeping through the demons. A knight shouted, "Young lord, something is approaching." Relai immediately ordered, "Form a defensive formation." The masked demons were overwhelmed, with only 4 remaining. One of them joyfully yelled, "You've finally arrived, comrade." A vampire-like demon appeared, calling out, "Cooperate with us." He declared their objective. "Today we will kill that saint," which made Whisper, who was observing, pay attention to the word saint. Suddenly, a wave of purple energy swept through, annihilating the remaining demons as they screamed. "Glory to the Skeleton King!" A knight of the Eshua family was terrified by the dark power that had just appeared. Whisper reported the new situation to its master. "There are no enemy forces left. I have detected a shadow lich." The colossal shadow entity appeared before the knights. It roared a deadly threat. "You who dare to lay your filthy hands on my king, pay with your lives." Hearing that, Kim Yi-sok inside the barrier could only scream in panic. What the hell is wrong with this guy? The shadow lich's crimson eyes glowed, repeating its curse. Young Isaac still couldn't understand what was happening. The lich continued its furious monologue. "My king, my only master. How dare you imprison him?" Inside the body of an inferior child, its loyalty had twisted into a distorted attachment due to its liberation. The phantom roared a deadly warning. "Don't look at him with your filthy eyes, or I'll gouge them out." Relai Eshua was confused, unable to understand its language. Inside the barrier, Kim Yi-sok grumbled to himself, "Damn it, what a mess. This guy recognized me as the Skeleton King." Relai Eshua immediately ordered, "Knights, prepare for battle." While Kim Yi-sok still grumbled about his subordinate's sudden appearance, Kim Yi-sok babbled a command, intending to say, "Hey, don't touch my food," which made a knight realize in horror that the baby was a massive source of mana. The knight tried to reassure him. "Young Master Isaac, please be patient. We'll deal with this quickly." But only received the demon's eerie laughter in return. In its ecstasy at being acknowledged by its master, the lich exuded killing intent, making the knight frantically shout, "Young Lord Relai, the demon has ill intentions. I will come to your side, my master." The lich roared, darting past the defending knights. Relai Eshua was stunned, realizing its target. "That worm is heading towards Isaac." The lich screamed at the knights, "You filthy holy knights! How dare you imprison my master in that bubble?" While Kim Yi-sok gloated, having attracted its attention. "I can't let this mana reserve be destroyed." Kim Yi-sok resolved, babbling a command. "Break this barrier." Immediately, the lich obeyed. "Yes, master," and swung its shadow scythe. A full-force attack struck, and the magical barrier shattered with a roar. "As you wish." The knights could only scream in despair as their young master's protective shield was destroyed. "Free," Kim Yi-sok patted his subordinate, babbling a compliment. "Well done." Then he ordered, "Now stop causing trouble and rest," which left the lich stunned and utterly confused. Master," the lich stammered, not understanding what was happening. Kim Yi-sok unleashed his power, forcing the lich to shrink with a desperate scream. "Why ye?" Relai Eshua was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. "The boy just turned a demon into a totem?" he exclaimed in horror, staring at the infant sitting next to the petrified demonic hand. A knight cheered in sheer excitement. Turning a demon into a totem in an instant. Isn't the boy amazing? The entire squad of Azure Knights cheered for the child, while Kim Yi-sok secretly thought, "I didn't use holy magic, that was magic." Relai Eshua was still skeptical, but another knight cheerfully interjected. "In times of crisis, people often shine brightest." He continued to deduce that the demon had sensed a threat from the young master, which was why it charged straight to attack. The knight commander picked up the child, asserting to Relai, "The young master is definitely a saint." Relai dismissed the flattery, but had to admit, whether he's a saint or not, this child is very special. He gritted his teeth, his biggest concern emerging. But why does it have to be a boy? Thinking of the Skeleton King's curse, Relai suddenly clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. "I've made my decision," the knight commander solemnly swore. "As commander of the Azure Knights, I will protect young Master Isaac, the future of the Eshua family." Relai listened silently, as if the oath further solidified his decision. He spoke softly, as if admitting to himself, "I understand now. It seems I've been too foolish." Fearing the Skeleton King's curse, while this child will elevate the Eshua family's reputation, his hand reached out towards the boy. Relai lifted Kim Yi-sok, a radiant smile on his face. Let's go home, Isaac. As your uncle, I will teach you many things. I will raise you to be a great holy knight, he promised, unaware that his nephew was thinking, just give me back my body. As Rilai swore to find a way to save him from a short life, Kim Yi-sok froze. What? Rilai joyfully tossed him up, thinking Isaac's panicked screams were an expression of delight. Once we're home, the first thing I'll teach you is how to curse the Skeleton King, Rilai said excitedly, leaving Kim Yi-sok speechless. F times K. This Eshua family. Soon, the carriage entered the magnificent Eshua ducal manor grounds. Exquisite art statues were placed everywhere, showcasing the family's wealth and power. Even someone who was once a king like Kim Yi-sok had to secretly marvel at this extravagance. Wow. Kim Yi-sok looked out the carriage window, enraged by the Eshua family's wealth. His anger flared as he recalled his impoverished past, having to scrimp and save every bit to feed his starving subordinate. Whisper appeared, marveling at the extravagance. But Kim Yi-sok grumbled, telling it to shut up. In Rilai Eshua's arms, the boy was introduced to the mansion, the birthplace of the continent's exorcism magic. Rilai pointed to the training ground, proudly saying, "Look." The sight that met Kim Yi-sok's eyes was knights training with a Skeleton King dummy. The dummy was pierced by spears amidst shouts of hatred. The knights attacked frantically, cursing the family's sworn enemy. While Rilai smiled contentedly, Kim Yi-sok thought in horror, it's like a fanatical cult. The boy tried to reassure himself, thinking this wouldn't affect his grand plan. Whisper teased again, but Kim Yi-sok coldly ordered it to continue scouting. The shadow entity happily obeyed, vanishing into thin air. The full view of the Eshua mansion appeared, grand and magnificent to an overwhelming degree. Both Kim Yi-sok and Whisper were stunned by the thousands of mana cores used as decoration. The royal carriage finally stopped in front of the mansion. Rilai Eshua stepped down, ordering a servant to prepare a room for Isaac to stay with him, but met with hesitation. The butler respectfully announced that he had orders to take young Master Isaac to the annex. He nervously explained that this was the 5th young master's order, forbidding Isaac from entering the main building. Rilai Eshua grew furious, hugging the child tightly. You want to send Isaac to that cursed place? He clenched his fist, despising his brother's antics, while Kim Yi-sok secretly agreed that he didn't belong there. Whisper whispered, reminding its master of the true objective. The mana cores are in that annex. Get out of the way, Rilai Eshua growled. I won't let my nephew stay in that haunted house, while Isaac screamed internally. No, I need to go there. Rilai continued his plan, promising to read stories about the Saintess slaying the Skeleton King, making Isaac horrified. Are you trying to exorcise me? An arrogant voice rang out from above. You picked up a filthy bug, and now it's causing a commotion? The newcomer's face revealed a sneer. I already ordered the brat to be sent to the annex. The man, Goel Eshua, the 5th son of the family, questioned. Long time no see, and the first thing you do is defy your elder brother? Isaac could only look up, stunned by the appearance of a new nuisance. Amidst the brothers' tense confrontation, Isaac cursed internally. What a bastard. Goel ordered contemptuously. Put that thing down. Let me send it to the annex. Rilai flared up. Are you serious? This child is of the direct lineage. Sending him there is no different from exiling him. Despite Isaac's internal protests, Rilai was resolute. Get out of the way. I'll perform the Skeleton King exorcism ritual for him in my room. Goel squeezed Isaac's cheek, scoffing. Ha! You brought back a bone even filthier than the Skeleton King. He leaned in close, his tone full of malice. And you're still talking about direct lineage? Making Isaac wonder if this was a priest or a thug. Rilai pulled Isaac back, his eyes sharp. Do you think I don't know why you want to send the boy to the annex? The accusation was hurled. You're trying to turn him into a cursed child to eliminate him from the succession race. Leaving Isaac stunned, his grand plan threatened, Isaac gritted his teeth. Being eliminated is a huge problem. I need to drain this mansion dry to get revenge on those damn gods. Goel chuckled. He's already cursed, isn't he? Demons have appeared to take him. After all, a blonde knight stepped forward to retort. That's because the young master is important. He possesses the divine power of a saint. Oh, how touching, Goel sneered. All of you are eager to cover up this disgusting trash, he challenged. If you think he's a saint, then let him show his skills. While Whisper whispered into a panicking Isaac's ear, how about summoning a meteor? Goel smirked. Right, if he's a saint. He pointed into the distance. Then what about that? Goel pointed at a withered tree. Save that family symbol or whatever. The tree that the family head cherishes so much. With a sinister smile, he explained, that's a divine tree that died after being infected with demonic essence. If he has the aptitude to be a saint, he'll easily revive something like that. Rilai asked in shock. Are you serious? While Goel secretly scoffed. Good heavens, Melissa. You fought well, but your descendants are all ruined. Kim Yisak flinched when he overheard Goal's thoughts. The boy began to panic, and Whisper sensed his unease. What is it? What's wrong? Kim Yisak grabbed Whisper, screaming in his mind. Can't you see? Leaving the shadow entity bewildered. In a frenzy, the boy commanded, Go grab it, and launched Whisper towards the tree. Relai was still loudly protesting. That tree hasn't been savable for the past 70 years. Now you're asking a child who doesn't even understand your words. Suddenly, both Goel and Relai turned back in surprise at an unexpected change. Relai stammered in astonishment. What is this? The divine tree. Lush green foliage began to grow back on the withered branches. The divine tree was fully revived, emitting a brilliant light that made Relai exclaim, It's been revived? Goel was speechless, muttering, That tree couldn't be saved even with healing and purification holy magic. Kim Yisak wore a smug smile, thinking to himself, Well, it's nothing major. The boy told himself, I just saw a bunch of demonic residue at the roots, so I had it drained, while Whisper let out a satisfied burp. A knight rushed over and asked, Young Master Relai, that tree. What did you do? But Relai could only reply unconsciously, I didn't do anything. The knight's astonished gaze shifted to the baby in Relai's arms. Then, could it be? Kim Yisak, meanwhile, was secretly lamenting. Sigh. That was mana too. Such a waste. And Whisper cleverly offered, What do you mean? Should I throw it up for you? The knights cheered in amazement. Amazing. Young Master Isaac must have done it. But Goel Eshua dismissed it with a scornful smile. Are you all out of your minds? What could a child possibly do? While everyone praised Isaac, Goel insisted. Someone else must have helped. That's right. It must have been Relai. Goel confronted Relai directly. You did something, didn't you? Which made Relai ask back, What are you talking about? His rage erupted. Goel grabbed his younger brother's collar, roaring, You got the Saintess's power, and now you're acting like that piece of trash did it. Amidst the chaos, Kim Yisak secretly thought about his ancestor Melissa. This family is on the verge of collapse, the boy analyzed. But this eldest brother, why does he look nothing like Melissa? Meanwhile, Relai is like her male version. A thought flashed in Kim Yisak's mind. Half-brothers? Wait. He resembles the Pope. Goel relentlessly attacked. Don't hide it anymore. Do you think I don't know you brought him here to make him a Saintess candidate? Kim Yisak smirked. Oh, so there's another candidate? Let that fool support whoever he wants. I'll enjoy crushing him. Relai resolutely defended. So you're telling me to abandon him? He's our nephew, the eldest brother's son. He has the right to inherit this family. Goel sneered maliciously. Eldest brother? He's just a deserter who fled when the family was in danger. As the argument revealed the truth, Kim Yisak realized. Ah. So this is why I'm treated like a bastard. Goel continued his venomous remarks. I guess that child is still the Saintess's son, a half-breed brought in from outside. He whispered into Relai's ear, sowing doubt. But are you sure he's his blood? When Goel uttered his final insult, Relai couldn't take it anymore and landed a devastating punch on his brother's face. Kim Yisak watched it all with amusement. That's right, brothers grow up fighting. Thanks to this, I've learned a lot of useful information. While the knights rushed to intervene, the boy had already formulated a plan. It's fortunate this family isn't united. It will be easy for me to devour them all. A wicked smile appeared on the child's face. That cursed woman's house. I will destroy everything. Whisper scoffed, suggesting its master's brain had shrunk in a child's body, and received a shouted, Shut up, from Kim Yisak. Inside the magnificent Eshua family mansion, a tense meeting was about to begin. Kim Yisak sat on the table, his face scowling as he faced those he hated. This is really annoying me, the boy thought to himself, veins throbbing on his forehead. The family meeting began with contemptuous whispers, disappointed that the eldest grandson was a useless boy. Goel Eshua angrily insulted the child's mother, claiming that someone of humble origin had no right to be a saintess. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, a powerful female voice rang out, demanding silence from everyone. That woman was Henna Eshua, the family head's second wife and interim leader, who questioned Relai. So why did you bring him here? Henna asked. And Kim Yisak realized she was the one who wanted to get rid of him. Goel immediately spoke up in his mother's defense, growling for Relai to answer. Relai ignored him, only coldly asking about the whereabouts of his father, the true family head. Henna sarcastically replied that he had gone out due to the commotion surrounding the saint candidates. What a pity, Relai replied, unable to hide his disappointment. Suddenly, an elderly butler burst in, breathlessly reporting, Young Master Isaac has revived the divine tree. Goel immediately jumped up, shouting that it was just a coincidence, a result of the family's prayers. An elder in the family also agreed, stating that a child could not have done such an extraordinary feat. Henna smirked, delivering a fatal blow. Most importantly, there's no proof. The priests present also chimed in, calling it a blessing, which only made Kim Yi-sok secretly scoff. You want proof? His small hands reached out, ready to prove everything. Before the sudden display of power, the entire room fell silent in astonishment. Kim Yi-sok unleashed a whirlwind of pure holy power, forcing the skeptics to retreat. An elder exclaimed in horror. This energy. Materializing the demonic energy into a crystal, the boy roared in his mind. It's the divine tree's energy, you bastard. Amidst the pervasive silence, Riley explained. It seems Isaac has removed the demonic energy gnawing at the divine tree. A priest couldn't believe it. How can this be? A mere infant handled it. Other elders whispered in admission. That exorcism wasn't simple at all. The tree almost died. Goel Eshua slammed the table, shouting, Nonsense. Are you saying that chunk of flesh has such power? Riley boldly declared. Isaac instinctively exorcised the demonic energy, while the boy secretly approved. That's right, uncle. He continued his attack. This child has accomplished what the Eshua family couldn't in 70 years. Goel roared, turning to the elders. We cannot believe such an absurd story, he frantically argued. If this gets out, it will make our family a laughingstock. Goel resorted to insult. Look at him. I bet he's the son of some beggar. But Kim Yi-sok merely picked his ear in boredom. Riley Eshua placed his hand on his chest, solemnly declaring, Elders, this child will one day become a saint. He picked up Kim Yi-sok, raising his voice. He might even become the Pope in the future. Overjoyed, Riley lifted his nephew into the air. And one day he will kill the Skeleton King. Which made Kim Yi-sok freeze. I take back what I just said. The name Skeleton King caused a wave of indignation, and Henna Eshua smirked maliciously. You're digging your own grave, Riley. Seizing the opportunity, she challenged. If you're so sure, let us test the boy. With a malicious glint in her eyes, Henna concluded, I will request access to the Holy Artifact Vault. In the Black Forest, northwest of the Holy Kingdom of Hela, amidst the chaotic battlefield, the head of the Eshua family sheathed his sword after clearing out the monster. He coldly uttered, What a waste of my time. A knight quickly knelt. Greetings, family head. What is it? The knight bowed and reported. The vice family head has requested permission to use the Holy Artifact Vault. Eli Eshua stated firmly. As I said, the Holy See is not permitted to set foot there. She is not asking for the Holy See. Your grandson saved the divine tree, the knight explained. So the vice family head wants to use the vault to determine if the boy is a true saint. The family head paused, his voice full of skepticism. What does that mean? He spun around, roaring furiously. Why is there a saint in my house? Eli Eshua resolutely refused. I do not accept. That place will kill anyone except a saintess candidate. Tell them not to cause a meaningless civil war. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed from behind. Let them. Matriarch Melissa Eshua appeared, her eyes sharp. It's Isaac, isn't it? She smiled meaningfully. To have saved even the divine tree. Truly a promising sprout, isn't he? And if the vault is already open, Melissa suggested, why don't we throw all the saint candidates in there too? Which horrified the knight. Madam? The knight worried. But madam, a child from another family could take the greatest holy artifact. I rather hope so, Melissa replied with a mysterious smile. She revealed her true purpose. With that holy artifact, we can even hunt down and destroy the Skeleton King once and for all. Melissa's eyes glinted slyly. In fact, we should reward whoever brings it back. She commanded, Spread the word. The child who brings back the greatest holy artifact will receive a reward that even the Pope cannot bestow. Melissa concluded her promise. Not only will they be granted the Saintess's family heirloom, I will personally teach them the family's secret techniques. Melissa Eshua gave a calculating smile, declaring, I will give everything to the child who succeeds. The Eshua family's vault, repository of millennia-old holy artifacts and secret techniques, was once again revealed. It was once a place where Saintess candidates' birthday rituals were held, their fates determined by the items they brought back. But the price was too high. Countless lives perished, forcing the vault to be sealed permanently. Amidst the silent space, an eerie voice echoed. But I wonder, Whisper teased its master, will you be able to retrieve the treasure and return safely? Which made Kim Yi-sok secretly annoyed at being cut off. But aren't you also very excited? Whisper continued, and Kim Yi-sok couldn't help but admit it. Joy erupted in the boy's mind. They said the Skeleton King's body is in the vault. A young knight approached, his voice full of excitement. Are you excited, young master? He lifted Kim Yi-sok up, announcing, the matriarch has opened the vault for all saint candidates. The descendants of all 5 great families will gather, but I'm sure young Master Isaac will win, the knight asserted. Kim Yi-sok smirked, a perfect plan flashing through his mind. The more the merrier, Chaos will be the perfect cover for me. Suddenly, Relai Eshua appeared, holding his nephew upside down and warning. But you must be careful, Isaac. Demons captured in war are guarding the vault, he revealed, shocking the knight. Kim Yisak remained confident. If they were captured, they can only be rank 6 or below. The boy calculated. Just a little intimidation will do, but Relai poured cold water on that confidence. The knight screamed in horror upon hearing about the rank 8 demon and rank 9 dragon, while Relai merely confirmed it nonchalantly. Kim Yisak was utterly speechless, cursing inwardly. The Eshua family is truly insane. Who locks up dragons in a place for infant rituals? Whisper tried to comfort him. With your knowledge of dragons, then abruptly stopped. Kim Yisak trembled, his mind screaming, damn it. Dragons are dangerous in a completely different way. Memories flooded back. He recalled having once deceived about 70 ferocious dragons. The boy was utterly terrified, worried his soul would be recognized, while Whisper saw it as an opportunity. With no other choice, Kim Yisak decided he had to act immediately. He calculated, the vault has rank 8 demons and a rank 9 dragon, while I can only handle rank 6. A bold plan emerged. Sneak into the family's spoils vault and steal all the mana cores. The target was clear, the magnificent annex of the Eshua family. The solemn door to the repository of knowledge and power was right before him. Kim Yisak, along with Whisper, successfully infiltrated, holding an ancient book. Whisper asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? The boy froze, looking at the book title Holy Arts. 10 Ways to Disintegrate the Skeleton King with a face as if he were about to be exorcised. Damn it! You should have taught me how to use holy power first, he screamed in silence. The thought of using mind control magic had just flashed when Whisper extinguished it. Do you want to destroy this entire family? Kim Yisak sighed, admitting, I can't grasp it with mere theory. Suddenly, a warm hand lifted him, and a voice rang out, You look tired. Relai Eshua held the child in his arms, assuming he had a tough day, while Kim Yisak only thought of sleep. As Relai carried the boy away, a curious knight picked up the book left on the floor. Relai gently placed his hand on Kim Yisak's forehead, a simple gesture of concern, but from it, a surge of holy power poured out, enveloping the boy in astonishment. Oh, a holy art. From his crib, Kim Yisak excitedly cheered. Amazing. Use a few more attack moves, uncle. The boy secretly calculated. He couldn't let these two stay here too long. The target was still that building. To get rid of them, he suddenly lay face down, pretending to be fast asleep. Relai and the knight were completely fooled, praising, What a wonderful child. As both decided to leave, Whisper scoffed at their naivety, but Relai unexpectedly ordered, This totem is dangerous, you keep it, which stunned Kim Yisak. He instructed the knight to safely store Isaac's first masterpiece, while the boy silently screamed. Despairingly watching his totem being taken away, Kim Yisak realized his mana source had vanished, but he quickly regained his composure, deciding to shift his target to mana cores. The boy began his escape journey from the crib, despite Whisper grumbling about his snail's pace. I have a plan, just open the door, Kim Yisak confidently ordered Whisper. Just then, the room door slammed shut, causing the boy to tumble head over heels from the railing. Kim Yisak lay sprawled on the floor, realizing his uncle had locked the door with holy magic. He wanted to break the door, but Whisper warned that it would cause a commotion and attract attention. Helpless, Kim Yisak could only lightly punch the door, feeling like he was about to go crazy. He couldn't use magic for fear of making things worse, leaving only brute force. Gathering all his nascent strength, he tried to push the door in vain. How do I get out of here? Suddenly, the door opened from the outside, causing Kim Yisak to lose his balance and fall forward. Before him was an unfamiliar boy with a bandaged hand, looking down in astonishment. A boy looked down disdainfully. Just a child who can't even walk yet. Kim Yisak thought to himself, Is this thing my rival? While Whisper growled, How dare it hurt my master? The boy named Shuri clenched his bandaged hand, unable to believe. There's no way that kid created a totem that even a genius like me couldn't make. In a fleeting memory, Goel Eshua had tested Kim Yisak with a holy light orb. Back in the present, Shuri Eshua declared ambitiously, surrounded by holy power. I will be the one to become a saint. You dare steal my position, Shuri yelled as Kim Yisak clung to his leg, causing a milk bottle to fall. Shuri tripped over the bottle and fell flat on his face, while Kim Yisak laughed gleefully, thinking, You'll escape the cursed Eshua family. With a triumphant look, Kim Yisak pointed at the boy lying sprawled. I've found my ride. Do you know who I am? Shuri angrily yelled, while Kim Yisak realized, he looks exactly like that uncle. He must be his son. And I saw you gathering holy power to attack me, you bastard, Kim Yisak thought, raising the milk bottle. The boy threw the bottle straight at Shuri, growling, You deserve a beating. Whisper cheered, Nice throw, master. while Kim Yi-sok imperiously ordered, "You arrogant brat, become my ride." Humiliated, Shuri clutched his head in pain as holy power began to erupt. "You little brat!" Shuri yelled, erecting a holy light shield to block the incoming bottle. Kim Yi-sok merely watched curiously, hearing Shuri's smug voice in his head. Surprised? I'm the only one at this age who can use level 3 defensive holy magic. With a sinister smile, Shuri warned, "Don't be surprised yet." He cast level 3 offensive holy magic, holy light, and a giant magic circle appeared beneath his feet. "Take this." Shuri unleashed 2 beams of light, but Kim Yi-sok merely nonchalantly assessed, "This looks tasty." The boy smiled contentedly, thinking, "Thanks for the meal." Shuri froze as he saw his attack blocked by a colossal surge of energy. He screamed in panic. What kind of massive defensive holy magic is this? In stark contrast to that horror, Kim Yi-sok grinned excitedly. The boy thought to himself, "Haha, thanks for the show." Overwhelmed by his own power, Shuri cried out, "No way." Kim Yi-sok pointed at his opponent, uttering a brief provocation. "Wait." Shuri tried to resist in vain. The energy dissipated, and Whisper emerged from the shadows behind its master. Whisper anxiously asked about killing, but Kim Yi-sok merely thought nonchalantly, "Killing what?" Realizing he was unharmed, Shuri looked bewildered. "Huh?" A surge of embarrassment flared, and Shuri snapped, "If you can't hit me, don't scare me like that." While swaggering, he suddenly froze at a menacing voice. "You dare!" Shuri's eyes widened in horror, cold sweat pouring down. A colossal shadow entity materialized, roaring, "Attack, my king!" It grabbed Shuri's leg as he tried to flee, growling, "Do you want to die?" Shuri completely collapsed, only able to stammer in utter terror. Amidst the scene, Kim Yi-sok gently patted the shadow monster's hand. The boy casually sat on his new minion's shoulder, silently asking, "What are you doing?" With a sinister smile, Kim Yi-sok ordered, "Carry me, you bastard." "My name is Shuri Eshua," a young yet resolute voice echoed in the night. The boy declared himself destined to be a saint. With clenched fists, Shuri vowed to escape this corrupt family and become the Pope. But then, a grand plan suddenly halted, because a baby suddenly jumped onto his back, turning him into an unwilling mode of transport. "To the annex!" Kim Yi-sok yelled, while Shuri could only scream in despair. A shadowy entity appeared, its voice cold as ice. "Keep moving, or I'll tear you apart, you lowly human." Trapped between the demonic baby and the terrifying shadow, Shuri had no choice. The boy pushed aside his ambitions, sobbing to himself, "Just focus on surviving first. Someone save me." Under the moonlight, Shuri carried Kim Yi-sok across the garden, following the baby's babbling commands. "Left, I said left," Kim Yi-sok shrieked, pointing the way imperiously. "Do you want to die? Go the right way," the baby snapped, making Shuri break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Shuri froze, his feet rooted to the spot. He looked up with a pale face, whispering, "Wait, this place is..." It was the second annex of the Eshua mansion, a cursed place, also known as the Haunted House. "Why did this crazy kid drag me here?" Shuri panicked, recalling the master's warning about this forbidden place. Contrary to Shuri's fear, Kim Yi-sok flashed a sly smile. "Oh my, there must be at least a few thousand here." The old building exuded a dense magical aura, the result of decades of accumulation from resentful spirits. "Let's go, you brat," Kim Yi-sok urged, but Shuri firmly shook his head. "No, we can't go in there." The shadowy entity reappeared, its voice crushing all hope of resistance. "Shut up and go, you damn dog." Inside the abandoned annex, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. Shuri's heavy footsteps and sniffles echoed through the dark corridor. "It's even messier inside than I thought," Kim Yi-sok mused, ignoring the horrified expression of the one carrying him. The boy's crimson eyes swept across the space, searching for the source of dark energy. Suddenly, he noticed a large sealed door. "Wait, isn't that?" Whisper appeared and reported, "Master, the entire building has been sealed." "Hey, let's go back," Shuri panted, his fear reaching its peak. The plea was met with a painful tug on his hair. "What now?" Shuri yelled. As he complained, he suddenly stopped before a row of old portraits. "Former family heads?" Shuri whispered, unaware he had stepped into a trap. Kim Yi-sok scoffed. "Among other things, you're aiming for the family head position too? Don't even dream about it," the boy declared. "That position will be mine." With that, he slammed his milk bottle directly into a portrait, shattering the magical barrier. Shuri was stunned, his eyes wide at the unbelievable sight. "Ancestral paintings!" he wailed in despair as he was thrown far away. Kim Yi-sok merely thought nonchalantly, "Then don't put a barrier on the paintings in the first place." "The barrier has been broken, Master," Whisper confirmed, and Kim Yi-sok cheered. "I did it!" Without giving Shuri time to recover, the boy urged him into the newly opened passage. "You psycho!" Don't just break things and run, Shuri yelled as he was dragged towards the darkness. Kim Yi-sok only responded with excited babbling, rushing straight into the secret passage. Kim Yi-sok cheered upon discovering a secret room filled with magical energy. Whisper, close the door. The boy ordered his invisible subordinate, determined to monopolize the place. Shuri Eshua desperately rushed forward, yelling, Hey, wait! What are you going to do now? With a smirk, Kim Yi-sok retorted, A kid like you doesn't need to know, before the door slammed shut. Inside, the boy calmly sat down, preparing for the important ritual. It's time to begin. A surge of blue magical energy began to swirl around his body. Outside, Shuri frantically pounded on the door. Hey, come out now, or I'll tell on you. The boy continued to threaten helplessly. I'll tell the adults to kick you out. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind. Shuri, making the boy freeze. An authoritative white-haired man appeared, lifting Shuri into the air and questioning. Why are you here? Shuri quickly tried to confess, but an old woman roared, cutting him off. What is this, Shuri? We forbade entry to the annex. At the old woman's accusation, Shuri could only ask blankly. Huh? The accusation continued, based on many people having seen Shuri carrying Isaac here. Shuri stammered his defense, but his confession of using holy magic and carrying Isaac only deepened the suspicion. The white-haired man said disappointedly, Shuri, this time you've gone too far by tormenting a baby. He grabbed Shuri's shoulder, pressing, Tell me, where did you lock Isaac up? But Shuri could only scream in denial. Just as Shuri was about to say that Isaac locked himself in, loud, violent noises suddenly erupted from behind the door. The white-haired man immediately rushed over, calling anxiously, Isaac, are you in there? He pressed his ear to the door, his face tense as he listened to the sounds coming from within. In the darkness, the play began, Kim Yi-sok's mournful sobs echoing pitifully. The elderly lady rushed over, accusing Shuri. Are you all right, Isaac? Oh dear, look how scared he is. The white-haired man picked up the victim child, remarking, I'm glad the boy is safe. He's in shock, but seems unharmed. He looked down at the child in his arms, his expression relieved yet thoughtful. Turning to Shuri, he sternly admonished, You should be ashamed of yourself, making the boy stammer in protest. But it wasn't me. I swear, it was really him. As he was carried away, Kim Yi-sok secretly smirked a sarcastic thank you towards the stunned Shuri. His innocent expression vanished, replaced by a sinister smile as the boy thought to himself, Thanks for the meal. Shuri clutched his head in agony, while the adults standing nearby were oblivious, wondering, why is the boy suddenly showing signs of elevated blood pressure? Safe in the adult's arms, Kim Yi-sok secretly assessed his spoils. I've acquired a century's worth of mana in one go. The concentrated energy glowed in his small hand as he continued to ponder. Yes, with this amount of mana, I can use that plan, he resolved, his sinister expression mistaken by the man as a lingering effect of shock. The scene shifted to a magnificent, splendid mansion bathed in sunlight, opening a new chapter. Now, Kim Yi-sok sat calmly beside a book, looking up as Relai's voice rang out. Isaac, I have someone I'd like to introduce to you. Relai Eshua appeared with a young woman in uniform, introducing, This is Ashley. From now on, she will take care of you. The woman stepped forward, solemnly introducing herself. Eshua's holy knight, Ashley Lark. She knelt on one knee before the infant, solemnly vowing, I shall serve you until my last breath, young Master Isaac. Kim Yi-sok's eyes narrowed suspiciously, wondering, did they send someone to monitor me because of that incident? He let out a babbling cry to get his new caretaker's attention. Hey, you! Then, the boy suddenly erupted in a tantrum, raising his hand and shouting loudly, I don't need you! Get lost! A terrifying dark aura emanated from the child, freezing both Ashley and Relai in astonishment. While Ashley frantically called for her superior, Kim Yi-sok merely glared at Relai with a challenging gaze. Amidst the new maid's exclamations, Kim Yi-sok only felt annoyed. Why does this family have so many crazy people? Relai Eshua smiled, calling the boy's name. And, Isaac, this is my gift, the man said, opening a box containing a simple ring. Kim Yi-sok secretly scoffed, thinking that the Eshua family had fallen so low as to use a cheap item as a birthday gift. Suddenly, Ashley Larch cried out in astonishment. Oh my, is this the Holy Maiden's treasure? Relai patted the child's head, confirming that he had received it from the elders to give to him. Kim Yi-sok's eyes flashed red, and he realized, oh, so it's the real deal. Past life memories flooded back. It was the Elder's ring that the Holy Maidens had used against him. In his small hand, the ancient holy artifact began to emit a warm glow. Kim Yi-sok smirked to himself. Currently, it can only be used once or twice, but I have a way to fix it. And then, he sensed another presence approaching. A man stood with his arms crossed from a distance, gritting his teeth with eyes burning with hatred. Kim Yi-sok glanced over, thinking to himself. That thuggish look on his face shows it's real. Relai cheerfully turned to greet him. Ah ha ha, my nephew Isaac. That man, Goel Eshua, immediately changed his demeanor, flashing a dazzling yet terrifying smile. You're always so adorable every time I see you. He leaned down and whispered into the child's ear, making Kim Yi-sok flinch in disgust. The boy could only scream in silent protest at Gol's madness, feeling that things were getting bizarre. It turned out Gol had secretly sabotaged the blessing device, and was now seething with rage seeing the treasure fall into Isaac's hands again. In a previous meeting, Relai had explained that this was a way to ensure fairness, astonishing the elderly lady. Goel had desperately pleaded, "Please let my son have it too." But it seemed unsuccessful. In a flashback, a noble lady coldly dismissed Goel's plea. "Shuri has already received the blessing, don't be greedy." Goel gnashed his teeth, resentful that his plan to seize the treasure had been ruined by a child. Back in the present, Goel approached Relai with a fake smile, criticizing his gift as trash before feigning offense. He turned to Kim Yi-sok with a cunning smile. "My dear Isaac, how can you accept such a useless item?" Goel opened a box, revealing a magnificent ring, boasting, "This is an item that has received countless blessings from the Holy See." Relai froze upon hearing Gol's sarcastic remarks, who was deliberately trying to undermine him in front of the child. Seeing Kim Yi-sok reach out, Goel triumphantly exclaimed, believing he had won. But instead, a resounding slap landed squarely on Gol's face, accompanied by the child's cruel thought, "Get lost." Kim Yi-sok snatched the box with a disgusted expression, secretly cursing the filthy thing reeking of the Pope. The boy swung his arm and mercilessly threw the expensive gift away, disregarding Gol, who was stumbling backward. The ring flew high into the air, then sank into the fountain amidst Gol's desperate scream. Relai was stunned, speechless, unable to believe that the ring, 1,000 times more precious, had been discarded, while Kim Yi-sok stood beside him, full of self-satisfaction. However, the boy happily held up the simple ring that Relai had given him, leaving him bewildered. Relai burst into happiness, emotionally calling out the name of his precious nephew who had just chosen him. While Relai and his knight cheered for Kim Yi-sok, Goel's subordinates frantically fumbled in the cold water. Kim Yi-sok secretly gloated, because he himself had used magic to make the ring heavy, and was praised endlessly by the shadow guards. He ordered his loyal subordinate, "Go retrieve it tonight," and received reluctant obedience. Looking at the miserable group, Kim Yi-sok had already planned to sell that valuable item for profit, while Goel collapsed in despair. Rage flared up. Goel clenched his fists, hating the damn brat who had humiliated him. In his office, he collapsed onto his desk in a frenzy, screaming about the enormous asset that had just been thrown into the water. Goel Eshua reassured himself, sneering, "All right, fine. It's not like he can use that elder's ring properly anyway." A knight reported that the item could only be activated after absorbing the divine power of 20 people. With a sinister smile, Goel calculated, "Let's see, probably only about 10 people will come to his first birthday, right?" The next day, at the Eshua mansion, the first birthday party officially began. Carriages and crowds of nobles bustled in, a sight far exceeding all expectations. Ashley Larch happily reported, "It's incredible, young master. There are 148 saint candidates and 4,000 nobles and their servants." She continued to list the presence of dukes, marquises, and even the emperor, but Kim Yi-sok only looked annoyed. The boy cursed inwardly. Are the gods so lazy that they're scattering saints everywhere like this? It must be. Relai Eshua was also astonished. What a surprise. I thought everyone would consider this a trap and not come. Suddenly a cheerful voice rang out from behind. There's no way they'd think that, my friend. Count Simon Regis, head of a large merchant guild, appeared and enthusiastically greeted his old friend. Relai was surprised, and Simon explained, "Of course I have to be here. Every family in the empire is buzzing about this." He burst out laughing. Everyone heard that the weaklings of the Eshua family were attending, so they all came, thinking it couldn't possibly be a trap. Simon continued, "What's more, the lady of the Eshua family offered a prize, so how could they not come?" Kim Yi-sok looked up curiously, wondering what the prize was. When Relai suspected that even the papal family would come, Simon sneered disdainfully at the arrogant Barrett family. Relai tried to stop his friend from speaking loudly, but Simon still boisterously announced that his son was also a saint candidate. "That's why you should watch your mouth," Relai whispered sternly as he gripped the doorknob. As he opened the door, Relai inwardly sighed about his rude friend, while Simon continued to prattle on behind him. "It seems. Ancient proverbs are never wrong," a voice echoed from the doorway. Relai Eshua gasped in shock. "Cardinal Barrett," the cardinal replied with a sinister smile, not bothering to hide his intentions. He thought to himself, the weakling from the Eshua family is holding a birthday. I hope he can salvage some dignity from the treasure vault. I was curious to see the face of the Eshua family's saint candidate, but I couldn't find him anywhere. His gaze stopped on the child Ashley was holding. Well, what a godsend. He placed a hand on his chest, raising his voice in a false tone. I pray the Eshua's saint candidate will bring glory to the family. A bad premonition struck Relai, making him break out in a cold sweat. Could it be? We've fallen into the Holy See's trap? He suddenly realized. The number of saint candidates suddenly surged to 148 inches the past week. The Holy See must have let all the unqualified ones through. If that rabble gets into the treasure vault, they'll tear apart the weakest opponent to seize an opportunity. They might exploit that chaos to execute an even more insidious plan. That means, Rilai concluded in horror in his mind, Isaac is in danger. It was said that the sons born into the Eshua family, apart from their outstanding appearance and family reputation, were utterly useless. But for those who coveted superior bloodlines, or those who wished to curry favor with the church that hated the Saintess's family, an Eshua child was a prime target. An order was given in the shadows. Then, let's play around a bit with that Eshua brat. No need to kill him, just make him unable to do anything. The order was relayed. Mix a drug into the boy's water, using a type of holy poison. The goal was to show the Eshua child the harsh truth of this world, to turn him into a laughingstock in front of everyone, to the horror of the other saint candidates, and to show the whole world that an Eshua child could never become a saint. But Kim Yi-sok gulped down the poisoned water with a satisfied expression. Wow, this stuff is amazing. The other candidates were stunned. A boy tremblingly asked, how many bottles has he drunk already? Kim Yi-sok inwardly screamed with delight, bring more, this little bit of poison won't kill me, as he threw the empty bottle at Shuri Eshua. Amidst the children crying in fear, the boy kept demanding more, turning the party into a nightmare. The conspirators began to panic. What's going on? He should be having diarrhea. Did we use the wrong bottle? Shuri Eshua covered his face in shame, unable to believe his eyes. Why does he keep drinking the drugged water? Bearing the family's honor, Shuri stepped forward, telling himself that a saint candidate couldn't possibly fail to recognize drugged water. He kicked the bottle out of Kim Yi-sok's hand, shouting, stop drinking, are you possessed? In response, Kim Yi-sok held out another bottle of water, completely clean. Shuri brushed it aside, unaware that Kim Yi-sok was thinking contemptuously. There's no poison in this one. The boy clung to Shuri's leg, wailing to get the poisoned water back, terrifying those around them. A blond boy frantically confessed. Mine was holy poison, making a girl next to him exclaim in horror, are you crazy? He'll die if he drinks that. Hearing holy poison, Kim Yi-sok's eyes flashed. He floated into the air and roared, give it to me! Before the dark demonic energy emanating from the boy, the other children could only discuss in astonishment. Has he really reached the realm of self-detoxification? Amidst the bewildered saint candidates, Shuri Eshua wondered, what the hell are they talking about? The boy flinched as a strange voice rang out. A white-haired youth appeared, making others mistakenly believe that Kim Yi-sok was sacrificing himself. Shuri Eshua exclaimed in horror, Kina Barit? Why is he here? It was Kina Barrett, the direct descendant of the pontiff's house, an uninvited guest. The other candidates began to whisper, why is the pontiff's house in the saintess's treasure vault? Meanwhile, Kim Yi-sok calmly drank the bottle of poison, thinking, damn it, so he's going to win. Everyone was discussing that Kina was the chosen one, even though his hair color was completely different from the Barit family tradition. Memories of previous pontiffs with messy brown hair flashed through their minds. Kina sneered. It's not strange for the pontiff's house to be in the saintess's treasure vault. He arrogantly declared, the saintess's treasure vault is the property of the pontiff's house. So I'm here to take what's rightfully mine, Kina said, then turned and walked away, leaving the crowd stunned. Kim Yi-sok merely smiled meaningfully. Indeed, he's from the pontiff's house. Suddenly, a brilliant golden holy power erupted from Kina, a strength that surpassed even bishops. I guess that's why he's Saint Candidate Zero, Kim Yi-sok muttered, despising those who were trying to embarrass the host. Kina turned back and scolded. You people are truly substandard. What do you gain by terrorizing a small child? He stepped forward, thinking that there was no way a child could control toxin immunity. Kneeling before Kim Yi-sok, Kina thought, they must be genetically stupid throughout the whole family. Then he smiled kindly, summoning holy power. Poor child. It's all right. I will heal you. While the other candidates whispered about Kina's power, Kim Yi-sok merely observed indifferently. Oh? Look at this. Kina Barit smugly enveloped the boy in holy power, thinking, he's clever, but, suddenly, Kim Yi-sok blew a puff of air directly into Kina's face. The golden holy power suddenly vanished, leaving Shuri Eshua and the others speechless. It's gone? Kina Barit was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He stared in shock at the grinning child, realizing that it was the child who had broken his holy power. A terrifying thought flashed through Kina's mind. Could it be stronger than me? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Shuri Eshua rushed to Kim Yisak's side. Kina Barit roared in anger upon seeing the Eshua family member dare to shield his target. Kim Yisak was equally defiant, clutching the bottle in his hand, his eyes full of challenge. How dare you look at me like that? Immediately, Kina grabbed Shuri's collar, lifting him up to everyone's astonishment. He looked down at both of them with contempt, wondering if the Eshua family knew who they were confronting. You think you can protect him? Kina scoffed. If it weren't for me, you would have been hit in the head with that bottle. Then he let go, feigning benevolence. It's all right, he was just startled. He's still just a child. With that, Kina turned his back and waved sarcastically. Well, good luck, you Eshua kids. He continued to hurl insults, while Shuri Eshua struggled to hold on to a growling Kim Yisak. Anyway, Kina smugly declared, the greatest treasure is mine. The Eshua family will never get their hands on the Skeleton King's remains, he asserted, then suddenly froze. Shuri Eshua could only frown in annoyance. What an unpleasant fellow. Shuri Eshua grabbed Kim Yisak, desperately yelling, What about the Skeleton King's body? Why are you doing this? The boy sobbed. The Elderess said that whoever brings back the Skeleton King's body, it will receive a special ultimate skill. Those words twisted like a knife in Kim Yisak's mind. Shuri Eshua collapsed, desperately muttering a girl's name. Meanwhile, Kim Yisak gnashed his teeth, enraged. What are you people doing with my body? In the hall, the other candidates were still whispering about the recent chaos. Kim Yisak sat alone, his gaze distant, quietly calculating his next move. He recalled his unparalleled power. I spent hundreds of years cultivating mana, reclaiming it makes rank 10 a trivial matter. But then he frowned in annoyance. How can I sneak out when all these kids are targeting it? Finally, he decided resolutely. Forget it. I'll take down anyone who gets in my way. Kim Yisak's crimson eyes flashed, and he suddenly spoke. Everyone, gather around. An elder stepped forward, announcing, We will depart soon, so listen to me carefully. As the elder began his history lecture, Kim Yisak thought, Going to lecture us again? How boring. Without bothering to listen further, the boy quietly crawled away, making Shuri Eshua panic. Huh? Hey you! Shuri Eshua yelled in vain. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling Shuri Eshua. He pointed in a panic, shouting, Elder, Isaac, he. Kim Yisak had shot off like lightning, excited. Time to try out the new holy art, I learned. The elder could only scream in horror. Not there, Isaac. That area is forbidden. If you go that way, traps will activate throughout the entire treasure vault. The elder yelled in a panic. Stop that bastard! He roared, chasing after him in vain, as the children scattered in chaos. Meanwhile, in the ballroom of the Eshua mansion, another event was unfolding. A woman worried, I hope young master is all right, while the silver-haired man beside her maintained a cold expression. A magic orb activated, and the narrator announced, We have connected to the inside of the treasure vault. I will provide live commentary through the summoned beast following the child in third place. The silver-haired man was slightly surprised to hear the news. The door to the first room has opened, and the candidates are entering. Currently in third place is Amon Aegis, a proud father cheered. That's my son. In second place is Shuri Eshua. The boy's father was startled, then quickly cheered. I'm proud of you, son. The commentator looked at the results in confusion. And, in first place, huh? It's Isaac, he exclaimed, leaving the silver-haired man and the woman accompanying him stunned. Isaac Eshua, the voice echoed as the boy rushed forward like a whirlwind with a triumphant expression. The elder desperately screamed, Please, Isaac, you can't go there. But it was too late. His own foot had stepped on a trap mechanism on the floor. Elder! Shuri Eshua screamed in horror as a surge of energy struck the elder. The entire area descended into chaos, the desperate screams of children echoing everywhere. Shuri turned and roared at the instigator. You lunatic. Why did you go in there? You're messing everything up. He helplessly watched the small figure causing disaster. Passing the trial was already hard enough. Now we have to dodge anti-intrusion traps too. Ignoring the scolding, Kim Yisak thought to himself, This must be the entrance to Chapter 2, and activated another layer of traps, leaving Shuri to only scream in helplessness. Well done, Master. Thanks to the mana core you absorbed, I've also leveled up. The shadow entity reported, but Kim Yisak only thought to himself, Good, now I can exploit you even more. Now go catch him, the boy commanded, and his shadow subordinate immediately obeyed and rushed off. Amidst the chaotic crowd, a boy exclaimed, I didn't expect it to be this difficult. The boy continued to mutter, So this is why the Saintices are so strong, leaving his friend beside him bewildered. From the crowd, a voice rang out upon seeing Shuri lifted into the air. Isn't that the Eshua kid? Another chimed in. That's right. His name is Shu or something, isn't it? leaving the understanding boy staggering in confusion. Hearing the chatter, how can he fly? It must be cheating. He could only curse silently. That's not it, you idiots. Seized tightly by the shadow entity, Shuri Eshua screamed in vain. I'm flying against my will. Put me down. Master, I've caught the informant, the entity reported as it threw Shuri face first before Kim Yi-sak. Despite the pain, Shuri still tried to warn. Stop it, you madman. Starting from the second room, you could die if you're not careful. As Shuri was explaining the purpose of the trial, Kim Yi-sak cut him off bluntly. Too noisy. The boy looked down at Shuri groaning on the floor, thinking to himself, I don't need your rambling, just explain what's in the second room. Gathering all his strength, Shuri gave a life-or-death piece of advice. When entering the second room, absolutely do not attack. What kind of nonsense is that? Kim Yi-sak wondered, and Shuri yelled. That's the only way to pass. Just wait 3 minutes until they disappear. Despite Shuri's urging, the boy only thought to himself, so it's a test of patience? How cliché. Someone has already died in there, Shuri said desperately, while Kim Yi-sak began to crawl away, replying in a childish voice. All right. Sounds easy as pie. As he crawled forward, Kim Yi-sak confidently muttered, just don't attack, right? Waiting 3 minutes is nothing. His small hand touched the gate, and a voice echoed, welcome to the Chamber of Silence. Inside the new room, engraved words continued to appear, reminding, patience is a virtue. Maintain your silence. Kim Yi-sak sat silently, listening to the proclamation. Patience will lead you to the light. While the impatient ones rushed forward, Kina Barrett and his group deliberately lagged behind. A boy in the group nervously asked, will we be okay? We're at the very back. Kina Barrett turned back with a smug smile. No need to face danger first. Just let the sacrificial lambs go ahead. Another member confidently added, those who rush ahead will surely get stuck at the entrance. Kina Barrett pointed forward. Look, a dazzling burst of light erupted, startling the blue-black-haired boy in terror. The trial has begun. Kina Barrett smirked. A brilliant yellow light exploded from the front, signaling that the first trap had been activated. The voice echoed again, do not let yourself be swayed, as Kim Yi-sak and another candidate looked at each other in fear. A blonde entity appeared with a smug smile. He spread his arms, repeating the challenge. Patience will lead you to the light. You bastard! An impatient candidate roared, charging to attack and instantly destroying the entity. The price was his body turning to dust amidst horrified screams, before Kim Yi-sak's stunned gaze. Another boy collapsed to the floor, gritting his teeth and cursing, damn it. Giant bloody tentacles emerged from the ground, while a desperate voice screamed, you fool! Kim Yi-sak grimaced, suppressing his thoughts. How can I hold back when they show off the gods' ugly faces? A cold voice echoed from the system. You have failed, those who cannot be patient. Kim Yi-sak clenched his fist, deciding to break the rules. Will face the wrath of divine punishment. The golem supervisor roared. Another boy trembled. We're screwed. We're definitely dead. While Kim Yi-sak began to accumulate magic power, red dark energy violently erupted around his small body. A lightning strike hit the giant gatekeeper directly. The brown-haired boy gasped in astonishment. What was that? The attack pierced through the core of the stone golem. Kim Yi-sak frowned, recognizing something familiar. Why is it him again? To everyone's astonishment, the supervisor collapsed into a pile of rubble. Kim Yi-sak thought with disdain. This thing? Rank 8? Are you kidding me? He was certain. This golem was created by my subordinates. Memories of the 14 demon generals, the Skeleton King's strongest subordinates, suddenly flooded back. He wondered, is it operating under the Eshua family? Or because of my presence here? Determined to find the truth, Kim Yi-sak began to crawl away, ignoring the boy calling after him. Hey, where are you going again? Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect those Eshua brats to be so useful. A hand pushed aside the dense foliage. Another group of children appeared, led by Nigel Seffet, who triumphantly declared, see, I told you an Eshua brat would know how to get through this. Nigel sneered. Thanks for taking down the gatekeeper for us. Now get out of here. We'll enter the second room first. Kim Yi-sak coldly observed the newcomers, silently assessing. Still many survivors. Nigel Seffet pointed at the boy accompanying Kim Yi-sak, sneering. I never knew the Eshua family was so cowardly. Falsely accused, the boy frantically clarified. Me? With him? Ignoring the explanation, Nigel turned to his companions, sowing doubt. You all saw this kid dodge all the traps, right? Suddenly, Nigel's eyes lit up as he spotted the ring around Kim Yi-sak's neck. Look, that's a relic. He didn't hesitate to snatch the item, asserting, it must be related to this ring. Holding up his prize, Nigel triumphantly declared, we'll be able to avoid all traps with this ring. even as the other boy secretly thought he was completely wrong. Kim Yi-sak's strange calmness made the accompanying boy suspicious. He would never let someone steal his things without fighting back. Confident of victory, Nigel ordered, "We don't need you anymore, Eshua. Step back." With a sinister smile, he declared, "The Skeleton King's corpse belongs to the Sephet family of the Red Faith, and I, Nigel Sephet, will bring it back." With that, he charged forward aggressively, but with just one step, Nigel was stunned by a blinding light erupting from the ground. A massive sea of fire engulfed the entire vanguard amidst desperate screams. Stunned by the sight, the brown-haired boy suddenly realized, Isaac, that brat. Amidst the sea of fire, Kim Yi-sak's triumphant smile appeared, and the other boy realized in horror. He deliberately lured them. The spectacle subsided, leaving only ashes and thick smoke. Kim Yi-sak casually carried his companion on his shoulder, stepping over those who had fallen into the trap to enter the second room. The boy smiled, looking at the defeated one. Thanks for your sacrifice, kid." Having cleared the obstacles, Kim Yi-sak slightly furrowed his brow, contemplating his next move. But he quickly noticed a new problem, thinking, "Why are they still following me?" As another group of survivors trailed behind, amidst the crowd, a purple-eyed boy asserted, "He definitely has divine power. After all, he comes from the Saintess's house." Meanwhile, Kim Yi-sak seemed annoyed, thinking, "I don't need their reverence." Carried on his back, Shuri Eshua desperately thought, "Run, guys. The monster on my head is scarier than any demon." The Eshua boy tried to flatter him. "If there truly is a saint among us, I believe it would be someone like you." Just then, a blonde-haired boy interjected, "Pleased to meet the youngest master of the Eshua family. I am Paris Julius, the second prince of the Julius kingdom." Kim Yi-sak immediately recognized an opportunity. "Oh? This brat might be somewhat useful." He turned to the one carrying him. Shuri Eshua asked, "Hey, Isaac." Finally, Kim Yi-sak announced, "We've arrived." Before them was the majestic gate leading to the third room. A majestic voice echoed from the orb of light. "Welcome, candidates." A winged entity emerged from the light, declaring, "The third room is the Chamber of Contemplation." The supervisor commanded, "Show your courage and determination." The following group of candidates cheered excitedly. "We should have followed him instead of Nigel. The Skeleton King's corpse is ours." The hooded supervisor clarified the rules. "The test here is simple. Defeat us and claim your glory." Kim Yi-sak narrowed his eyes, a flicker of suspicion appearing. That gatekeeper? Could it be? He smirked, certain of his deduction. "Oh, I was right." A cunning smile spread across the boy's lips. "This is going to be fun." Kim Yi-sak suddenly yelled, "Huh!" making the others jump and turn around. Shuri Eshua was stunned, then suddenly realized the truth. Isaac is right. The gatekeepers are lying. The first room was the Chamber of Selection, where Kim Yi-sak had recklessly charged ahead. The second was the Chamber of Silence, where he also showed no restraint. And the third was the Chamber of Contemplation. Kim Yi-sak deduced that the hint lay in what had happened before. Realizing something, Shuri Eshua quickly warned, "We must not attack them." Kim Yi-sak, however, pointed towards the statues, babbling a command for everyone to advance, leaving them all bewildered. Shuri Eshua reassured himself, believing that the Saintess's bloodline in Kim Yi-sak was awakening to guide them. Perhaps I misjudged him, Shuri thought, completely unaware of Kim Yi-sak's wicked smile and the orb of energy in his hand. Immediately after, Kim Yi-sak threw the orb of energy directly at one of the gatekeepers. Shuri Eshua froze, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Enveloped in evil energy, the gatekeeper roared, "You have failed!" The pronouncement echoed as it tightened its grip on the staff. A massive, glowing red energy slash swept out, terrifying the other candidates. Horrific screams rang out as several children were caught in the violent explosion. Amidst the chaotic scene, Kim Yi-sak calmly sat on another boy's back, ignoring the pleas for help. Shuri Eshua's face paled, and sweat poured down as a terrible realization dawned on him. "Hey, you crazy bastard!" he yelled, but only received Kim Yi-sak's delighted smile in return. Kim Yi-sak closed his eyes in enjoyment, thinking to himself, what a familiar sight. The gatekeepers revealed their true forms as demonic puppets, mocking the children's naivety. "Teach these brats a lesson," Kim Yi-sak laughed maniacally, while the boy carrying him could only curse under his breath in despair. Amidst the frantic screams, a terrifying explosion engulfed the entire area in a sea of fire. The two surviving candidates frantically searched. "Where are the Eshuas? They were just here." It turned out, Kim Yi-sak was gleefully sitting on Shuri Eshua's head, both enveloped by a 6th-level invisibility spell. Suddenly, a voice rang out as Second Prince Paris Julius recognized them, making Kim Yi-sak think to himself, he used the blessing at just the right time. Paris innocently thanked him. "Thanks for making me invisible too," while Kim Yi-sok simply replied, "Whatever." To show his gratitude, the prince held out his hand. "Take this," a gesture he didn't know would seal his fate. In his palm was a simple silver ring. "Is it because I'm not used to fighting demons?" Paris wondered, while Kim Yi-sok observed with calculating eye. Believing he had received a holy artifact, Paris joyfully said, "Thank you, I won't forget this," and the ring began to emit a brilliant golden light. But the joy was short-lived. The prince screamed in extreme pain as his divine power was brutally drained by the ring. Witnessing the scene, Kim Yi-sok burst out laughing, delighted to have found the juiciest prey, while his subordinate flattered him. "Of course, master!" Shuri looked up in horror at the monster sitting on his back, stammering, "Uncle, where did you find that?" Meanwhile, in another corner, a candidate shouted, "Gather around. Who can use defensive holy magic?" A brave young man stepped forward, conjured a sphere of holy light, and declared, "Get behind me." The supervisor revealed his demonic form, swung a giant scythe, and roared, "Accept your punishment. Now, attack!" Another candidate ordered, seizing the opportunity. The young man poured all his strength into unleashing a powerful stream of holy light. "Take this." However, the attack was easily neutralized, and he was thrown backward to the astonishment of his teammates. He lay motionless on the ground, causing his friend to cry out in panic. "Hey, what's going on?" In mid-air, the ring now floated with an eerie red glow, leaving a haunting question. What the hell just happened? The supervisor delivered a brutal blow, sending a candidate flying amidst the horrified screams of his teammates. However, the skeletal puppet suddenly paused, tilting its head in confusion. It floated in the air, wondering, where did all the tricked kids go tilde? Meanwhile, the shadow subordinate reported to Kim Yi-sok, "We've absorbed all the holy power on this side, now we'll move to the other." From afar, Kim Yi-sok smiled contentedly, watching his puppet sow chaos. He spoke amidst the victim's panic. "Don't feel too bad, you weaklings. That deceitful doll will stop when you fall. Better for me to take the holy power than for you to injure yourselves." As the shadow subordinate reported, "Master, I'm almost done." Another source of energy suddenly surged. A brilliant golden sphere of light formed from nothing, making the shadow creature wonder, "What is that?" The energy erupted into a dazzling pillar of light, causing Kim Yi-sok's subordinate to exclaim in terror. The two shadow creatures were mercilessly thrown away by the terrifying power. Amidst the dissipating smoke, a new figure appeared, and Kim Yi-sok whispered, "Found it." The white-haired, golden-eyed boy, ablaze in holy fire, proudly declared his identity. Isaac Eshua. Kina Barrett appeared, looking directly at the newcomer. "I was wondering where you went. So you were here." Nigel Safet was stunned, sweat pouring down. "I knew he was a genius, but this is..." A pair of gigantic, fiery, holy light wings unfurled from Isaac's back. "To summon a holy spirit at this age, it's absurd," Nigel screamed in utter panic. Kina Barrett faced Kim Yi-sok, who had returned to his original form. "I was very surprised that someone could defeat a demon." He sneered, exposing him. "Or perhaps you lured the children into a trap again, just like in the first room." Faced with Kim Yi-sok's cunning smile, those he had just saved hastily cried out, "No!" An enthusiastic saint candidate defended him. "That baby did everything for us. He even showed us the way." Witnessing the scene, Kim Yi-sok merely thought to himself, "Are these fools suffering from Stockholm Syndrome?" Kina Barrett sneered contemptuously. "Saved? Aren't you ashamed to call yourselves saint candidates?" A black-haired boy angrily retorted. "Hey, what right do you have to say that when you just hide in the back?" The group of children rallied to protect Kim Yi-sok, protesting in unison. "That's right. Isaac deserves to be a saint more than you." Meanwhile, Shuri Eshua desperately realized the truth. "No, everyone. This demonic child is draining you." In another corner, another group of survivors also secretly appreciated. "If not for them, we would have been in big trouble." Suddenly, both boys looked up in terror. A gigantic fireball descended from the sky, causing the ground to shake violently. All the survivors gathered before a large gate, whispering, "That's the gate to the third room, isn't it?" The fireball spoke with a majestic voice. "Congratulations on completing the second room. I am the final guardian of the treasure vault. Choose." Amidst the breathless children, the guardian presented an option. "You will take the treasure here and end the trial." A boy hastily tried to answer, but was stopped by a cold warning. "Or face the challenge to enter the third room? Answer carefully." Kina Barrett remained calm, as the fateful question was repeated amidst everyone's anxiety. The guardian explained clearly, "If you overcome the challenge, you will find the treasure of the third room. However, if you fail, you will die." The death sentence left all candidates stunned in horror. Only Kim Yi-sok remained calm, his shadow spirit whispering, "Master, the mana from this guardian's voice. Yes, it's a dragon. The boy concluded with sharp eyes. Then the threat of death is real. Despite the danger, a candidate resolutely shouted, I will still go to the third room. If I get the treasure there, I can become a saint. The remaining candidates echoed in unison. Me too. I'll go to the third room. The gatekeeper coldly warned, You will face death to overcome this trial. Kim Yi-sak calmly replied from Shuri's shoulder. I understand. Then, face the trial. The voice echoed as the group was pushed forward by an invisible force. The gatekeeper began to declare, To those who have gathered here to become a saint, you must face a trial. It finished, as a blinding light enveloped them all. After the teleportation, a boy grimaced, feeling dizzy. Meanwhile, Kim Yi-sak chuckled with delight as the gatekeeper announced, The final trial will be very simple. A colossal stone statue appeared, and the command was given, Worship the Lord. Another statue? A candidate exclaimed. It's a statue of the cardinal. The solemn voice explained. Only those who show reverence before the statue may enter the third room, the candidates whispered. So we just need to kneel and pray? Isn't that too simple? But for Kim Yi-sak, this was an insult. He gritted his teeth. What kind of nonsense is this? Memories of his archenemy flooded back, and he roared in his mind. You want me to kneel before this bastard? Another candidate thought more simply. It's just prayer. Let's do it. Without hesitation, the boy knelt down. He reverently clasped his hands. Your servant worships you, my Lord and God. The statue seemed to reply. You have learned well. Good. You may pass. The boy joyfully jumped up, stirring hopeful murmurs among the others. Suddenly, Shuri startled and called, Isaac? As he felt a chilling killing intent from the boy on his shoulder. While Shuri Eshua was trying to convince everyone, You guys need to pray, he was suddenly kicked straight in the stomach by Kim Yi-sak. Dragged across the floor, Kim Yi-sak stubbornly clung to Shuri's leg, inching forward defiantly. Meanwhile, Kina Barit calmly approached the statue, saying, The prayer taught by the Holy See. Watch closely, he said, then slowly placed both hands on the ground. Kina Barit knelt in a perfect posture, radiating brilliant holy light, and declared, This is the proper way to worship the Supreme Being. Witnessing the scene, the other candidates immediately cheered. I want to do it too. Me too. A boy tremblingly clasped his hands, beginning to recite the prayer. You are worthy of all glory and honor. We worship you. Crushed by an invisible pressure from the statue, he frantically cried out, No, I'll do it. The other children also hastily followed suit, frantically clasping their hands in prayer before the imposing statue. The stone statue seemed to react, a voice echoing. The voice directly addressed Kim Yi-sak. Hey kid, why aren't you kneeling? The boy merely thought disdainfully. Only a fool would kneel. The others began to whisper, Why is he doing that? Is there something wrong with his faith? Shuri Eshua furiously hissed in his mind. Hey you bastard, don't defile our family and pray now. Kina Barit smirked, secretly calculating. All of this will be recorded. Does he want to be disqualified as a saint candidate? No matter how talented, without faith, it's useless. Kina Barit casually concluded, as if he had one less rival. Kim Yi-sak looked up at the statue, his eyes burning with hatred. So what, you bastard? He roared in his mind. I'd rather die. You think I'd kneel before this thing? The statue remained silent, facing terrifying pressure. Kim Yi-sak trembled but did not back down. Then just kill me. Immediately, a terrifying surge of dark energy erupted from the statue, engulfing the entire space. The shadowy entity within the statue roared its judgment. Those who disrespect me shall die. Swallowed by rage, Kim Yi-sak roared. Damn it, just do it. Stupid statue, I'll destroy it, he yelled, while his shadowy subordinate frantically tried to stop him. Master, it's too dangerous. Without hesitation, he crushed his own subordinate in a furious blaze, whispering, Die. However, from the stone statue, a solemn voice echoed, radiating brilliant light. Excellent. Kim Yi-sak froze, staring in confusion at the charred remains in his hand. The statue declared, You have passed, young candidate. Kina Barit was utterly astonished. Wait, what are you saying? You said we needed to show reverence. Kina angrily pointed at the child. How can he pass without praying? Absurd. The voice from the statue replied, That child is the only one who showed his faith in God. Kim Yi-sak could only remain silently bewildered. Don't you understand? The statue asked, its voice full of hidden meaning. You did not kneel before God, but a statue. Kina was stunned by the naked truth. The statue continued to highlight their failure. Does your faith tell you to bow before idols? Another candidate exclaimed in shock. A statue is still an idol. The rest began to murmur in panic, realizing they had fallen into a doctrinal trap. Look at that child, the statue declared. Even when facing death, he did not lose his faith. Faith? Kim Yisak mumbled, then puffed out his chest arrogantly. Shut up. Kina Barrett gritted his teeth, unable to accept this truth. This is unacceptable, he vehemently retorted. He's just a baby. There's no way to prove his refusal to kneel was due to faith. Hearing that, Kim Yisak crossed his arms, casually nodding in agreement with his accuser. Kina yelled, delivering his final blow. And if that child has so much faith, how can he not have a holy mark? Kim Yisak flinched. Huh? Kina Barrett's questioning caused a stir, and the other candidates also realized the absurdity. How can a saint candidate not have a holy mark? Amidst the storm, Kim Yisak merely smiled smugly, as if enjoying a good play. Kina continued to press. Among everyone, he's the only one without a holy mark. Give up. Suddenly, the stone statue spoke, its voice echoing throughout the space. A saint candidate without a holy mark. Its explanation stunned everyone, including Kim Yisak. That's because he is a child. The statue calmly continued, despite everyone's confusion. A small child doesn't need to have it yet. Kina Barrett roared in anger. Absurd. Besides, you could move this whole time. Provoked, the others also spoke up, demanding their rights. If he gets in, we should get in too. Grasping the crowd's greed, the statue asked, all of you want to enter the third chamber, don't you? After a dramatic silence, the statue seemed to have made a decision. Very well, it declared, making Kim Yisak and the others cheer with joy. All of you may proceed to the third chamber. Kina Barrett was stunned, a premonition telling him something was wrong. He let them in so easily? The statue's tone suddenly turned sinister. If you truly wish to rush into the fire, like moths, then so be it. It finished. As a surge of evil magic began to emanate, the gate behind the statue slowly opened, revealing a dark, deathly abyss. The candidates stood frozen, horrified, staring at the newly opened passage. The surge of magic hit them, and Kina and the others immediately felt breathless, their bodies as if being squeezed. The statue roared. Can you feel it? The magic from the Skeleton King's body. A number of candidates collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure. What kind of magic is this? In contrast to everyone else, Kim Yisak grinned with delight as his brooch began to absorb the energy. Kim Yisak laughed gleefully, recognizing the familiar energy. That's right, it's exactly it. In his mind, he screamed with joy. My body! The Skeleton King's body is right there. His gaze was fixed on the dark gate ahead, where his original remains were hidden. I never thought I'd see it again, he mused, after I self-destructed in the divine realm. The boy suddenly panicked comically at the massive mana leaking out. Suddenly, a white-haired candidate pointed at Kim Yisak, exclaiming, Look at this child proving his faith. Look at that brave, warrior-like face. Shuri Eshua could only stay silent, cursing inwardly. Brave my ass, he's lost his mind. In the space, a brilliant fireball appeared, its voice echoing. It's not too late yet. The entity used Kim Yisak as a benchmark, warning the others. If you cannot smile in the face of death like him, then get out. Another candidate angrily screamed in helplessness, Damn it, how can we possibly get past this magic power? Two other boys cowered in fear, discussing giving up. Let's go back, we might actually die. But the white-haired boy stepped forward decisively, declaring, No, I don't need the treasures from the second chamber. He proudly announced to all the remaining people. All of us will proceed into the third chamber. Then he looked directly at the fireball, making a crazy request. And activate all the traps within it. Shuri was speechless. This crazy bastard, while the fire entity seemed amused. Oh, is that truly what you desire? The white-haired boy confidently explained. Even the genius Saintess Melissa couldn't bring back the Skeleton King's corpse. He smiled shrewdly. You must be the safety measure she left behind. The Saintess would never let children die. With a resolute gaze, he affirmed his ambition. I don't want others to say that I chose the easy path. He smirked, issuing a final challenge. Therefore, set the third chamber to its inherent difficulty. Sitting in a corner, another boy watched the scene and silently concluded about the new challenger. He's also got a few screws loose, the gatekeeper declared. If that is your wish, I shall heed it. In fact, this will make it easier to find the true saint among the candidates. While the white-haired boy smiled smugly, another candidate screamed in panic. You should have gone alone. He continued to yell in despair. Why drag all of us into this? A colossal leg slowly descended amidst the thick demonic mist. In the center of the chamber, a solitary skeletal hand rested on a stone pedestal, emanating dark magic. The other candidates collapsed, screaming terribly under the horrifying pressure. In stark contrast, Kim Yisak was excited, whispering, Wow, it's just like the demon realm. Look, master. The boy directed his gaze towards the skeletal hand, the source of everything. Whisper joyfully exclaimed, That is the master's noble body. Kim Yisak laughed gleefully. So handsome, my dear. Ah no, I mean, my body, Shuri Eshua exclaimed in shock. Is that the Skeleton King's corpse? All this demonic energy just from one hand? Kim Yi-sok secretly scoffed. Not from the hand, you fool, it's from my thumb. He continued to ponder. Is this the only fragment here? The rest are just copies. The skeletal hand continued to release a terrifying surge of energy, overwhelming everyone. And then, from the darkness, a colossal, tiger-like guardian demon began to rise. Two candidates screamed in terror. Ah, a demon. Wasn't the guardian of the second chamber the only demon? Kim Yi-sok looked down, indifferently remarking. Didn't you yourself ask to remove all safety measures in the third chamber? The guardian demon stomped its foot, roaring. Annoying pest, it roared a deadly warning. How dare you covet the king's body? Shuri Eshua panicked, pointing at the white-haired boy and yelling. Hey, it's all your fault. What are you going to do now? The white-haired boy grabbed Shuri's hand and declared, Just trust me. I'll make sure everyone here leaves with a treasure in hand. He smirked to himself. One of the 14 demon elites, the Skeleton King's most trusted subordinate, personally trained by him. The fools were captured by the Papal Institute. Facing the guardian demon, the boy confidently declared, Before, I researched and prepared a sacred art to deal with it. The treasure is mine. The white-haired boy's eyes glowed, emitting an astonishing surge of holy power. He roared an absolute command, kneel, forcing the giant guardian demon to submit to his divine might. The other candidates exclaimed in astonishment. The light of the Papal Institute, while Kim Yi-sok quietly observed from behind. Excellent. It worked, the white-haired boy thought smugly, satisfied with the result. His eyes suddenly flashed with scrutiny. All I need now is the Skeleton King's body. Is it you? The guardian demon struggled to its feet, its bloodshot eyes locked onto the white-haired boy, with seething hatred. It roared a murderous question. Are you the one who covets my king's body? At the same time, outside, the stone gate leading to the treasure vault still stood ominously. A group of nobles, led by a blonde-haired man, discussed anxiously, what's happening inside? We've even lost contact with the demon familiars. Suddenly, a breathless messenger ran up, waving a piece of paper. It's bad, he shouted the shocking news. The demon in the third chamber has been unsealed, leaving Rilai Eshua and his aides stunned. The aide turned to Rilai with a horrified expression. Rilai, isn't the demon in the third chamber one of the 14 demon elites? Rilai Eshua broke out in a cold sweat, muttering in despair. What the hell is going on? A demon elite? Everyone in the treasure vault is in danger. In another corner, a guard reported an even worse situation. What about the elders in the surveillance room? They bypassed the activated traps and have been missing ever since. That means the children are in danger. Another guard urgently shouted. There's no way the children can handle that demon. We must stop the ritual and get them out immediately. But as he rushed towards the gate, a dazzling light barrier suddenly appeared, blocking all rescue attempts. Outside the treasure vault, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, making Rilai Eshua exclaim in panic. What's happening? In another corner, Goel Eshua nervously wondered. Is the treasure vault opening? Intense holy light enveloped the entire stone gate, and Eshua Knight hastily shouted, Get back from the entrance. Demonic energy might leak out. But an elder interrupted him. The elder pointed forward in astonishment. I don't sense the demon's demonic energy. This news made another elder immediately turn to Cardinal Hooray Barrett, exclaiming, They defeated the demon elite? Well done, Kina. The guard grabbed Rilai, stammering in disbelief. One of the children inside must have done it. Rilai, could it be? Amidst the crowd, people began to speculate. It's very likely Kina Barrett, the child with the papal bloodline. The Barit retainers immediately surrounded Hooray Barit, offering congratulations, Your Eminence. No wonder he is the most favored candidate. Hooray Barit merely smiled meaningfully, replying with feigned humility. Kina worked hard. The cardinal's eyes gleamed with cunning, a grand plan taking shape. He thought to himself, Eshua, you fools. Now that the Skeleton King's body is in my hands, they will have to bow down. With a triumphant smile, Hooray Barrett concluded, Your dignity and honor are now completely gone. Just then, a cheer rang out. Look, the children have returned, making Hooray turn back confidently, while Goel's face paled with worry. Goel gritted his teeth as he recognized two familiar children among the returning group. Isaac, Shuri. From the dark gate, the figures of the children gradually emerged, carrying the prayers of those waiting. The crowd watched with bated breath as the first group of candidates emerged from the forest. A female aide sighed in relief. They're injured, but none of the wounds are serious. At least that's a relief. The two surviving children whispered to each other, asking anxiously, Where are the children who went into the third chamber? Do you think something happened? Rilai Eshua quietly stepped forward, his face pensive and heavy with worry. Cheers erupted as Rilai Eshua nervously turned around. The last of the children are coming out. A group of candidates stumbled out, led by Amon and Shuri, all exhausted and panicked. Parents rushed forward, Goel, Eshua, and Amon's father shouting their sons' names in fear. The father embraced a trembling Amon, who could only manage to say, "Father, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" The father asked urgently, while Goel and Henna Eshua had also reached Shuri. Amidst the reunion, Relai Eshua suddenly froze, sweat pouring down as he realized something. Isaac. He rushed towards the children, asking desperately, "Where is Isaac?" Suddenly, Cardinal Harry Barrett's powerful voice rang out, "Kina," making Relai turn back with a start. Harry Barrett stepped in front of Kina, his eyes sharp. "What is that in your hand?" Questioned about the Skeleton King's body, Kina could only stammer in terror. "That." Harry roared angrily. "Who told you to bring that out?" But a sphere of light suddenly flashed, cutting him off. Everyone, from the cardinal to the children, looked up at the sky, stunned by the strange phenomenon. A bespectacled cleric was the first to grasp what was happening. He pointed and shouted, "Look, over there!" In midair, a giant golden wolf appeared, and what it held in its mouth was none other than Kim Yi-seok. "Wait!" Relai shouted, trying to rush forward but was held back by a knight in shock. A close-up showed that the boy, Isaac, was not afraid. On the contrary, he wore a satisfied smile. The golden wolf landed and then ran off. Relai and the others frantically chased after it, shouting the young master's name. The aide next to Relai stammered in horror, "Young Master Relai, that wolf is the young sacred dragon." Memories flooded back. It was the mythical creature guarding the Eshua family's treasure vault. Relai confirmed in a daze, "She's right. That's the young sacred dragon guarding the treasure vault." Relai Eshua realized in shock. This energy definitely belongs to a holy dragon. Just then, a strange rustling sound echoed, making everyone turn to look. The culprit was none other than Kim Yi-seok, engrossed in sucking on something. A knight cried out in panic, "Elder, look at what Isaac is sucking on. Could that be?" The answer appeared to everyone's astonishment. "The Skeleton King's corpse?" The elder screamed in horror. "Why did you put that in your mouth?" While another priest exclaimed, "The boy brought back the Skeleton King's corpse." In another corner, Harry Barrett coldly called Kina's name. He questioned threateningly, "Did you give the Skeleton King's corpse to that child?" Harry glared at the girl, telling himself that his plan, though not perfect, but saving face for the host is a virtue a saint must possess, he said, making Relai Eshua nearby boil with rage. Suddenly the young holy dragon roared, "What nonsense are you spouting? This kid is the one who brought the Skeleton King's corpse out. You are all fools," the divine beast concluded, leaving both Harry and Kina stunned. Kina recalled the scene inside the treasury in horror. Why? In the flashback, she desperately wondered, why did the golden holy art have no effect on it? The giant guardian demon let out a savage roar. "Filthy trash!" It stood tall, its oppressive aura rendering the saint candidates completely helpless. "Die!" the demon shrieked, swinging its arm, preparing for a destructive blow. The entire group of candidates, including Kina, could only scream in despair as they were flung away by its power. A massive explosion of demonic energy engulfed everything, ending the nightmarish flashback. In the flashback, Kina Barrett woke up in shock amidst the rubble. A blue holy energy barrier was erected, shielding the terrified candidates. He looked at his hands in confusion, wondering, blue holy art? Deep down, Kina realized this power wasn't his, but belonged to the Eshua child. The guardian demon roared in fury. "Filthy priests, how dare you target the great Skeleton King's corpse?" It lunged with a devastating punch, shouting, "Die!" But a fist blazing with blue fire from Isaac's will blocked the attack. "You bastard!" A terrifying energy explosion engulfed everything as Isaac roared, "Don't you recognize your master?" Back in the present, the crowd buzzed at the young holy dragon's account, skeptical of Kina's role. Relai Eshua stepped forward, anxiously questioning the dragon about the danger. 14 elite demons are too much for the children. Why did you break the seal? The young holy dragon merely smirked meaningfully at the question. Then it suddenly pointed directly at Kina Barrett. "That white-haired child asked me to break the seal." Immediately, the other candidates unanimously accused. "He forced us into the third chamber and almost killed us all." The accusation spread like wildfire, all eyes turning to Kina, the Pope's child. Harry Barrett gritted his teeth, bitterly realizing that the Barrett child had been utterly defeated by their sworn enemy. In a corner, Relai Eshua smiled proudly, secretly praising, "You did very well, Isaac." Meanwhile, a group of elders surrounded Kim Yi-seok, trying to coax him into letting go of the bone. An elder reached out, but was easily pushed away by the boy, leaving him stunned. How is he so strong? Kim Yi-seok casually pushed an elder's hand away, thinking to himself, "This mana is delicious, I'm absorbing it so fast." Witnessing that, another elder smiled at Relai Eshua. "Isaac has truly outdone himself. The matriarch will surely be delighted." But immediately after, his smile turned sinister. Now that we have that thing, he snarled, revealing his ambition. Finally, we can hunt down the Skeleton King, find his soul with a tracking spell. Kim Yi-sak, still holding the bone in his mouth, was stunned. Huh? The boy realized the truth in horror. So this is why they wanted to bring my body out so badly? A group of elders, faces beaming, reached out to him. Give it here, Isaac. Before the demonic hands about to snatch him, Kim Yi-sak screamed in his mind. They've all gone mad. The leading elder declared he would settle the 150-year-old grudge, but Kim Yi-sak swallowed the bone right before his eyes. A loud burp echoed, leaving all the elders frozen in place. Kim Yi-sak clutched his stomach, grimacing, facing the elder's angrily pointing finger. The young holy dragon seized the opportunity, carrying its young master soaring into the sky, leaving the madmen behind. The scene shifted to a solemn hall, the atmosphere eerily silent. A masked elder questioned, "Have you found it?" and received a disappointed reply. "I don't think it's here." While the group of mages collapsed in helplessness, Kim Yi-sak calmly watched, thinking to himself, "Keep searching all day, you won't find it." The boy mused, his thoughts returning to what had happened inside the treasury. The flashback began, the Skeleton King's will roaring at an enemy. "Don't you recognize your master?" Under the overwhelming power, the giant guardian demon could only scream in pain. But then, amidst its agony, it realized in shock. This mana, could it be, Master? In the flashback, the guardian demon roared. "I thought this world would end when you died, but I knew you would return, my master." Completely subdued, it mumbled a vow of loyalty. "I must serve my master." Kinabarit furiously screamed as the memory faded. "Damn it, you should have stayed to talk. I still have so many questions." Back in the present, Kim Yi-sak mused. "They say the papal palace itself captured them. I should look into this later." The baby, who was drinking from a bottle, suddenly froze. Rilai Eshua desperately yelled, "Please poop, Isaac," while the shadow entity beside the baby burst out laughing. Amidst the sinister laughter, Rilai shouted, "Bring more laxatives, stronger ones," while Kim Yi-sak gritted his teeth, vowing to destroy this family. An elder tremblingly warned, "If the matriarch finds out about this, she might even disembowel Isaac." But Rilai only tried to reassure him. The elder continued in a panic. She once cut open her own son's side, leaving Rilai stunned. She disemboweled her own son? Kim Yi-sak wondered upon hearing the conversation. Didn't Melissa go on a pilgrimage with the family head already? He confidently planned, "I just need to absorb all the mana and escape before she returns." When a man suddenly appeared at the door, the man called out, "Rilai, come with me," causing Rilai to turn back in confusion. He delivered a shocking piece of news. "The matriarch is calling for you," leaving Kim Yi-sak stunned. Rilai Eshua stammered, "Mother's back already? She's never returned so quickly." Kim Yi-sak gnashed his teeth, fear rising. "Damn it, is it because of me?" The baby clutched his stomach, feeling the unabsorbed energy. Too dangerous. "I haven't finished processing the mana yet." Terror enveloped his mind. "Given Melissa's personality, she'll definitely cut me open." Suddenly, an astonished voice exclaimed before a mountain of sparkling gifts. "Oh my God!" The elder pointed towards the gifts, asking in bewilderment, "These things are all for Isaac?" Rilai Eshua breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought the matriarch was back," causing his companion to laugh and call him a coward. The brown-haired man chuckled, explaining that it was just a message announcing the matriarch was on her way, making Isaac grind his teeth in annoyance. Just then, a knight entered with news. "Sir, the papal palace has also sent tribute." Hearing this, an elder contemptuously spat on the ground. "Sell it to someone else like stolen goods," while the knight tried to remind him that the envoy was nearby. An envoy from the papal palace entered, declaring, "His Imperial Majesty is very concerned about this matter. I come with tribute from the papal palace as an apology and a token of gratitude, but it seems our gift is not to the Eshua family's taste. However, I'm sure this will change your minds," the envoy said, then opened the box. A dazzling light from the gift stunned Rilai and the others, while the envoy solemnly announced it would be of great help to young Master Isaac. An elder exclaimed in astonishment, "That's the Triple Crown?" Isaac looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while the shadow spirit explained it was just a cheap medal engraved with the Pope's emblem. Those around began to whisper, unable to believe the Pope would give a medal to Isaac. An elderly lady called out, "Sir Rilai." The envoy approached Rilai, extended the box, and said, "Please accept it. It belongs to young Master Isaac." Isaac thought to himself, "Why give it to my uncle if it's mine? Just give it directly to me." Rilai narrowed his eyes and pressed, "He really told you to give it to me? And not to Isaac?" The envoy replied yes with a sinister smile, confirming the order was to hand it to Sir Rilai, making Relai grit his teeth in anger. The elder couldn't hold back, grabbed the envoy's collar, and roared, "How dare you give Isaac's medal to a family member? Are you out of your mind?" He pointed directly at the envoy's face, shouting, "Don't you know what it means to give a medal to the family?" Kim Yisak was stunned as he understood the medal's deadly implication. The envoy from the papal palace still smiled falsely. "Please don't misunderstand the Holy Father's good intentions," the Eshwa elder roared, pointing directly at him. "What about the ribbon then, the sunflower medal? For fallen soldiers," Kim Yisak thought to himself, "to place in my coffin. This old pope is truly a crazy bastard." The elder gritted his teeth. "You bastards dare to openly mock us about Eshua's curse." Goel Eshua quickly intervened. "Please calm down, elder," but only received a shout in return. "How can you tell me to calm down, Goel?" Goel continued to reason, trying to extinguish the flames of conflict that could bring disaster upon the entire family. Another noble secretly gloated. "I didn't expect them to use such a despicable gift to put us in our place. It must be the old cardinal's doing." He thought to himself, "Now Relai and that brat won't be able to cause trouble anymore, which is good news for me." Goel turned to force his younger brother. "Relai, what are you waiting for? Take the gift." Despite Relai Eshua's attempts to object, "TSK, this won't do," Kim Yisak decided with annoyance to take action. Suddenly, the envoy flinched as the box in his hand began to glow with a strange blue light. Energy erupted violently, engulfing the box in a blue holy flame. The box was flung from his hand, and the envoy only managed a desperate scream. Goel Eshua watched in horror as the energy burst forth right before his eyes. A giant orb of holy fire formed in the middle of the great hall, leaving everyone speechless. Who would dare use holy fire with a medal?" the envoy stammered, trembling in fear. Before the astonished gaze of the elders, a small, fiery hand emerged from thin air. It was Kim Yisak, who flashed a mischievous smile, raising the hand that was controlling the holy flame. The envoy from the papal palace roared, questioning the Eshua family about what he considered rebellious actions. A female elder retorted scornfully, "That was done by a baby. Are you furious with an infant?" Trying to maintain his composure, the envoy declared he would pretend not to have received the gift, but Relai Eshua immediately cut him off. Cornered, the envoy's face paled. He hadn't expected the other party to be so unyielding. Relai held up the deformed medal, his voice full of sarcasm. "Must I accept this piece of trash, even if it comes from His Holiness?" Seeing the holy artifact truly melt, the envoy and the Eshua elders couldn't help but be horrified. Hastily trying to salvage the situation, the envoy reached out his hand, stammering, "Give it to me. I must have brought the wrong item." But it was too late. A stream of emerald holy fire suddenly erupted from the metal. The divine flames engulfed the envoy. His terrifying screams echoed throughout the grand hall. Meanwhile, the elders happily pinched Isaac's cheeks, completely unaware that the baby was the culprit, who was secretly cursing. "Let me go before I burn all your asses." The envoy collapsed to the floor, his body charred in extreme agony. He ran for his life, screaming curses, leaving behind the delighted laughter of the Eshua elders. An elder pointed at the medal, exclaiming, "Well done, Isaac. Get rid of that troublesome thing right away." He laughed heartily, gloating that he had put the papal family's hound in its place. However, they inexplicably turned to praise Relai. "Well done, Relai. Using holy fire was an excellent move," leaving him completely bewildered. The elder patted Relai's shoulder, asserting, "Don't pretend anymore. You were the one who cast the holy art on Isaac." Relai was utterly confused, pointing to himself. "Didn't the elders do it?" That question made all three elders freeze, looking at each other with bewildered expressions. A small argument broke out, no one claiming to have cast the holy art, and an unbelievable truth began to surface. All of them simultaneously turned around, their horrified gazes fixed in one direction, realizing that the holy art had not been cast by any of them. All eyes turned to Kim Yisak, suspecting that the baby was the one who had cast the holy art. That power came from the secret skill record, a mythical artifact that allowed one to instantly learn and use a secret art. Kim Yisak thought to himself, "Good thing I took it from the treasure vault. Even if it's weaker than during the Skeleton King's era, it's still usable." The elders still didn't believe it. One guessed, could it be Isaac's mother? But another dismissed it. "His mother doesn't have fire attributes." A long-bearded elder roared. "This is a completely different level of talent. Even Saintess Melissa had to learn to read before using holy magic." Suddenly, a female assistant spoke up. "Elders! The fact that the baby managed to dispel the Pope's blessing is even more astonishing." Two elders' eyes lit up, praising in unison. "That's right, you have a good eye." The long-bearded elder hastily ordered, "Bring the medal here. I need to confirm." A young knight immediately complied, but upon opening the box, the knight reported in confusion, "It's not here." The elder was stunned, What? While he was still muttering, it was clearly there. Relai Eshua calmly replied. I threw it away. Relai added a sentence that silenced everyone. But the elders themselves told me to throw it away. The elder frantically pointed. No. Even so, that's unacceptable. Hey, send someone to find it and bring it back immediately. Riley just chuckled inwardly, the horrifying truth appearing in his mind. The baby melted the Pope's metal, which was supposed to be resistant to all flames. He clenched his fist, determined to hide it. I can't let the family head know about this. A wicked smile spread across Rilai's lips. Without proof, it's just a rumor. A few days later, in the western region of the Eshua Duchy, black cloaks with blue trim fluttered in the wind, signaling the arrival of a powerful figure. Family head Eli Eshua, with a pensive expression, was leading his troops, gliding across the water. He turned back and urged, The mansion is almost here. Stay focused until the very end. The knights replied in unison, Yes, family head. Suddenly, Eli paused, his gaze fixed on a distant point. Eli Eshua, the head of the Eshua family, sensed something unusual, and his eyes narrowed. Is it? The magnificent family mansion appeared under the dazzling sunlight. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, the elders were steeped in despair, one exclaiming, Why? Kim Yisak, sitting amidst a mountain of milk bottles, patted his belly contentedly, thinking to himself, Why won't the Skeleton King's body come out? Thanks, that was truly nourishing. The elders collapsed, realizing that hundreds of bottles of laxatives and precious sylvan fruits only made the baby burp contentedly. The baby smirked, calculating. Increasing affinity with divine beasts is good. I'll need them to crush those gods and the Pope anyway. No sooner had he finished speaking, a giant energy tail swept past behind him. I'm sure the Eshua family has their own divine beast. Kim Yisak flinched, turning back in horror at the sudden presence. The Eshua family's guardian divine beast, Taranbloom, manifested in a majestic stream of holy light. The baby broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, Wait, maybe we should go to the party first? Just then, Eli Eshua suddenly burst in, a knight frantically shouting, Family head! All the elders and Relai immediately bowed respectfully as the family head strode into the room. Kim Yisak secretly assessed. So this is the head of the Eshua family, and my grandfather? The baby sensed a familiar energy and had a good feeling about this man. Relai Eshua hastily blocked his father's path, pleading, Father, please give us time. Cutting open Isaac won't do any good. But Eli Eshua merely coldly swept past his son, not even sparing a glance. He pointed directly at Kim Yisak, his eyes blazing, his cruel voice ringing out, Burn it! Relai Eshua cried out in despair, No, father! While Kim Yisak froze, his inner self screaming as his plan fell apart. The baby gnashed his teeth, hearing Relai plead. The baby is still too young to be burned. Wondering what twisted logic was at play, another noble also rushed to intervene. I agree. That reward is too much for the baby, making Kim Yisak want to scream. Burning someone is a reward. Kim Yisak wondered blankly. A blessing? Unable to grasp the logic of being burned alive as a reward. Meanwhile, Relai Eshua pleaded desperately, But please give us more time. Or, we could disembowel it instead. He continued in a panic. Or rather, please drown Isaac in water instead, Relai suggested, making Kim Yisak want to scream. This crazy family. Just collapse already. Goel Eshua coldly dismissed. No. The temple's fire and water are secret techniques used to raise saintacy. We cannot use them on an infant with no abilities, Goel asserted, making Kim Yisak realize. Oh? It seems that's a good thing, Goel continued. Shuri is more suited for the blessing, but Rilai roared. Isaac was the one who defeated the demon. The holy dragon confirmed it. The dragon must have been mistaken, Goel sneered. Don't be absurd, Relai yelled back. Relai played his trump card. Furthermore, Isaac burned the Pope's medal with holy fire. Goel immediately retorted, Who knows? Perhaps you conspired with the elders. Goel was about to add, More importantly, there's no proof. Suddenly, Eli Eshua held up a melted golden object. When you say metal, are you referring to this? It was the sacred gold, a holy relic blessed by the Pope himself, the only one connected to God. Kim Yisak was stunned, his inner thoughts raging. Even as the Skeleton King, it wouldn't be easy for me to melt it, so how is this possible? The boy began to wonder. Could it be that I've become even stronger after reincarnating in this body? Goel stammered. How? How did you find it? Eli calmly replied. I picked it up from the bottom of Lake Eliseva. Seizing the opportunity, Relai turned to his father. Look, father, the boy can burn the Pope's symbol, proving that the Eshua family can gain the upper hand. Relai and an elder were excited. The boy will be able to resist the Skeleton King's fire. He was born to hunt the Skeleton King. They continued to discuss recent losses caused by the Skeleton King, leaving Kim Yi-sok completely bewildered. Huh? A voice echoed in his mind. They're saying it again. It seems someone is truly impersonating you, Master. The shadow entity continued with a shocking revelation. Indeed. That happened 70 years ago, a knight reported in a panic. The Skeleton King has appeared in the Eshua mansion to spread his curse. Kim Yi-sok was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The knight continued in a rage. He attacked us, declaring he would eradicate the Saintess's bloodline. In his mind, Kim Yi-sok calculated, if it was 70 years ago, it couldn't have been me, because I died 100 years ago. The boy smirked confidently, thinking to himself that a petty demon's curse was child's play to him. The knight described the terrible effects of the curse to the terrified elders, from impotence to baldness. Kim Yi-sok gnashed his teeth, both angry at the impostor and disdainful of the ridiculous hair loss curse. Just then, family head Eli Eshua appeared, his sharp gaze fixed on the child. He coldly declared, given that he has red eyes, he must be affected by the curse. Eli Eshua rejected the old purification methods. Fire and water are too weak, shocking the elders. Then he made a shocking decision. I will bestow a Holy Spirit upon him. Kim Yi-sok was stunned, his eyes wide at the unexpected news. A Holy Spirit. He recalled that it was the ultimate grace, a shortcut to transcendent power that even the gods coveted. A cunning smile appeared, and Kim Yi-sok was overjoyed. Jackpot! I'll give those damn gods a good beating. Goel Eshua, the fifth son, rushed out to vehemently object. A Holy Spirit? That's too much for him, father. He angrily questioned. Holy Spirits are only for those who have achieved merit. But what has he done for our family? Goel continued to disparage. Even if he burned the metal, he only angered the papal family, making Kim Yi-sok visibly dejected. Eli Eshua coldly interrupted. Tell me, Goel, what did you do when the papal family sent us that humiliating gift? The dagger-sharp question left Goel speechless. The family head roared, his eyes blazing. They dared to cause trouble right on Eshua land, yet you let them go and now you're defending them? Questioned by his father, Goel Eshua was speechless. Besides criticizing my nephew, what have you done? You're even trying to take away his lifeline. Family head Eli's gaze was sharp. Even beasts protect their young in the pack, let alone Eshua, a family that protects even the smallest things. He declared grandly, while Isaac was inwardly gloating. The smallest one we had to protect, on the contrary, protected our family's pride. Is that not glory? Before the stern verdict, Goel collapsed to the floor, and the order was given. Gather everyone in the house at the main building. Standing before the entire family, Eli Eshua declared grandly, we will bestow a blessing upon Isaac. A few days later, at the magnificent Eshua mansion, Eli Eshua hurriedly followed his father, his heart full of worry. Father, aren't you simply going to bestow a Holy Spirit upon him? What do you mean? Eli gravely explained. Don't you understand? The boy will be crippled if I use the temple's fire or water to purify the Skeleton King's body. The holy power of fire and water is too intense. They would destroy everything demonic, making Isaac unable to learn exorcism. He concluded coldly, if so, the boy will never surpass level 5, stuck at level 4 his entire life. Instead, Eli offered another choice. I will let Isaac choose between fire, water, and a Holy Spirit. A family member sneered. So it's a test. I knew it. He would never give away a Holy Spirit so easily. Before Isaac, 3 energy orbs hovered, and the family head commanded, choose one. Isaac. Eli Eshua held his breath and prayed, the energy of fire, of water, and of the Holy Spirit. Isaac, please choose the white orb. The entire room fell silent, watching the child's small hand make a fateful decision. And then, to everyone's astonishment, that hand grasped the red fire orb. Isaac raised his prize high and let out a cheer of excitement. The one who had just scoffed turned to his disappointed companion. Don't be so disheartened. He was about to add, level 4 is enough for an Eshua child to bring glory to the family, when both were startled by a dazzling flash of light. The fire orb in Isaac's hand began to crack, releasing an uncontrollable surge of energy. The holy flame suddenly erupted violently, terrifying the elders. What? Is this the temple's flame? From within the sea of fire, a graceful figure with cracked skin gradually emerged. Eli Eshua was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. No way, that's... A powerful Holy Spirit had been unleashed from the gem. Even Patriarch Eli Eshua was repelled by its power in astonishment. Goel frantically questioned his father, but only received a cold reply. Stop making a fuss, Goel. I never said there was only one spirit among them, Eli casually revealed. Stunning Goel, he explained. The Eshua's foundation is water, but the boy used fire to melt the papal gold. I set a trap, and he chose the right answer. Shalak gritted her teeth, her initial composure turning into fury. However, This is unexpected, she roared, her eyes burning with hatred. Eli Eshua, you must have lost your mind. How dare you summon me, a king, to the mortal realm? Her overwhelming aura made the elders tremble. Killing intent emanated from her bloodshot eyes, signaling an impending rampage. A wave of furious fire swept through the great hall, blowing everyone away. Amidst the chaos, the elders cried out in despair. Erect a holy defense spell, Goel shouted at his father amidst the sea of fire. Father, are you trying to burn down our domain? I didn't summon it. Eli calmly replied, then pointed towards the table. That boy did. His words stunned Goel speechless. Eli wore a meaningful and amused smile. That boy. Meanwhile, the culprit, Isaac, could only break out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I might actually die here. Amidst the chaotic sea of fire, the fire spirit hovered majestically, while Eli Eshua merely observed thoughtfully. Isaac panicked. I only meant to summon a mid-tier spirit. How did it turn out to be king tier? The boy broke out in a cold sweat as a crazy thought crossed his mind. What if I use all my holy power? The shadow entity beside him realized. Magic, resistant flame, that's it. A flame capable of transforming mana into holy power. The shadow entity excitedly said, Master, it will be very helpful. But Isaac only replied, That's true, but how can I make someone like this obey? He thought to himself as the fire spirit blew away the entire great hall. The boy nervously crossed his arms, because a king-tier spirit was surely connected to the divine realm, which he wanted to avoid. The shadow entity desperately prayed, O heavens, Patriarch, please send them back quickly. An elder shouted in horror. That's the mad Holy Spirit with whom the gods themselves severed ties. Eli stroked his chin, recalling the ridiculous reason. They criticized its hair color? How petty. Silence, you lowly humans, Shalak roared, launching a burst of fire towards the elder. She turned to question Eli, but he merely calmly replied, I am not the one who summoned you. While Shalak was still bewildered, Eli coldly pointed towards the infant. He did it. Singled out, Isaac could only force a clumsy grin. Are you insane? You sacrificed a baby to summon me? Shalak roared, but Eli maintained his calm expression. She continued to criticize. Your family may be in decline, but how could you do that to a child? Immediately, Isaac began to wave his hands and babble nonsense, perfectly playing the role of an infant. But in the boy's mind, a vicious plan had formed. Strong and hates the divine. I'll definitely make you mine. All right, I'll confirm it myself, Shalak roared. If he truly is my summoner, he must withstand this attack. A gigantic fireball shot straight towards Isaac, who was still sitting there with an innocent expression. Isaac! Eli Eshua shouted, desperately holding out his hand like a hopeless shield. That's right, Shalak sneered. I'd rather put you to rest myself. Amidst the smoke and scorched ground, Isaac suddenly began to babble, completely unharmed. Eli Eshua coldly declared, Now you should be convinced. This infant is your summoner. He issued an ultimatum. Form a contract with him, or break the contract and receive the penalty. Shalak gritted her teeth, fury flaring in her golden eyes. Ha, penalty, she scoffed. I'll take this opportunity to destroy the Eshua lands and enjoy my freedom. She pointed directly at the patriarch. Just sit there and watch these lands be engulfed in flames. You stupid whale of. Her insult was abruptly cut off. Isaac had grabbed the fire spirit's leg, who had now shrunk into a doll. Isaac, that's not food. Eli Eshua and the others rushed over in a panic. This time, Shalak was frozen stiff, as she realized the horrifying implication of their warning. You crazy bastards! How did you raise this child? She shrieked as Isaac happily gnawed on her. Just you wait, she struggled. I'll retreat for now, but I'll definitely repay this humiliation. Oh, so you're trying to teleport now? Isaac thought to himself, his eyes flashing red. See you later, you stupid bitches. Shalak shrieked one last time before vanishing in a flash of light. The room fell into a deathly silence, everyone frozen in place, stunned by what had just happened. Isaac innocently gnawed on the fire spirit doll, while his dark self whispered, Oh no, that's too bad, isn't it? Trapped in her tiny form, Shalak realized in a panic that she couldn't teleport away. The Skeleton King's demonic energy was like a fiery red shackle, tightening around her, nullifying all magic. An Eshua elder cried out in alarm, Hey, what the hell is this? This is demonic energy, Eli Eshua calmly explained. Ah, it's because he swallowed the Skeleton King's finger, ignoring his son's horrified gaze. In a fleeting flashback, the fire spirit reminded herself of her fatal weakness. As an embodiment of holy light, she was extremely vulnerable to demonic energy. Damn it, my power is disappearing, she groaned, a wave of nausea rising as the demonic energy invaded her. Goel Eshua desperately pleaded, Please stop it. But Eli coldly replied, "Oh no, I'm sorry about that." Another family member questioned, "Say that again? You're the one who always rushes in first whenever the Skeleton King is involved." Seizing the opportunity, Eli made a condition. "You shall remain in my grandson's body, and purify all of the Skeleton King's mana. Then I will let you go." Faced with the fire spirit's fury, Eli threatened, "Then I suppose I'll let you be devoured." "You lunatics, this is why I hate you," she screamed in helplessness. "I would have cut all ties if this weren't the Saintess's family." At this point, she gritted her teeth and accepted. "Damn it, I'll use this child to mess with that damned Skeleton King." Suddenly, Kim Yi-sok squeezed her tightly, a voice echoing in her mind. "Damned what? Say that again." Terrified, the fire spirit quickly made an offer. 4 more days. Imprison this guy with me for exactly 4 days. Eli pondered. I had hoped for more than 4 days. Then he loudly ordered, "Open the east castle gates. Take Isaac and the spirit there. No one is to enter until the purification is complete." Goel Eshua frantically protested, "Father, but the east castle," but was cut off by his father with a single word, "Enough." With a cold gaze, Eli Eshua ended the argument. "I will not hear any objection." To the elder's astonishment, Kim Yi-sak gleefully gnawed on the fire spirit like a toy. The boy secretly cheered when he realized his place of exile was right next to a massive mana core storage. At the Eshua Mansion's East Castle, a new life began. Soon after, a violent explosion of demonic energy shook the entire building. The servants outside casually gossiped, believing the family head had abandoned the cursed child. A servant asserted, "Young Master Isaac has lost the succession battle." Another person curiously asked, "That boy, is he really cursed?" Of course, a servant was scared stiff when they secretly peeked into his room. Rumors about Isaac's appearance were fabricated. From a bald old man to a skinless skeleton, the maid suddenly remembered. Ah, the young master went in there with the spirit. 10 long years passed in a sea of fire and curses. Or was it just a feeling? In the mansion's east wing, chaos once again erupted. A female manager rushed through the hallway, followed by the maid's frantic screams. She gasped, stopping before a large door. A trembling hand grasped the doorknob. "I have arrived, Lord Isaac," she called out as she entered. With a worried expression, she looked inside the room. "My lord, are you all right?" Her answer was the sight of Kim Yi-sok sitting calmly on the floor, sucking on a lollipop. The female manager wondered, "How strong is the Skeleton King's curse that you're still this small?" While Kim Yi-sok secretly thought, "I'm intentionally keeping myself small." He told himself that a baby's body absorbed power better than anyone else, and this was the only path to reach a new realm. In a flashback, Fire Spirit Shalak writhed in pain as a supervisor inquired, "Did you sleep well, Lord Shalak?" Shalak gritted her teeth, vowing with hatred, "No matter what, I must purify that damned brat." Kim Yi-sok looked at her with a smug expression, thinking, "I was almost done yesterday," while Relai Eshua observed from afar. Shalak angrily yelled, "Hey, why do you have more mana today?" Only to receive a sneer from the boy. She desperately screamed, not understanding why, after 10 years, the Skeleton King's demonic energy within the boy continued to pour out. Kim Yi-sok gleefully revealed the secret in his mind. "Because I've been absorbing mana from the mana cores under the annex for the past 10 years, you fool." After 10 long years, he finally gathered enough mana, causing Shalak to collapse from exhaustion, while the dark entity within him rejoiced. "Without proper schooling, I can now use level 6 holy magic," he proudly declared to himself. Back in the present, the female manager reported, "It will be all right, Master. The Pope is also mobilizing forces." Kim Yi-sok turned around in surprise and asked, "The Pope?" She picked him up and explained, "They will execute all 14 demons, the Skeleton King's minions who have threatened the Empire." The female manager tried to reassure the panicking boy, but Kim Yi-sok screamed internally, "Are they crazy? I need so many things from them." She placed him in the crib, completely unaware that the boy was secretly cursing. "Those damned swindlers. I need to do something soon." Suddenly, a distant voice caught Kim Yi-sok's attention. Elsewhere, a nobleman proudly told his son, "Well done, Shuri. You are the youngest ordained priest," he continued with a satisfied smile. "I heard the princess herself will also be present at your ordination ceremony." Shuri Eshua replied humbly but confidently, "This is nothing. After all, I am your son," the proud father boasted. That's right. My son has truly grown up. You did so well because of..." But then he was stunned as Shuri Eshua vanished in a flash of blue light, leaving only a bewildered cry. "Huh? Shuri?" Elsewhere, Shuri screamed as he was thrown into the air. He crashed hard onto the floor in front of a child. Lying sprawled, Shuri looked up in horror as he heard a familiar voice. "Hey, Shuri." From the railing, Kim Yi-sok looked down menacingly. "Do you want to die?" Isaac scoffed. You still haven't given up lying, have you? Do you think getting into the academy is a big deal? This made Shuri curse inwardly. It's that crazy bastard again. All your achievements are thanks to my training, Isaac declared smugly. Shuri tried to retort. I tried my best too. Do you think it's easy to get ordained and be at the top of the class? But then had to admit, it's true. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible, Isaac muttered, calculating. Perhaps I should start preparing for that too, while Shuri explained that most holy magic could only be used after ordination. You will help me, Shuri, Isaac commanded as he flew towards a startled Shuri. Faced with Isaac's killing intent, Shuri immediately changed his attitude. How can I help you? With a sinister smile, Isaac demanded. Hand over everything you have. Shuri was stunned when he heard the detailed request. The prize money from the quiz competition, and everything Goel gave you. Everything. He could only curse the person in front of him as a devil. To change the subject, Shuri hugged Isaac and asked, By the way, what's this about the Skeleton King's subordinates being killed? Since the incident at the Holy Artifact Vault, they no longer obey orders, and it seems they're waiting to die, so they will be executed, Shuri explained, leaving Isaac stunned. Isaac turned away, resolute. There's no other way. I'll do it this year. Shuri was bewildered when he heard Isaac declare he would perform the priestly ordination ceremony. But when he innocently asked, You're not even in the academy. How can you do that? Isaac immediately punished him. Isaac questioned Shuri. Are you laughing? Making him quickly deny. No. Shuri explained that one could be ordained through a letter of recommendation, but it required achievements proving one's qualification. Called a bastard. Isaac flared up, thinking, This bastard sees right through you, kid. Shuri added that one had to save the life of a prominent figure to be recommended, making Isaac realize he only had 1 month left. Seizing the opportunity, Isaac grabbed Shuri's collar. The princess will be there, right? Receiving a hesitant reply. Yes, but, a sinister smile appeared. Isaac already had a plan. And the princess is a person of very high social standing, isn't she? At the same time, at the training grounds of Joshua Manor, another meeting was taking place. A silver-haired man coldly ordered the two guests. Leave. He crossed his arms, firmly declaring, Isaac will not go to the capital. The female teacher pleaded. Sir, he needs to attend this year's founding festival. That's where all saint candidates are ordained. The family head maintained a cold, unyielding expression. Meanwhile, the nobility still discussed Isaac's miracle from 17 years ago, even though he had been in seclusion for a decade. Words of admiration and eagerness to see Isaac grown up echoed, but were met only with the family head's exasperated sigh. The female teacher continued to persuade, expressing her lifelong wish to teach Isaac, and emphasizing that the ceremony coincided with the princess's birthday. She played her trump card. So even the Pope will be there, causing the family head to speak up for the first time. The Pope? The news that the Pope would personally bestow the hero's title left him completely stunned, a title that could multiply one's power. A golden opportunity for anyone. The family head tried to make an excuse. Isaac isn't old enough to be ordained, but the female teacher immediately retorted. What does age matter in the face of talent? Faced with the persistence of the two educators, the family head could only sigh helplessly. The female teacher cheered happily upon approval. Do as you wish. However, the Yeshua family head smirked meaningfully. However, you must take responsibility for your words. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Isaac sat smugly in the lap of a haggard-looking Shuri Yeshua. Memories of a terrifying explosion at the mansion suddenly flooded back. A stranger stood from afar, silently observing the raging fire. He muttered to himself, seemingly having identified his target. So it's over there. That person clearly knew the terrifying power that had just been unleashed. He summoned a king, Tyr Holy Spirit, a magic, resistant Holy Spirit. He also recognized the entity's identity. It's the Holy Spirit that failed to become king due to a personality disorder. A dark plan formed in the observer's mind. The papal family will go crazy for it, as they specialize in collecting holy spirits. He resolved, if I steal it and offer it, I'll secure a good position. This person had already prepared his trump card, a plant capable of neutralizing holy power. His plan was to suppress Isaac's holy power, causing the Skeleton King's demonic energy to erupt so he could reap the benefits. Back in the present, a voice echoed from outside the room. This is the room, Professor. The door opened, and the eager guests stepped in. Finally, we can meet young Master Isaac. They looked in astonishment at the child in the crib, one man remarking, his appearance hasn't changed from 10 years ago. Isaac's innocent red eyes looked up at the new arrivals. The boy grinned, thinking, welcome, my letters of recommendation. The two teachers were immediately smitten by the boy's cuteness, clutching their chests. Oh, my heart. Only the family head standing behind them was not fooled. He glared at the child and cursed inwardly. How dare you try to charm me, you cunning brat. Kim Yisak whispered, deciding to use holy power to activate the Skeleton King's demonic energy within the person holding him. The boy concentrated, screaming in his mind, "Come on, lose control." The space fell silent, without a ripple of change. Seeing his plan fail, Kim Yisak immediately feigned innocence, rubbing his head against the man's chest. Huh? Confusion was evident in his mind. Why is there no reaction? I'm sure I used enough holy power. The fire spirit on his head lost patience. Hey kid, what are you waiting for? Just kill that priest already. However, the man smiled triumphantly, thinking, a king-tier holy spirit. My chance. He clutched the handkerchief in his pocket, an item emitting a dark aura. Kim Yisak innocently took a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, but then paused when he smelled a strange scent. Don't tell me. The boy was stunned, realizing he had fallen into the trap of someone even more cunning. Immediately, the fire spirit coughed violently, and her body began to react strangely. She clutched her neck, screaming in pain as the sacred energy suddenly became chaotic. A surge of dark energy erupted from the fire spirit, leaving the nearby teachers speechless. Shalak completely lost control, screaming in utter frenzy. Those around panicked. It's out of control. Be careful, Professor. The mastermind revealed his true colors, confidently declaring, all right, now all we need to do is seize the spirit while it's insane. He crushed the magic ring in his hand, muttering, now's the time. A blazing fireball formed in the man's palm, aimed directly at the spirit. With the Sever Pain spell, a destructive surge of energy shot out, engulfing Shalak. The magic attack erupted, aimed directly at the out-of-control fire spirit. The observer feigned surprise, but a smug smile hid beneath his facade. Engulfed by the flames, Shalak let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. However, Isaac merely smiled, thinking to himself, do you really think that would work? Just then, a butler and a female manager rushed in frantically, shouting the boy's name. Isaac, young master. All right, since the audience has gathered sufficiently. This should be enough, right? Isaac thought, looking at the energy orb in his hand. The boy closed his eyes, and the chaotic demonic energy was immediately drawn towards the small crib. Dark energy surged throughout the room, forcing the witnesses to recoil in horror. A teacher stammered in astonishment. What? Young Master Isaac is absorbing the demonic energy himself? Isaac's eyes snapped open, his crimson pupils glowing with absolute confidence. The boy gently snapped his fingers, muttering, the demonic energy has been dealt with. Then, with a mischievous gesture, he signaled, you should stop too. Immediately, a pure blue sacred energy enveloped the fire spirit, extinguishing her frenzy. Blue sacred energy. Oh my God. The butler and female manager exclaimed in stunned disbelief. Hovering in midair, Shalak gradually calmed down, the destructive flames completely gone. She looked down at her body in shock, unable to comprehend what power had just subdued her. The teachers cheered. He controlled the Skeleton King's demonic energy and quelled the rampaging spirit. The butler looked at his tiny young master, his voice trembling with emotion. This is a miracle, Isaac. Thinking the boy had just spoken his first word, he teared up. You've finally spoken. I'm so proud of you. Amidst the cheers, Kim Yisak secretly found it annoying. Damn it. Why is this the important part now? Everyone cheered in utter delight, completely unaware of the boy's calculation. Meanwhile, the observer collapsed, unable to believe his failure. Damn it. How could this happen? Shalak hovered above, her voice full of sarcasm. I'm asking the same thing, loyal subordinate. She roared in anger, her eyes blazing. Who's the bastard mastermind? The man hastily clarified. Mastermind? This is a misunderstanding. I only came to meet young Master Isaac, but his lie was exposed. You're fully equipped with fire-resistant gear, both a necklace and bracelets. Say that again? A misunderstanding? Shalak declared loudly. From now on, all fire spirits will sever their ties with the priests of the papal family. She smirked. Oh, don't misunderstand, because you guessed right if you think I simply don't like your face. The observer desperately reached out. What? Please wait a moment, he screamed in panic. How can a spirit sever its ties with a priest who has made a divine covenant? Shalak coldly retorted. Forget it. Those stupid rules mean nothing. Witnessing the scene, Kim Yisak wore a satisfied smile. With a final get lost, Shalak completely crushed the observer. Leaving the defeated foe, she approached her benefactor, and Isaac. You saved me with your sacred power, and even controlled the Skeleton King's demonic energy. I will stay with you for a while and repay this favor, Shalak offered, unaware that she had fallen into the boy's trap. The teachers happily decided. Then, we will return to the Holy See to report everything that has happened here. The plan was a complete success. And Kim Yisak couldn't hide his sinister, triumphant smile. Relai Eshua arrived at the Patriarch's office with urgent news. Eli Eshua coldly announced, The Holy See has approved Isaac's ordination as a priest. Relai was stunned. That fast? Is it because the boy saved the Inquisitors and the Eshua people? He answered himself, a little forced. No, it's because he possesses a king, tier Holy Spirit. No one could possibly object. Eli continued. More importantly, I had Isaac take a knowledge test to assess his level. He held up the results with an inscrutable expression. The boy scored perfectly on all 1,600 questions, a perfect score. Relai was speechless, his face flushed with astonishment at the child's unbelievable talent. He sighed heavily. Aside from his terrible attitude, the boy has no other flaws. Eli nodded. Now we just need to confirm the results of the personality test, though it's quite meaningless. Relai suddenly remembered. Ah, the test that uses holy magic to compel the truth. Let's see. The first answer about the family made them both laugh. Conquer. It's mine. But the second answer made their smiles vanish. After becoming a priest? Behead all the gods. And the final answer made Riley crumple the paper in his hand. Destroy this entire country. Eli narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening. Only we know these results. Relai trembled as he realized. If Isaac takes this test again, he'll be executed for heresy. Eli slammed the table, making a decisive declaration. You will accept the ordination in his stead, and do not let Isaac leave the house. He stood up, his gaze sharp and cold. Prioritize home education. Meanwhile, in another room, the door creaked open. A shadowy entity hovered in the air, whispering. Master, have you decided? Of course. Isaac's voice rang out with conviction. Isaac's small hand gripped his luggage tightly, his resolve firm. With a mischievous grin, the boy hoisted his entire fortune onto his back, declaring, It's time to run away from home. The scene shifted to the magnificent Roman Imperial Academy in the capital. In the Holy Magic Department, a rumor was spreading. I heard a 10-year-old kid is being ordained as a priest this time. In the waiting room, a group of students buzzed excitedly about this crazy news, speculating that the upcoming graduation ceremony would be even more shocking. Nigel Seffett, a red-haired young master, sneered arrogantly. Just a kid who can barely walk, who does he think he is to become a priest? He scoffed. His brown-haired classmate asked in astonishment, and Nigel gleefully revealed, That kid hasn't grown an inch in 10 years, because he's cursed by the Skeleton King. Nigel turned to his silent blonde-haired friend. Don't you think so, Shuri? Another student tried to soothe. It's probably just a ceremonial ordination, which made the brown-haired friend sigh in relief. But inwardly, he cursed. That annoying bastard. I thought he'd be well-behaved for a while. Nigel still wouldn't stop, continuing to sneer. It must be great living in the Saintess's house. Even an unqualified kid gets to be a priest. The brown-haired friend couldn't take it anymore, slamming the table and roaring in his head. This bastard. He just keeps babbling. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the doorway. You're underestimating the Holy See's priests, Nigel Seffett. Immediately after, Keena Barrett stepped out of the shadows, smirking. Most importantly, the one who accepted Isaac's nomination is your father, Duke Rion Seffett. Keena looked at the stunned Nigel with contempt. I didn't realize you were stupid enough to insult your own father. Nigel furiously turned to the newcomer, yelling, Shut up, you're not even a student here. What are you doing causing trouble? The person calmly replied, I'm here because I was invited. I was invited to be an advisor and holy magic instructor for you all upon graduation, the stranger revealed, astonishing Nigel and his friends. The new instructor turned to a worried Shuri. I'm quite worried about you too, Shuri. Keena Barrett delivered another fatal blow. Since Isaac is cursed and cannot become a priest, we can only hope the Eshua family can survive until you become the patriarch. Insulted by the offer to become a servant, Shuri Eshua was speechless with rage. Keena Barrett smiled triumphantly, reminding himself to hold back, as it wasn't time to act yet. I don't need your help, Shuri growled. Brushing off the fake pity, he turned his back and walked away in resentment, with only one thought in his head. Mind your own business. In the Academy's lavish dormitory, a fit of rage was about to erupt. A book was flung to the floor, venting an unnamed frustration. Those bastards! How dare they mock me like that? Shuri roared in the empty room. He was furious. My family doesn't even care about my ordination, all because of that runaway bastard. Why did he have to cause trouble right now? A useless punk. Shuri clutched his head in despair. In his anger, he cursed. He should go bald like the Skeleton King. Immediately, a small figure emerged from the suitcase, a cold voice echoing, What did you just say? Kim Yisak appeared with a murderous expression, making Shuri panic. Hair loss? Do you want to die? I came here to be ordained as a priest, Kim Yisak calmly explained. I ran away because my uncle and the patriarch wouldn't allow it. Then the boy abruptly changed the subject, his hand gripping a strange object. Putting that aside for a moment. Kim Shuri, look at you, getting careless, aren't you? Kim Yisak raised the object in his hand, making Shuri flinch defensively. The boy's eyes blazed. How dare you let that trash from the Pope's family call you a servant? Shuri tried to explain, but it was too late. A shut up echoed along with an invisible surge of power that knocked him down. How dare that trash disrespect the Eshua family? Kim Yisak lunged, mercilessly punching and kicking Shuri. The boy roared irrationally. Eshua is mine. Only I have the right to insult and destroy them. Standing on the back of his flattened cousin, Kim Yisak solemnly declared. Remember this, well, Kim Shuri, lying slumped on the floor, Shuri Eshua desperately thought. I am the one who will burn Eshua to ashes. Oh God. Please save that bastard. Kim Yisak coldly ordered his flattened cousin. Don't overreact, get up and lead the way. With a sinister smile, the boy declared his goal. To deal with the bastards who insulted you. Shuri staggered after Kim Yisak into a luxurious dining hall where other students were gathered. The appearance of the unfamiliar child immediately drew attention. A red-haired girl remarked, Wow, his hair color is really beautiful. Kim Yisak hummed mischievously as he walked. I wonder who it could be. Then the boy shouted loudly, stirring up the entire hall. Which bastard dared to lay a hand on Eshua? The red-haired girl turned, her curious gaze directed towards the source of the sound. Shuri frantically realized Kim Yisak's target, a memory flashing in his mind. Wait, that red-haired girl. He recognized the danger. I have to stop him. The Inquisitors will get involved if he causes trouble here. The horrifying truth dawned. Moreover, that girl is Naki Sefet, Nigel's sister. A loud noise echoed as the table was heavily impacted. Shuri desperately lunged to stop him but missed miserably. Kim Yisak had already placed his foot on Naki Sefet's table, speaking provocatively. Hey, redhead. The boy stood upright on the table, pointing at the girl's face and questioning. You bullied Kim Shuri, didn't you? Naki Sefet calmly replied. I have never bullied Shuri Eshua. Nigel is the one who bullied him. Kim Yisak deliberately misinterpreted. I see. So you admit to bullying him, making Shuri behind him just clutch his head in helplessness. Suddenly, a shadow entity whispered to Kim Yisak. Master, I sense a familiar energy from this girl. A powerful aura erupted around Naki. It was the energy of one of the 5 great supreme gods. Amidst the tension, a voice rang out from another direction, addressing the boy. You must be the rumored Isaac, aren't you? Naki Sefet sneered, mocking the identities of those opposite her. A cursed child and a child of the Pope. She scoffed that the Eshua family would soon be removed from the 5 great faiths, while Kim Yisak secretly thought this girl was truly a high society type. Shuri Eshua frantically intervened. Isaac, don't get involved with that red-haired family, let's go home. But the blonde boy brushed him off. Shut up. I need to be ordained as a priest first. Naki coldly declared. You will never be ordained. Nigel will appeal to the Holy See and have it cancelled. Hearing Nigel's name, Shuri Eshua gritted his teeth, secretly cursing Naki's damned older brother. And looking at your behavior, even if Nigel does nothing, it will still be cancelled, Naki added, while her red-hooded escort standing behind her spoke. My lady, the escort whispered, asking if he should call an inquisitor, but Shuri yelled in despair, Don't! 70% of the Inquisitors are from that red-haired family. Overwhelmed with fear, Shuri grabbed Kim Yisak's clothes, trying to pull the boy away. Isaac, let's go. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, making everyone jump and turn around. A gigantic beast's foot, enveloped in dark purple demonic energy, slammed heavily onto the floor. In the middle of the hall, a colossal demon beast materialized, causing the students to scream in panic. It's a demon beast! Amidst the chaotic scene, Kim Yisak just grinned widely. Here's my insurance. Naki was stunned, wondering why a demon beast was here, while her escort immediately rushed forward to shield her. My lady, danger! Before the escort could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a devastating slap from the beast. The demon beast roared, leaping over the unconscious escort, and charged straight towards Naki. Too fast! Naki could only exclaim in horror at its terrifying speed. Just then, Kim Yisak held up a child's toy and called out, Hey Tilda! Wait Tilda! The demon beast stopped abruptly right in front of Naki, snatching the thrown toy in her astonishment. It ran towards its master, happily licking the boy's face, even as Kim Yisak grumbled, Tsk! Took you long enough to show up. Its colossal foot once again landed on the floor, asserting its overwhelming presence. The demon beast growled, dark purple energy swirling around its body. You monster! Naki Sefet screamed, while Shuri Eshua could only utter a faint cry. With commanding red eyes, Kim Yisak coldly ordered, Begone! Immediately, the fierce beast wagged its tail joyfully, darting away like a puppy. It whimpered softly, and then vanished from sight. Its disappearance left a chaotic scene, with one student sprawled on the floor in fright. The shadow entity whispered in praise. Truly, my master. Going to such lengths to summon a demon beast, just to put on a show of chasing it away. Suddenly, a squad of white-armored inquisitors burst in, their leader shouting, "Where is the demon beast?" The entire hall was in an uproar. Naki pointed in the direction the beast had just run, while the order to call the suppression squad was given. The inquisitor approached and asked, "My lady, are you all right?" leaving Shuri dumbfounded. "An inquisitor?" Shuri scooped up Kim Yi-sak, forcing a laugh as he tried to make a quick escape. "We'll be taking our leave now," but he was immediately stopped. "Halt. No one is to leave until the investigation is complete." Shuri desperately thought, "We're screwed." Trying to play along, Shuri laughed loudly. "Aha! Ahaha! We don't know anything at all." Just then, Naki suddenly shouted loudly, "Tehor, stop these unnecessary actions at once." Then she boldly declared, pointing towards the boy, "He saved my life." Carried in Shuri's arms, Kim Yi-sak could only stare blankly at this face-heel turn faster than flipping a rice paper. Naki approached, asking, "What's your name again? Isaac, right?" The girl blushed, awkwardly admitting, "My words just now were a bit harsh. I apologize," but then quickly denied it. "But it's not like I'm grateful or anything." Shuri could only sweat profusely, wondering what's wrong with this girl, while the crowd began to murmur about the boy receiving a letter of recommendation for saving someone. Amidst the crowd, an astonished escort exclaimed, "The rumors about his skills must be true," while a young girl wondered if that baby was the one her brother, Princess Charlotte Alexfrick Hella of the Holy Kingdom, had mentioned. Meanwhile, at the Eshua mansion, a voice echoed from the communication orb in Eli's office. "Good heavens, why do you insist on refusing, Blue Cardinal? Isn't it a good thing for your youngest grandson to be ordained as a priest?" Eli Eshua coldly cut him off. "Get lost," he asserted. "That is none of my concern. My grandson will be educated at the Eshua mansion until he comes of age." Eli gritted his teeth upon hearing the warning that the child's personality would become warped. "That's precisely the problem." The voice in the orb suddenly changed the subject. "I wonder if you've heard this news. A platinum-haired infant is loitering around the academy." Hearing this, Eli froze. "Isaac?" Immediately, he shouted his son's name, "Rely," making him jump and reply from the balcony, "Yes, father." Eli rushed out of the room, grabbed his son, and ordered, "We're going to the capital, right now." Reli's face was filled with bewilderment at the command to arrive before tomorrow. He tried to explain, but it takes at least a week to reach the capital. But Eli merely glanced coldly at his watch. "We have 23 hours and 48 minutes left." With a face of iron determination, the Blue Cardinal growled, "We will run." The next day, at the academy, Shuri Eshua pounded on the room door, shouting, "Hey Isaac, what are you doing?" He wailed in despair. Why would a kid with a head 1/3 the size of his body want to wear a priest's robe? "Get out now, everyone else is already inside." Then he leaned against the door, his voice full of dejection. "Clearly everyone will laugh at us. Can't you just not go?" Shuri slid down in helplessness. "I'm really done for. Please give up and go home." He turned around, extending both hands with a desperate, pleading expression. "I'm begging you." Shuri Eshua froze, his face paling with extreme horror. In contrast, Kim Yi-sak smirked mischievously. You, let's go, Kim Shuri." On the final night of the festival, at the ordination ceremony banquet hall, a solemn atmosphere prevailed. The candidates were seated at the tables, whispers echoing throughout the hall. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking everyone to stand, making Shuri jump in alarm. Decisive footsteps echoed, signaling the arrival of important figures. The 5 patriarchs of the powerful 5 great families strode into the hall. Among them, Goel Eshua, the family's successor-to-be, adjusted his collar with a smug expression. He thought to himself, "And I will be the next patriarch of Eshua, Blue Cardinal." Unexpectedly, Cardinal Eli Eshua rushed in, calling out, "I'm not late, am I?" He grabbed Goel, frantically asking, "Have you seen Isaac anywhere?" making his son respond in astonishment, "He should be at home, shouldn't he?" Just then, Rilai Eshua ran up, panting, "It's already happened. I think Isaac is with Shuri." Before Rilai could finish, the Master of Ceremonies solemnly announced, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived." The request for everyone to show reverence echoed everywhere as His Holiness the Pope entered. Pope Julio Barid appeared, exuding the aura of an absolute superior. He raised his hand to bestow blessings upon the Holy Kingdom of Hela, amidst the Patriarch's reverence. The blessing for Hela rang out as his hand descended. Afterward, Pope Julio Barid majestically took his seat on his throne. Once everyone was settled, a silver-haired patriarch thought to himself, "Isaac is nowhere to be seen." The ordination ceremony officially began. Shuri held a wine glass, telling himself, "I should be relieved." Mid-ceremony, The name Isaac Eshua was called, causing Blue Cardinal Eli Eshua to frown slightly. He muttered irritably, "Why keep calling his name? He's not even here." But no sooner had he finished speaking than a voice replied, "Here," making Eli gasp in shock and spit out his wine. Goel and Relai Eshua turned around, utterly astonished by the unannounced appearance. Kim Yisak, in the form of a handsome youth, stepped out with a smile, leaving Shuri stunned. "Isaac?" Shock spread throughout the hall. Eli crushed his glass while another patriarch jumped up, shouting, "What the hell?" The master of ceremonies continued, "Step forward, Isaac Eshua," and the boy confidently strode ahead. In another corner, Relai Eshua hastily ran towards his family's table. He burst into happy sobs. "Isaac, when did you grow so big? You're even wearing the outfit I made for you." Around them, whispers arose. "Isn't he a baby? Could the curse have been broken?" The children of other families were also startled. Why did he suddenly grow so big? Ignoring everything, Kim Yisak merely offered a mysterious smile. The red-haired patriarch gritted his teeth, crushing the armrest of his chair. "Skeleton King, what have you done to Isaac?" Eli Eshua also roared in anger, believing his grandson was being controlled. "My son doesn't smile like that." Another silver-haired saint candidate observed thoughtfully. The Eshua family's curse. Could it have disappeared? He continued to analyze with those beside him, suggesting this was a blessing, not a curse. Kim Yisak finally advanced to the throne, where Pope Julio Barit was seated. He secretly assessed, "Is he the Pope? The energy radiating from him is truly that of a real monster." A crazy thought flashed through Kim Yisak's mind. "Should I just chop off his head right now?" At Kim Yisak's murderous imagined reply, Eli and Relai Eshua were utterly horrified. In a panic, Eli Eshua silently screamed, "I have to stop it." He immediately caused a commotion, pushed over the red-haired patriarch, and muttered to himself, "Oops, my hand slipped too hard." Another patriarch also jumped up in fright, yelling, "Ah, a cockroach!" The brown-haired patriarch asked in shock, "Are you out of your mind?" While the other insisted there was a cockroach as big as his head. Amidst the chaos, the priest tried to restore order. "Silence. Next is Shuri Eshua, please step forward." As Shuri walked past, Kim Yisak irritably scratched his head, annoyed by the delay. From his throne, Pope Julio Barit silently observed everything. The priest solemnly announced the next part of the ceremony, an audience with the gods. On the balcony, Goel Eshua showed great hope for his son. A priest walked past carrying the Holy Grail, while the words excommunication hung like a phantom. Eli Eshua asserted to his son, "A supreme blue god will surely appear," leaving Relai to only clasp his hands in prayer. Relai Eshua tried to reassure himself. "Surely, no matter how bad it gets, it can't be an evil god approaching him, right?" But Eli coldly retorted, "If that happens, we will destroy it." Grabbed by the collar by his father, Relai stammered in fear, "Destroy what, Isaac?" Eli's voice rang out as Shuri faced the Holy Grail. "What needs to be destroyed is the Holy Grail. Why destroy the child?" In the hall, Shuri Eshua decisively pricked his fingertip. He raised his bleeding finger, preparing for the most important ritual. A drop of blood fell, stirring the water in the Holy Grail, and emitting a blue stream of holy power. Shuri's ritual concluded, as a brilliant blue pillar of holy power enveloped him. "Indeed, my son, a blue high god has personally descended for him," Goel Eshua exclaimed with immense pride. Kim Yisak observed coldly, thinking to himself, "So the god the Eshua family serves is the god of light, a pathetic god of integrity and purity." He raised his bleeding finger, his thoughts continuing. "As for myself, I think any god who comes to meet me will just be a nuisance," he concluded, as he prepared to drip his blood into the Holy Grail. The high priest presiding over the ceremony was stunned as Kim Yisak's drop of blood fell. "This is?" he uttered in horror, sensing something ominous. As soon as it touched the holy water, the drop of blood immediately transformed it into a murky, dark liquid. A torrent of pitch-black demonic energy violently erupted from the Holy Grail. From the balcony, Relai and Eli Eshua watched in stunned silence as the horrifying scene unfolded. Eli Eshua stammered in utter horror. "That is." Amidst the black smoke, a gigantic skeletal figure emerged, and Eli screamed, "The Skeleton King?" The monstrous entity loomed in the great hall, a presence full of death and power. The Skeleton King. Eli Eshua collapsed, his eyes glowing red with an uncontrollable power. Kim Yisak could only stare up blankly, completely bewildered by what was happening. Eli Eshua growled, his fist gathering a stream of blue energy, his eyes bloodshot with killing intent. "Die!" he roared, lunging forward to unleash a destructive blow. But the Skeleton King acted first, chains reaching out from the darkness to bind Kim Yisak. Caught by the chains, Kim Yisak was stunned to hear a dark voice resonate. "I have been waiting for this saint." "What?" The Skeleton King roared a declaration of war. I will destroy this holy nation, starting with this one. Bound tightly by chains, Kim Yi-sok could only stare blankly and wonder. What's wrong with him? The boy's familiar shadow entity, however, screamed in his mind. He looks exactly like I used to. How disgusting. It furiously glared at the stranger. What the hell is this imposter? Meanwhile, it didn't forget to taunt. My master is even more of a failure and an idiot than this. Seizing the opportunity, the high priest and the red-haired patriarch simultaneously channeled their power. Two destructive streams of magic, one yellow and one red, shot straight towards their common enemy. Amidst the chaos, Blue Cardinal Eli Eshua braced himself against the aftershocks of the attack. He roared a decisive command. Stand back. Eli's eyes glowed red, a terrifying blue orb of energy gathering in his hand. A gigantic serpent of holy power was unleashed. Roaring as it lunged towards the Skeleton King, the Blue Cardinal watched his full power attack with fierce eyes. Facing the serpent, the Skeleton King calmly spoke. Patriarch of the Blue Clan, your power is limited by a curse. You'd best stay put. From another corner, a silver-haired patriarch sighed. I really don't want to intervene, just in case the building collapses. But then, his eyes flashed with a deadly red light. But you talk too much, the man roared, unleashing an even more terrifying blue surge of energy. Before the two destructive attacks, the Skeleton King merely curled its lips into a gruesome smile. It grabbed the panicking Kim Yi-sok, held him up as a human shield, and challenged. Do you want to see this little saint die? Kim Yi-sok screamed in despair. I'm saying the same thing. A witness shrieked in horror as the energy serpent was about to devour both hostage and enemy. Your grandson is being held, yet you summoned that thing? Despite everything, Eli Eshua curled his lips into a cruel smile. A saint won't die from this. Swept into the vortex of destruction, Kim Yi-sok could only let out one last scream. I'm gonna die like this. A world-shattering explosion engulfed everything in blue light. Amidst the storm of energy, Goel Eshua could only cover his head. The Skeleton King's figure was completely swallowed by the immense power. The entire sanctuary crumbled to pieces, leaving only desolate ruins. Amidst the smoke and dust, Goel Eshua anxiously looked at the epicenter. Did it hit him? A nobleman standing nearby exclaimed in shock. My God, the Skeleton King is back. He hasn't been active since cursing the Joshua family 70 years ago, has he? But another voice, resolute, rang out amidst the chaos. No, Kim Yi-sok, dirty but unharmed, growled. That bastard is an imposter. Eli Eshua spun around, both surprised and relieved. Isaac, are you all right? Those around whispered. Shuri Eshua looked at the boy with a puzzled gaze. Didn't the Skeleton King call him a saint? The silver-haired patriarch knelt to comfort him, while everyone believed the Skeleton King had been annihilated by the Patriarch of Azure. Kim Yi-sok looked up, his eyes as sharp as knives. There's no way it's dead, he declared resolutely to everyone's astonishment. That was just an illusion. The familiar shadow entity appeared behind him, whispering in confirmation. I think that was a shadow clone. Do you feel it too? Kim Yi-sok clenched his fist, revealing a terrifying truth. It used my mana. Kim Yi-sok mused. Did my mana core fall somewhere too? It's not impossible. He smirked sinisterly. If that imposter has my mana core, even better. I just need to kill it and take it back. Meanwhile, Eli Eshua pondered, lost in a flood of chaotic memories. He recalled the moment he confronted the Skeleton King years ago. From another perspective, Pope Julio Barit also remembered. If I hadn't attacked, he would have killed Isaac too. After the battle, while Eli Eshua stood there with a heavy expression, the Pope came to comfort a sobbing Shuri Eshua. Little Shuri could only sob in the Pope's arms. But why? The Pope thought to himself, I can't believe it. His memory returned to an even older event, about the greatest god his family had served for thousands of years. That was the god who reigned above even the 5 great supreme gods. Astonishment quickly turned into fury as he gritted his teeth. The Pope roared in his mind. He almost chose that brat from the Joshua family. The flashback ended. The Pope watched from afar as Eli Eshua walked away after the battle concluded. Back in the present, Eli Eshua and another man approached Kim Yi-sok, who was sitting. Isaac, come here. Let's go home, Eli said, extending his hand. Suddenly, he grabbed Kim Yi-sok's head with a chilling grin. My grandson defeated the curse so splendidly. Grandpa will buy you delicious candy. Eli leaned close, making Kim Yi-sok think in horror. He looks like he's about to drag me to the slaughterhouse. Duke, a cold voice rang out, cutting through the atmosphere. The silver-haired youth stepped forward, declaring loudly, I don't think Isaac should return right now. The ground shook violently as a source of dark energy erupted. From within the ruins, hideous monsters roared, signaling a rampage. Amidst the encirclement, Eli Eshua calmly declared, there are still a few things to settle here. Elsewhere, The priests observed the situation, one reporting, "Oh no, nothing can be done now, Patriarch." Suddenly, Kim Yisak smirked. "I don't think we should rush back." He stepped forward, facing the astonished silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth growled, "You arrogant bastard. Do you dare call yourself a saint just because you suddenly grew up? I'll show you who the real saint is," Kim Yisak retorted proudly. A sphere of pure holy power swirled in his palm. Kim Yisak unleashed his skill, shouting, "Purification." Divine light enveloped them, making the demonic beasts howl in pain. The observing patriarch couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Oh, what a magnificent purification holy art. It's been 100 years since I've seen such pure light." But a priest wearing glasses wondered, why did he only use the purification holy art, a cleansing spell, instead of an offensive one? Meanwhile, the demonic beasts were not completely annihilated, raising doubts about his intentions. Kim Yisak thought to himself, recalling the woman who taught him, "There's no other way. Salak is the only one I could learn holy arts from," he mused. However, once the purification holy art reaches level 6, with a wicked smile, he revealed the secret. It will deal damage over time, across a wide area. Immediately, the demonic beasts began to writhe and shriek more violently than ever. The silver-haired youth tried to stop him. "Get out of the way. Your holy art can't destroy them." The silver-haired youth thought to himself, he can only use level 5 holy art, even if he's a once-in-a-century talent. Still, he confidently declared to Kim Yisak, "With that little talent, you're no match for me. Watch closely." But the sphere of holy power in his hand suddenly turned to dust in astonishment. Witnessing that, Kim Yisak couldn't help but laugh, scoffing, "Focus your attacks on multiple parts." The silver-haired youth angrily turned back. "Haven't you learned about these monsters? They have extremely strong regenerative abilities, so..." But his explanation was drowned out by Kim Yisak's incessant laughter. Kim Yisak crossed his arms, his face full of condescension. "Kid, you really don't know anything," he coldly revealed. "They are all decoys." Kim Yisak scanned the ruined floor. Their core unit. "Is it around here?" A stream of blue divine power emanated from his palm, searching the entire space. "Found it," he whispered upon discovering a small glowing bug. The silver-haired youth was skeptical. "What's wrong with a small bug?" Without a word, Kim Yisak stabbed the bug directly with a pin. Immediately, a surge of dark energy exploded from the bug, striking the silver-haired youth directly and causing him to collapse. Kim Yisak smirked, holding up the remains of the trap. "It slowly poisons humans." At the same time, all the other students collapsed, their bodies convulsing in extreme pain. The silver-haired youth suddenly snapped awake, recalling the enemy's words. That skeleton said, "It wants to destroy the entire holy nation." Kim Yisak narrowed his eyes and smiled maliciously. "And the priest students are the future of the holy nation." Amidst the chaos, a high-ranking priest shouted orders, while Kim Yisak stood calmly observing his handiwork. Kim Yisak was astonished by the sudden intervention. Streams of golden divine power swept through the hall. "Wait, if you kill them all at once like that," Kim Yisak exclaimed in alarm upon seeing the mass purification. For a moment, dark energy still enveloped the students. The shadow entity whispered, "Master, this is our chance," and Kim Yisak smiled in approval. "You truly are a genius." Pope Julio Barrett raised his staff high, unleashing unparalleled divine power. His divine power absorbed all the toxins, purifying the space. Kim Yisak and the silver-haired youth turned back, stunned by the sight. With a benevolent smile, the Pope declared, "You no longer need to worry about being poisoned. Those old geezers from the papal family are truly useless," Kim Yisak muttered, his plan ruined. Suddenly, a demonic foot stomped heavily onto the floor. A giant wolf demon beast materialized, roaring, "You dare defy the great king? I will not spare you," it frantically screamed. "I'll drag another one down to the grave even if I die." Kim Yisak's red eyes flashed with a deadly light. An invisible wave of pressure from him pressed directly towards the demon beast. The wolf was stunned, exclaiming in horror, "This power!" Blown away with ease, it only managed to hear Kim Yisak's disdainful remark, acting like it's a big deal. While everyone was cleaning up the aftermath, the silver-haired youth just stared silently. He couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, he just drove away a demon with a single glance? The silver-haired youth clenched his fists, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Impossible. How could he? He grabbed another student, frantically shouting, "That's a skill only powerful people like the Pope can use." Meanwhile, news of the Skeleton King's appearance and defeat spread throughout the empire, causing a great uproar. At a high-level meeting, Pope Julio Barrett announced, "It seems there's been a problem with the holy water vessel. We are investigating." A patriarch asked, "So, is the problem due to a sudden increase in outsiders?" And received the answer that it was only part of the problem. The core problem was revealed. The Empire's barrier, protected by the Holy Dragon, was weakening. At the Joshua family mansion, Kim Yi-sok sat reading the newspaper, contemplating the situation. He muttered, "So, the demon invasion weakened the barrier. And since the Holy Dragon is connected to the royal family, the papal family isn't taking responsibility, huh?" A voice full of surprise rang out. "My grandson, you can even read the newspaper so well." His uncle clapped insincerely. "Congratulations to my nephew on being ordained as a priest." Relai Eshua was overjoyed. "Our Isaac can speak fluently now. Finally, we can make him read the Skeleton King's cursed letter." Suddenly, the door burst open, and Blue Cardinal Eli Eshua entered with a solemn expression. He looked around the room and said, "It's good that both of you are here. Isaac, could you leave us to talk privately for a moment?" After Kim Yi-sok left, the door slammed shut. Eli Eshua, with sharp eyes, wasted no time. He cast Divine Art Level 3, Absolute Soundproofing, enveloping the room in a barrier of silence. Relai Eshua asked in surprise, "What is it that you need to use even the Divine Soundproofing art for?" The uncle was also confused. Eli Eshua then stated, "It's about Isaac." With a grim expression, Eli Eshua delivered a terrifying conclusion. "During the ordination ceremony earlier, I think Isaac was chosen by an evil god." Eli Eshua gravely analyzed. Clearly, Isaac did not summon an ordinary god. That symbol has never appeared before. He revealed a shocking truth that stunned Relai Eshua. Only the Pope and the Cardinal of Gold saw it, and the Pope tried to kill Isaac. Eli firmly asserted, "That's right. Unless it was an evil god, there's no way he would do that." Goel Eshua, Isaac's uncle, muttered thoughtfully. If it wasn't an evil god, Goel put forth a terrifying hypothesis that made Relai shout, "Could it be the symbol of the Golden Faith?" Goel explained casually, "They are obsessed with purity, and they won't overlook the Eshua family summoning one of their gods." Based on the Pope's reaction, Eli deduced that Isaac had summoned a god exclusively for the Golden Bloodline. He continued, "It might even be a god they themselves have never summoned," making Relai excitedly exclaim, "Isaac definitely did it." But Goel immediately poured cold water on it. No chance, leaving Relai deflated. Eli ordered, using a holy relic as bait for Shuri, "Goel, investigate the papal family. If you do well, Shuri will be rewarded," he declared decisively. "And Isaac will be under special surveillance until his internship begins." Eli clenched his fist, his voice filled with concern about the worst-case scenario if Isaac failed the trial of faith again. Their greatest fear materialized. The image of an eerie dark priest. All three powerful men of the Eshua family were stunned by that horrifying prospect. Goel and Relai were in extreme panic, imagining the entire family being accused of treason and the children being exiled. "We must stop that at all costs." Eli gritted his teeth, his gaze steely. Scene change. An instructor announced to Isaac and the others, "You will soon begin your internship." Relai was recounting the past when Isaac interrupted him with an annoyed expression. "Stop it, it sounds like military service." Another trainee earnestly advised, "Do your best, because this evaluation period will determine your future." Isaac merely replied casually to the reminder about making covenants with deities. "Oh, right," Isaac's uncle cheerfully asked. "Are you interested in the ritual of sacrifice?" With a sinister smile, Isaac replied, "Very interested, especially in executing the Skeleton King's subordinates." The uncle proudly exclaimed, "I'm so happy to see little Isaac's faith growing." "Then, let me explain the ritual of sacrifice," he said enthusiastically, while Isaac and Shuri listened in silence. He began a lengthy, rambling discourse on the nature of the ritual, then got lost in his own reasoning. Isaac looked utterly bored, thinking to himself, "He looks really happy," while his uncle continued to lecture enthusiastically. The boy whispered to the demon beside him, "Those low-level gods better start praying, because I'm going to tear them apart." Completely misunderstanding, the uncle laughed loudly. "It seems Isaac wants to take action himself. That fighting spirit is excellent." Goel Eshua instructed his son, "The team with the highest score will have the honor of executing them. Good luck, Shuri." Hearing the words group project, Isaac froze, his face paling with horror. The uncle patted his shoulder comfortingly. "I hope you achieve good results and accomplish what you desire." "Yes, uncle," Isaac reluctantly replied, thinking to himself, "Then there's no other way." The boy immediately came up with a new plan, smiling brightly. "I'll do my best, kill the other teams and then go save my subordinates." Seeing that adorable smile, the uncle breathed a sigh of relief. "That's right. How could a child like this become a dark priest?" Suddenly, another man anxiously asked, "By the way, Isaac, during the ordination ceremony, which god came to you?" Caught off guard, Isaac was speechless, only able to utter a confused "ah." In his mind, an image of a dark priest screaming "destruction" appeared. Then he replied, An unpleasant symbol that made me want to vomit. The two older men paled, and the uncle tremblingly concluded. That was an evil god. Both quickly covered up. It's fine, faith is what's important, while Isaac merely replied casually, I don't care. When informed that the Cardinal of Gold wanted to meet, Isaac merely frowned in annoyance. What does that guy want now? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Relai Eshwa called out the name of the child sitting with his arms crossed, looking defiant. Isaac Eshwa. Both Relai and the accompanying brown-haired man froze when an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. Kina Barit kicked the door open, his sharp eyes declaring, I have something to say to you. While Relai and the brown-haired man were still frantically speculating, fearing Kina had come to harm Isaac, he quickly approached. Isaac! Kina suddenly grabbed the boy's hand. He leaned in close, his voice full of provocation. I thought, you were useless. I'm serious, Isaac, Kina continued, while Isaac merely gritted his teeth, silently cursing. You bastard. Are you crazy? Do you want to pick a fight with me? Kina smiled smugly, explaining, I realized you've been hiding for the past 10 years to focus on training, not letting your skills be tainted by other vermin. During the consecration ceremony, I understood that you possess extraordinary skills, he said, making Isaac think in horror. I'm starting to get scared. Maybe this guy really is crazy. Kina extended his hand, making an unbelievable offer. Train with me under my grandfather, and we'll step directly into the world of professionals. Take my hand, Isaac, he continued the insane vision. Behead the Skeleton King in front of everyone, and together we will lead this empire. The brown-haired man standing nearby couldn't help but be stunned, thinking, is this the papal family's new way of bullying? No, he looks too serious. The conditions are so good it's giving me goosebumps. Just as the other guy was still dreaming, Isaac bluntly pushed Kina's hand away and snarled, Get lost. To Kina's astonishment, Isaac maintained his insolent attitude, while the brown-haired man merely smirked. That's right, he's always been a lunatic. Kina still tried to persuade him to skip the apprenticeship, but Isaac only replied indifferently, I don't care. Then he pointed at the brown-haired man, uttering a contemptuous remark. If you really want to bring something along, bring that thing over here. He's on a completely different level than you, Isaac said, making the brown-haired man silently rage. Kina lost his patience. You have extraordinary talent, strong enough to drive away a demon with just a glance. The shadow entity whispered, confirming Isaac's suspicion. I think this bastard is doing this because he wants to learn that technique from me. That just makes me want to do it even less. Isaac pushed Kina away, yelling in disgust. Get lost. Just imagining the Pope's lessons makes me sick. Kim Yi-sak's insult stunned Kina Barrett. Did you just say my grandfather is so disgusting he makes you want to vomit? Before he could finish his curse, of course, I want to chop off his head right now. A hand suddenly clamped over Kim Yi-sak's mouth. The sudden and forceful intervention made both Relai Eshua and those around him stumble. An authoritative voice rang out from the newcomer. My grandson is busy. Eli Eshua, the Blue Cardinal, hoisted Kim Yi-sak onto his shoulder and warned, Don't loiter around him anymore. Kina Barit desperately yelled as his opponent was dragged away. If you play with him, Eli tightened his grip on his unruly grandson, growling, That trash's nature will rub off on you. Left behind, Kina and the others could only stare in stunned silence, not understanding what had just happened. Within Kim Yi-sak's heart, a venomous vow formed. You Eshua scum. I will definitely destroy your entire family. Now, a new challenge awaited. The pentagonal test, an ordeal every priest in training must overcome. The test was supervised by cardinals from the 4 great faiths, in order of white, gold, blue, and black. Kim Yi-sak resolved. I must pass this test to officially become a priest, no matter the cost. Donning his trainee uniform, he confidently asked, My teammates are here, right? He soon realized the groups were formed based on family ties, a clear arrangement to incite factional warfare. From afar, Kim Yi-sak heard Shuri Eshua's smug voice, boasting about having arranged a team entirely of acquaintances. With a sly smile, he pushed the door open and muttered to himself, I'll whip them into shape, then go rescue my subordinates. He grinned, sensing the target's presence. He's here. But ironically, Shuri himself was bewildered upon hearing a voice order the crowd, Tie that bastard up. Before Kim Yi-sak could understand what was happening, he was surrounded by a group of thugs. We heard you're the one who bullied Shuri. The 2 ringleaders smirked, uttering threats. Just consider this a little game. You'll die if you tell Shuri about this. Kim Yi-sak crossed his arms, silently assessing. These guys are trouble. A teenager held out a baby rattle, sneering. Yeah, just consider this a social gathering. The whole group burst into mocking laughter. They say he's still a baby, so it must be true. Suddenly, the rattle slammed directly into the face of the one who had offered it. The blue-haired ringleader was stunned to see his comrade collapse, covered in blood. The whole group screamed in panic. What the hell? This crazy bastard! Kim Yi-sok calmly picked up his weapon. What's important is that we become closer. He flashed a savage smile, the rattle emitting dark energy. So let's get really close, everyone. Amidst the desperate screams, Kim Yi-sok raised the rattle like a sacred artifact of punishment. Shuri Eshua appeared, asking in confusion. Isaac, I'm just asking because I don't understand. Before him was an unbelievable sight. Kim Yi-sok sitting atop a human pyramid, and he asked, You call this a social gathering? Those crushed beneath desperately cried for help. Shuri, save us. He's your little brother. Shuri blushed, stammering awkwardly. Thanks for playing with my little brother. I'm asking you to save us. He yelled in despair. What the hell are you thinking when the criterion is unity? Kim Yi-sok merely innocently asked back. Unity? Can't you see them forming a pyramid? That's enough unity, Kim Yi-sok replied, making Shuri scream. They're only surrendering because of your power, you lunatic. Kim Yi-sok ignored him, handing Shuri a piece of paper. Whatever. Look at this. Shuri skimmed the list and was stunned. These are the guys trying to leech off you. Kim Yi-sok explained clearly. These guys have been draining you for the past 7 years. A purple-haired guy tried to argue. Our family has nothing to give you, but Kim Yi-sok cut him off. Are you sure you have nothing? With glowing red eyes, he concluded chillingly. Your limbs are still intact, and your organs are fresh. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, Kim Yi-sok coldly declared, What I want from you isn't anything special, you trash. I just want a healthy exchange. He continued to lay down conditions in a ghostly tone. So make sure you work as a team diligently, innocently, and loyally. With a savage smile he growled. Understood? From below, a trembling voice replied in fear. Understood. All right. The social gathering is over, Kim Yi-sok declared, and the thugs immediately scattered like a broken beehive. A brown-haired young man frantically ran after him. What if we fail the assessment? But Kim Yi-sok simply replied, Don't worry, follow me. The young man remained worried. The first assessment is unity. Kim Yi-sok confidently replied, I already have a plan. He gleefully opened a large cabinet. Now look at this. Inside, another saint candidate was tied up and gagged, eyes wide with panic. Ta-da tilde, Kim Yi-sok cheerfully exclaimed at his companion's horrified expression. The brown-haired young man grabbed Kim Yi-sok's collar, roaring, You crazy bastard, he's a teammate, our uncle's son. Kim Yi-sok calmly revealed a shocking truth. He has a letter that says, I hereby withdraw from the position of spy. Both froze, facing the spy who was trembling with fear. Kim Yi-sok approached, removing the gag from the traitor. The brown-haired young man immediately knelt, questioning. It was Nigel, wasn't it? The captured one burst into sobs. I'm sorry, I had no other choice. Kim Yi-sok indifferently listened to the trembling confession. He told me to completely sabotage the Eshua team. The spy continued to reveal the insidious plan. By making unreasonable demands, knowing Shuri would accept most of them. Finally, the most horrifying truth was exposed. It was also Nigel who ordered us to attack Isaac as a greeting. The spy trembled as he revealed the mastermind, Nigel Seffet. Besides attacking me, he's also trying to personally execute my subordinates. Kim Yi-sok flashed a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with a deadly light. I need to teach him a lesson. A few days later, at a luxurious mansion, an angry shout rang out. Did you just say you can't do it anymore? Nigel Seffet vented his anger on his subordinate. What's so hard about being a spy? Why are so many people giving up? The subordinate fearfully explained. We had a social gathering. I couldn't do it. Nigel became even more furious. Too annoyed, Nigel waved his hand, dismissing the subordinate. Whatever, get out of my sight. The female subordinate tried to reassure him. Don't worry, the Eshua team has 3 people loyal to our house. If those 3 turn against them, their team will be doomed. Nigel bit his nails, filled with irritation. That brat is really getting on my nerves. I should have gotten rid of him a long time ago. He recalled that even his father was interested in Kim Yi-sok, which annoyed him even more. Invite him to my house? Don't make me laugh. Nigel stood up abruptly, his eyes burning with determination. Whatever. Everything ends today. With a smug smile, Nigel strode forward, certain that, because those Eshua bastards will finally be kicked out. All the candidates gathered in a magnificent hall, known as the Pentagon of Unity. While the supervisor prattled on about teamwork, Kim Yi-sok merely yawned in boredom. But upon hearing that the first criterion would be judged by voting, he immediately froze. Nigel crossed his arms, explaining the insidious rule. If even one person votes against maintaining the team, the entire team fails. His plan was set. The traitors of the green team could still be saved. Kim Yi-sok realized that spies had infiltrated the ranks, while Nigel smirked, certain of their failure. The supervisor solemnly addressed the team. I will now announce the result. Her gaze focused on the list. She clearly called out, Green Team. Nigel Safet confidently declared, this team will unanimously maintain. The supervisor clearly announced the surprising result. You have passed the Pentagon of Unity test. Kim Yi-sok turned back with a triumphant, meaningful smile. Immediately after, a teammate's panicked call echoed from afar. Isaac, wait for me. The brown-haired youth caught up, panting as he questioned, how did you all unanimously pass? Kim Yi-sok casually brought up an old matter. Do you remember the Cardinal of Gold wanting to meet me these past few days? He revealed his demand, leaving his teammates speechless. I asked him to give me a golden elixir if he wanted to meet, and he gave it to me, Kim Yi-sok affirmed. So I used it to make a deal with those others. His teammate became even more panicked upon learning that he had given them the pill even before the vote. Kim Yi-sok stopped, flashing a sinister smile. It's fine. I trust my teammate. Witnessing that confidence, his teammate felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be? He's finally becoming a true cleric? But his hope shattered upon hearing desperate screams from inside. The group of bullies writhed on the floor, clutching their stomachs and yelling, Hey, we did everything you asked. They crawled over, begging for an antidote. But Kim Yi-sok merely feigned innocence. Antidote? What's that? He gave a thumbs up, cruelly declaring, I believe they wouldn't betray me, causing his teammate to cry out in despair. To the question of whether it was poison, Kim Yi-sok calmly replied, I did give them a real golden elixir. He analyzed the pill's trashy ingredients. 93% flour, a bit of laxative, and an amount of golden elixir even less than dust. It's time for them to pay for sucking Shuri dry, Kim Yi-sok coldly declared, ignoring his distraught teammate beside him. The bullies cried, begging in pain, Please give us the antidote. We already passed the test. Amidst the writhing crowd, Kim Yi-sok casually said, All right. I'll keep my promise. Let's see. Where did I put the antidote? He cheerfully held up a package. Oh, found it. His teammate was dumbfounded. This crazy bastard. That's your used diaper. Who would keep an antidote in a diaper? While one of the bullies desperately crawled forward, Shuri Eshwa screamed in horror at the disgusting sight. Suddenly, Nigel Safet kicked the door open, roaring, Give me back my subordinates, you bastard. He pointed at his frightened subordinates. I don't know how you bribed them to steal them from me, but Nigel's sentence was cut short as his subordinates transformed into ferocious demons, charging straight at their former master. Shuri Eshua rushed out to block the attack, while Kim Yi-sok inwardly cursed this unnecessary interference. Kim Yi-sok looked down at the stunned Nigel. I heard you told them that overwhelming power is what humans seek in crucial moments. Nigel gritted his teeth in response. You're wrong. Their top priority is to save themselves. No one can defy death. Kim Yi-sok smirked, his red eyes glowing eerily. Nigel broke out in a cold sweat, a horrifying realization creeping into his mind. He stammered in fear. No way. Facing the dense murderous aura, Nigel wondered, are these truly the eyes of a human? Meanwhile, in a solemn office of the Holy See, a high-ranking cleric, seated at his desk, spoke with authority. Enter, he thought to himself with annoyance. It took 7 whole days to meet an apprentice. How irritating. The aide entered, timidly reporting. I apologize, Your Eminence, but Isaac said he wouldn't come. The aide nervously confirmed Kim Yi-sok's blunt refusal. He tremblingly relayed further. He also asked me to deliver a message. That next time, send a really big chunk of gold. No sooner had he finished than the cardinal erupted in fury. A murderous aura exploded from the high-ranking cleric, terrifying the aide. Bring that bastard before me, the Cardinal of Gold roared, unable to contain his rage. Meanwhile, Nigel Safet was also seething, striding down the hallway. He pondered his enchanted subordinates, determined to expose Kim Yi-sok's secret. Nigel's thoughts were interrupted when he spotted a group of unfamiliar people gathered. One of them loudly yelled, What the hell are you people? Nigel coldly questioned. Why are you loitering around the dormitory? The group leader nervously replied, secretly cursing for running into someone from the House of Red, their sworn enemy. The attendant was annoyed, wishing the troublesome Red House member would just disappear. Just then, Kim Yi-sok appeared, casually asking, Why are you guys late? I told you to come quickly because I needed some things for the tea party, the young boy said sarcastically. The group of servants quickly played along, stammering that they were preparing things for the young master. Nigel froze, then gritted his teeth, realizing he was about to be dragged into another charade. As the group of servants was about to leave, Nigel roared and unleashed a fiery attack. The flames of purgatorial hellfire immediately engulfed a servant amidst desperate screams. Standing over the charred bodies, Nigel glared at Kim Yi-sok. I have something to say to you. Nigel Safet sneered, radiating divine power. Don't you want to try a fun trial of faith? Shuri Eshwa panicked, thinking to himself, no, he'll be burned at the stake. At worst, the entire family could be annihilated. Nigel tightened his red sash, growling. I have something convenient that will react as soon as you lay your hand on it. Just use this for now. Suddenly, a cold, authoritative voice echoed from the shadows. Isaac Eshua, a high-ranking cleric, stood tall before Nigel. I didn't expect you to dare refuse my summons just because you were busy playing. The Cardinal of Gold roared, his rage evident on his face. Am I your plaything? He grabbed Nigel's collar, yelling, Do you take me for a fool? Nigel Seffett froze, stammering. Cardinal Barrett? The Cardinal of Gold sneered. I didn't expect someone from the House of Red to dare lay a hand on my servants. Nigel spun around, looking at Kim Yisak with an incredulous gaze. The red-haired young man quickly bowed. Damn it, he's with Barrett? I apologize, Your Eminence. Kim Yisak suddenly placed a hand on his chest, playing innocent. As you can see, young Master Nigel here told me not to associate with people from the House of Gold, so I couldn't respond to you in time. He finished his lie, leaving Nigel stunned. A furious shout erupted from Nigel. When did I ever say that, you bastard? He tried to salvage the situation. Besides, why would the Cardinal summon you? No bishop is allowed to contact trainees during their training. Kim Yisak covered his mouth, whispered something to the Cardinal of Gold, then smiled. Well, this is fun. The Cardinal of Gold turned to Nigel, his gaze icy. The third son of the House of Red. It seems you have too much free time. I've overlooked your actions, out of respect for your father, he said, even as Nigel tried to explain. No, wait. That's not it. The Cardinal of Gold finalized the punishment, making Nigel howl in despair. I will assign more tasks to your team from the Sancticides, Cardinal Barit commanded. Now then, come to my room. But Kim Yi-sak skillfully refused. Your Eminence of Gold. I apologize, but I think I must meet the Cardinal of Red first, as he has also summoned me. The blatant lie left Nigel dumbfounded. Kim Yisak nonchalantly fabricated the story, making the Cardinal of Gold ask suspiciously, The Cardinal of Red just summoned you? That's right. He just summoned me. Kim Yisak cheerfully confirmed, while Nigel was utterly bewildered. I never told him he was summoned. How did he know? Nigel broke into a cold sweat, realizing he was in a precarious situation. At this rate, Cardinal Barrett will underestimate me. I have to get out of here. In desperation, Nigel quickly put his arm around Kim Yisak's shoulder, trying to play along. That's right. I came here to summon Isaac, so I'll take this one with me. However, the Cardinal of Gold merely gave him an icy stare, making Nigel flinch. Damn it, this plan isn't going well. Nigel stammered, trying to find another explanation, but then helplessly accepted the truth. You already have a prior engagement. So be it. Go. The Cardinal of Gold coldly waved his hand, feigning generosity. He muttered as he walked away, even though Nigel had breathed a sigh of relief. But you have caused inconvenience to the House of Gold, so starting tomorrow, I will assign you more tasks. Hearing the additional punishment, Nigel roared in silent fury. He tried to calm himself, but when he turned back, Kim Yisak had vanished without a trace. Where did that bastard go? Nigel yelled, and another candidate casually pointed. He went to sleep. Hearing the reason he has to sleep early to grow up quickly, Nigel gritted his teeth. It's only 2 in the afternoon, you bastard. He frantically pounded on the door. But inside, Kim Yisak was fast asleep, oblivious to the newly captured minions blocking the way. 3 days later, only the dry squeak of a mop wringing water could be heard. Nigel Seffett diligently scrubbed the floor, gritting his teeth and cursing. Isaac Joshua, I'll kill you. He collapsed, howling in resentment. Where's the fairness in cleaning for 18 hours a day? Helpless, Nigel could only complain to his father via the communication orb about his own incompetence and his family's indifference. Nigel Seffett resolved. I have to bring that kid to meet my father. So first I have to catch him. He was confident that his target would surely appear in the prayer room. I'll ambush him right here, Nigel mused, planning. 6 hours passed, and his patience ran out. Suddenly, a teammate burst in, yelling, What are you doing? We still have work to do. Being dragged away mercilessly, Nigel yelled, Wait! I need to see Isaac. In that moment, he froze when he saw another figure in the distance. It was none other than Kim Yisak, smiling and waving. Witnessing his enemy being dragged away in despair, Kim Yisak laughed gleefully. Another candidate approached, taunting, You're really cruel. Did you come here just to provoke him? Kim Yisak casually replied, It's fun. The shadow entity wondered why meeting the Cardinal of Red would be more advantageous. Kim Yisak explained clearly, Because Cardinal Barrett will never give us the king rank. The talent ranking appeared, from the irreplaceable king to the worthless skeleton, making the shadow entity curse. He analyzed, If Cardinal Barrett gives us the skeleton rank, we'll be expelled. And he just wants to kill me. His companion revealed a shocking truth. Your mother was once engaged to Cardinal Barrett. Kim Yisak froze, realizing the ancient feud when he learned his father had stolen the powerful cardinal's fiancée. He was startled to see his shadow entity poke its head out of a paper bag. The other friend urgently said, "You can restrain Cardinal Barit if you ally with the Cardinal of Red." The plan was laid out. Simply ensuring that Barrett's faction wasn't failed in the Red faction's test would be enough to create an implicit agreement. Kim Yisak confidently thought to himself, "Yes, this plan seems fine." But just as he was about to speak further, a bloody hand suddenly clamped over his mouth from behind. His teammate turned around, bewildered, asking, "Huh? What did you just say?" He sat alone in the silent prayer room, calling out, "Isaac?" Meanwhile, in a magnificent room, the Cardinal of Gold heard a knock at the door. No sooner had he permitted enter than the door exploded in a sea of fire. From the smoke and dust, Kim Yisak emerged, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Greetings, kidnapper. Are you well?" he sneered. "You act so refined. But didn't you send your servants to kidnap me?" The Cardinal coldly retorted. "Insolent brat. I have something to discuss with you," the Cardinal said, but Kim Yisak cut him off. "Oh, I'm sure. Didn't you summon me here because I've been ignoring you all this time?" The Cardinal sternly called him by his full name, Isaac Joshua. "I wish to adopt you into the Golden family." Kim Yisak was utterly stunned by the unbelievable offer. He sank into thought. What did he just say? Adopted into the Golden family? He wants me to join the Golden family? Immediately after, anger flared in his mind. What kind of game is this? Is he belittling me, or is this a new scheme to suppress the Joshua family? The Cardinal affirmed, "There are no tricks here. I propose you leave the Joshua family and be adopted into the Barit family," which only made Kim Yisak more suspicious. He wondered, is it because the fake Skeleton King called me a saint? But then, he quickly dismissed the speculations. "No, I don't care about their intentions. But," Kim Yisak raised his head, getting straight to the point. "What do I get if I become your adopted son?" Which surprised the Cardinal. Kim Yisak smirked. "If it's an agreement, shouldn't the terms be clear?" The Cardinal of Gold thought to himself, a knowing smile on his face. A mere brat trying to negotiate with me? He extended an invitation. "We will give you everything the Joshua family cannot," but only received a contemptuous laugh in return. Kim Yisak confidently declared, "The Joshua family lacks nothing." "But I hear they're trying to confine you," the Cardinal countered, momentarily stunning the boy. He continued, his voice echoing over the image of a kneeling acolyte. "The Vatican's faith demands restraint. You will face countless restrictions, but the Golden family will not interfere. We will support everything you wish to do." Kim Yisak narrowed his eyes, naming his price. "That's still not enough. Unless you intend to make me the next head of the Barrett family." The Cardinal was speechless. "I thought you aimed for the position of saint. Now you want the papacy too? If you want to become pope, wouldn't joining my faction be more advantageous?" he probed. But Kim Yisak merely replied, "I am still a man of the Vatican, regardless." Faced with a series of immense benefits: territory, gold and silver, tax exemption, inherited status, Kim Yisak finally nodded. "I'll consider it." "Excellent. We shall begin the procedures immediately," the Cardinal said, turning away with satisfaction. "Wait. Don't tell the Joshua family yet," Kim Yisak requested, and the Cardinal reluctantly agreed. All right. The boy grinned slyly, enunciating each word. "I myself will keep the secret." But at the end of the corridor, another saint candidate was frozen stiff, having overheard the entire shocking transaction. He screamed in terror when he realized the shadow of the Cardinal of Gold had been standing tall behind him all along. In extreme panic, he collapsed to the floor, trembling silently. "I didn't hear anything," he shrieked in desperation, fleeing headlong. Watching the disappearing figure, the Cardinal merely sighed softly, completely unconcerned. The Cardinal of Gold walked away coldly, asserting that Kim Yisak's opinion meant nothing. "I only said I'd think about it, never that I'd go there," Kim Yisak retorted with a smug expression. The boy continued to challenge. "Even if I die, I will not join the papal family." "Even if you die?" the Cardinal asked again, and received a firm reply. "That's right." The Cardinal gritted his teeth, anger beginning to flare at the boy's stubbornness. "You truly are exactly like your mother, from your appearance to your way of speaking," he growled with a sinister smile. He threatened that just one word from him would be enough to excommunicate him, destroying his entire future. Grabbing Kim Yisak by the collar, the Cardinal snarled, "You know that? Yet you still dare to say such words?" Unfazed, Kim Yisak smirked. "Then I will create a country that needs neither priests nor popes. Why would a nation need two leaders anyway? It will be my country regardless," he declared, leaving the Cardinal stunned. "You? What the hell are you?" the Cardinal stammered, completely losing his composure. Suddenly, Kim Yisak changed his demeanor, smiling brightly. "To defeat the Skeleton King, You need at least this much courage, don't you? He casually suggested. Let's just pretend I never heard your adoption offer. It would be better for you too. As the cardinal held him back, Kim Yi-sok added, but thanks to you, I'm even more interested now. He leaned close to the cardinal's ear, whispering suggestively, I wonder what happened at the investiture ceremony. What could have happened that would make them want to adopt the direct heir of a rival family? His question struck the cardinal's mind like a hammer. Kim Yi-sok ended the act with a triumphant smile. I'm sure the people of the empire are incredibly curious too. Meanwhile, at the Joshua mansion, a voice echoed in disbelief. He passed the 5-point unison? Eli Eshua roared in anger. Why did Isaac do that? He was supposed to fail. Eli Eshua turned away, muttering in frustration. Damn it. It seems my faith isn't strong enough. He knelt to the floor in helplessness. The family head raised the holy chalice, praying, Praise be to God, my lord. But then his rage flared as he snarled, Get out, my grandson, get out. Benjamin Joshua, the second son, asked in confusion. Rely. What happened to the family while I was away? He gave a forced, sarcastic laugh. Since when did they start using the Vatican's faith to curse others? To the question of whether Isaac was a troublesome child, Eli Eshua immediately defended him. The boy is very kind, innocent, polite, and intelligent. He tried to explain to Benjamin while their father was still muttering curses. I think father is just too worried about his grandson. Benjamin mused. It's good that a child with inheritance potential has appeared, but I feel strangely uneasy. Eli still couldn't believe it. Why didn't the blessing work on that kid, making Reli secretly think it was clearly a curse? Reli looked at his father, saying with understanding, Even so, I understand that child now holds great significance for grandfather. Just then, a clear voice rang out as Leah Joshua returned. Greetings, family head and uncle. The girl immediately asked curiously, but how did he pass unison, receiving only a curt reply from Eli? The blue cardinal said in a low voice, revealing his deep concern. The papal family is showing excessive interest in Isaac. Reli thought to himself, though worried, he couldn't deny. He's too outstanding for his investiture to be delayed. Anxiety enveloped all three men of the Joshua family, creating a heavy, suffocating atmosphere. Benjamin suddenly noticed a strange envelope. Father, who sent that letter? Eli Eshua merely let out a mournful sigh. He slowly replied, stunning both his sons. It's from your fourth brother. Eli Eshua coldly informed his two sons. It belongs to your older brother. Reli Eshua was stunned, secretly thinking of his estranged older brother. Noel? Did he send a letter? The letter's arrogant content was like a knife piercing the patriarch's pride. Rage flared. Eli growled. This is why we need to re-educate Isaac. He turned to threaten Reli. If you don't think Isaac is capable enough, then you will be the next patriarch. Benjamin Eshua quickly tried to appease, but the boy passed the harmony test, so perhaps there's still hope. The mechanical bird in Eli's hand suddenly shrieked. Nonsense. Hope my ass. It transformed into the fire spirit Shalak. And Eli calmly asked, What's wrong, Shalak? Shalak furiously accused. That bastard is going around using his rattledrum to hit other kids, she continued to shriek, while Benjamin could only sigh. That's Isaac for you. Reli Eshua was speechless upon hearing more. The boy even poisoned and blackmailed his teammates to pass the test. As Eli was trying to calm himself, Shuri Eshua rushed in with bad news. The boy screamed in panic. Cardinal Barit has requested to adopt Isaac. The entire room fell into a deadly silence. Reli pressed, Benjamin quickly defended. Father, Isaac is an Eshua. There's no way he would desert, Shuri stammered, revealing Isaac's answer. He said excellent. What did he do to trick Isaac? Reli grabbed Shuri, roaring in despair. In another corner, the servants whispered, Money will solve it. Eli's furious voice rang out. His grandfather is still alive and well right here. And they dare to steal my kin? The patriarch's killing intent permeated the entire space. A sparkling treasure chest was opened, causing onlookers to exclaim in surprise. Other saint candidates murmured, All this gold is from the Barrett family. It seems it's all for Isaac, a saint candidate whispered. So the rumor about Isaac being close to the Pope's family is true, while Isaac secretly thought, This is compensation, and to shut me up. The boy glanced at the pile of gold, still full of schemes in his mind. But then another candidate raised a flag that read to Joshua Isaac of the Azure Faith, making Isaac stunned. Gold is fine. But what is that? Why? The messenger approached and handed him a letter. Isaac muttered. The patriarch sent him? That stingy old man? The boy nervously opened the letter, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Inside was an image of Eli Eshua making a heart symbol with the words, You are one of us, which utterly horrified Isaac. Why are they treating me like this? Another saint candidate was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure. Isaac also flinched, realizing it was his sister, Leah Eshua. The boy turned pale, trembling when he saw the matriarch was also present. The matriarch is here too? What? Isaac was in utter panic. Damn it, Melissa, why are you here? Do you know how hard I tried to avoid you? He hastily grabbed two other saint candidates, desperately looking for an escape route. The brown-haired candidate shook Isaac's shoulder. Wow, it looks so real. That video is from the communication orb, right? Isaac angrily threw a punch straight at his face. Hey, you bastard, you scared the hell out of me, he snarled. Snap out of it, old man. I thought she was really here, leaving the other person bewildered on the floor. Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed from the communication orb. You must be Isaac. Images of Melissa and Leah Eshua appeared. Melissa continued. I heard you've grown quickly. The rumors certainly weren't wrong. Melissa smiled meaningfully. So you've truly defeated the Skeleton King's curse. I'm very impressed. Isaac secretly sighed in relief. Good thing this is just from the communication orb. Since she's not meeting me directly, she won't realize I'm the Skeleton King, while Melissa continued. I heard you were recently abducted by his forces. Melissa Eshua began to bestow praise with sharp, cold eyes. You must have had a hard time. Elsewhere, a mysterious green-haired woman suddenly called out. Isaac? Kim Yisak froze, secretly thinking. No way. Can she sense it through the orb? The green-haired woman exuded killing intent, questioning a young man. Why do I sense Isaac's power on you? Kim Yisak tried to piece things together. It must be because I swallowed the Skeleton King's finger 10 years ago. Returning to reality, he was stunned to see Melissa and Leah Eshua suddenly appear. Melissa smiled at the young man who had swallowed the finger. I've heard from Relai. Isaac can't be here anyway. Kim Yisak gritted his teeth, his mind filled with cruel yet utterly foolish thoughts. Another female saint candidate observed curiously from afar, wondering why such important figures were here. Nigel Seffett grumbled to his companion about the presence of the saintesses. Melissa walked straight up to Nigel, declaring, Because I am interested in you, third son of House Red. She didn't hesitate to expose Nigel's failures, causing him to be knocked down by an invisible force. While Nigel was devastated, Leah playfully stuck out her tongue, teasing a stunned Kim Yisak. Melissa turned to Isaac, smiling meaningfully. Anyway, I've prepared something special to reward you. Kim Yisak's eyes immediately lit up, eagerly asking, A gift? Is it money? But the reward was a nightmare. My ultimate technique, the one that defeated even the Skeleton King. The young man bearing the Skeleton King's power exclaimed in astonishment at that priceless gift. Humiliated and outmaneuvered, Nigel roared in helplessness as his teammates dragged him away. The green-haired woman watched the crowd, her gaze becoming resolute. This won't do. Melissa's voice rang out, accusing the young man as he knelt. Do you think I would tolerate you poisoning your teammates? An applicant named Moloch knelt down, loudly accusing, Saintess, I have something to say about Kim Yisak. I will tell everything and have his right to be present here revoked. With a sinister expression, Moloch, the son of a fallen count and Nizer's #1 spy, continued his act. Kim Yisak gave us poison. Melissa Eshua was stunned when she heard the rest of the accusation. To pass the harmony test. In the middle of the hall, Moloch repeated the slander in the presence of the saintesses, Kim Yisak, and all other applicants. He pretended to sob, trying to gain sympathy. A saint applicant using poison. Melissa appeared confused and horrified by the accusation, while Kim Yisak stood behind her with an indifferent expression. In the crowd, Nigel Seffett whispered gleefully, Excellent. Get him out of here, and I'll put you on my team immediately. The green-haired woman suddenly called out, Kim Yisak. He flinched and turned around. Melissa's attitude suddenly changed. She growled angrily. Do you think poison alone is enough? She coldly reprimanded, leaving Moloch bewildered. Poison is too ineffective at improving spiritual power. You did a terrible job. Moloch frantically grabbed Melissa's hand, changing his testimony. Wait, Saintess. Kim Yisak really beat us black and blue. Melissa appeared stunned again. Melissa turned to lecture Kim Yisak with insane logic. Remember this, Kim Yisak. Hitting the flesh does no good. Next time, make sure to break their bones. She even intended to break her own bones as an example, but Leah stopped her. No, please. You'll kill the child. Moloch screamed in terror. Leah extended her hand towards the terrified Moloch and asked with amusement, Do you want a hand? The girl's smile grew even more terrifyingly radiant. I can break them cleanly in one go. Moloch's scream echoed throughout the hall. Kim Yisak stepped forward to intervene. No need. I'll handle it. Melissa merely watched in silence. He leaned into Moloch's ear, who was cowering on the floor, and whispered, You should have listened to me when I was threatening you. Kim Yisak grabbed Moloch by the collar, laughed maliciously, and declared, From now on, You are my meat shield and my servant. The spy could only curse under his breath. The Joshua family is full of lunatics. The scene shifted to a magnificent building bathed in sunlight. In a room, Kim Yi-sok tiredly scratched his head as a voice echoed. Kim Yi-sok, do you want to become the family head? He replied curtly. Yeah, sure. Melissa Eshua got straight to the point. What will you do if you become the family head? Kim Yi-sok replied with a shocking declaration. Eliminate the saintesses, causing Molech behind him to scream in terror. As Melissa questioned him, Kim Yi-sok covered the mouth of a panicking, pleading Molech. The blonde boy confidently declared, I will defeat the Skeleton King. Then he turned to challenge the matriarch herself. You should also give up being a saintess, Grandma? Leah Eshua was stunned, while Melissa merely pondered silently at his audacity. Melissa smiled mysteriously, beginning her story. No. I committed a sin that no one should commit. A flashback appeared, showing young Leah holding a wooden sword, as she listened to Melissa talk about the sole chance to kill the Skeleton King. Melissa continued her confession about a once-in-a-millennium opportunity that was missed. However, I couldn't do it, she said, while stroking young Leah's head. With a sorrowful expression, she ended the flashback. I don't know. Even so, God did not forgive me. Back in the present, Kim Yi-sok was stunned speechless upon hearing the final confession. It is because of me that the Joshua family is cursed. An image of Melissa fighting the Skeleton King appeared, and she affirmed, that is the burden I must bear. Kim Yi-sok pressed, wanting to know the naked truth. What sin did you commit? Melissa merely smiled, evading his direct question. Leah quickly spoke up in defense. I'm sure she had her reasons for not killing the Skeleton King. Melissa stood up, presented a box, and said, Kim Yi-sok, this is why I wanted to see you today. Both Kim Yi-sok and Molech were stunned by the item inside. It was the Saintess's rosary, a legendary artifact. Kim Yi-sok pondered, realizing its significance. The symbol of a saintess. It's the only one in this world. Kim Yi-sok gazed thoughtfully at the artifact, a thought echoing in his mind. The symbol of a saintess, the only one in the world. Meanwhile, a strange, silver-haired man smiled smugly, thinking to himself, why did she give this to me? The man explained. I stored my power in it because I heard your attack spells were too weak. He winked mischievously. Use it instead of attack spells, or you won't survive. Before disappearing, he promised, I will soon come to the Holy Kingdom of Helen to teach you how to defeat the Skeleton King, making Kim Yi-sok furious. Get lost. Never show your face here again. Melissa also announced, I should go too, then turned on her heel and left the room. When he was left alone, Leah suddenly appeared, startling Kim Yi-sok. With a scrutinizing gaze, she seriously asked, Kim Yi-sok, tell me, you have a mana core, don't you? The blunt question, like a knife piercing his dark secret, left the boy stunned. Kim Yi-sok was in extreme panic, cold sweat pouring out. How did she know? Even Melissa didn't realize. For a moment, he thought about eliminating her, but Leah mumbled, could I have been wrong? Seizing the opportunity, Kim Yi-sok hastily explained. What's inside there is the mana core from the building outside. He put on a perfectly awkward act. Ah yes, the mana core, that's right. Holding the mana core in his hand, he fabricated a story. I forgot that I couldn't absorb it immediately. I tried to break the seal with a spell, but it wasn't successful. Believing him, Leah immediately took off her necklace. That seal, this necklace can break it, leaving Kim Yi-sok gaping in astonishment. Receiving the dream artifact, the boy rejoiced inwardly. Amazing. Not only does she know about mana cores, but she can also break the seal. Leah smiled gently. I understand that you are trying to revive the family's techniques. The boy looked at the necklace in confusion, while Leah continued to ask, so after eliminating the saintesses, what do you plan to do? Kim Yi-sok replied with eyes sparkling like coins. Become a rich unemployed bum, causing Leah to burst into giggles. Melissa Eshua laughed loudly, waving goodbye. See you when your internship ends. Overwhelmed by the woman's aura, Kim Yi-sok thought to himself, she's definitely not an ordinary person either. The escort knight stood beside her, his expression stern and serious. Milady, let's return, he said as they both headed towards the magnificent carriage. He held her back, his voice full of worry. That necklace is an item that can help him discover the family's secret arts. I know, Melissa replied curtly, dismissing his concern as she stepped into the carriage. Inside the carriage, the knight remained uneasy. That's a family heirloom. All other direct lineages want it. Melissa merely smiled meaningfully. If someone manages to take it from the boy, then I suppose he's not as talented as I thought. He worried that Isaac would become the family head, but she casually replied that it was still better than him going to the Holy See. A moment before, Kim Yi-sok had grandly declared, eliminate the saintesses. I will defeat the Skeleton King, which made Leah burst out laughing. Yes, go ahead and defeat him. Isaac, Leah sarcastically encouraged. But in reality, Kim Yi-sak's eyes had turned into currency symbols, drooling greedily at the treasure he had just received. The scene abruptly shifted to an ancient mansion submerged in the torrential night rain. From within, a joyful voice echoed, "My lord, young Master Goel. Long time no see." Goel Eshua entered, greeted by an elderly woman, and he coldly returned her salutation. "How is Joshua?" he asked. The woman scornfully replied, "Still a pile of trash as usual." Goel smirked. "What a bunch of hypocrites. Honestly, I'm afraid I'll grow attached to them." But then, his gaze suddenly sharpened, his intuition telling him, something must have happened at the investiture ceremony. A gruesome image flashed through his mind, recalling the fate of the priest who had been in charge of Isaac. In Goel Eshua's mind, the image of the priest in charge of the ceremony being found dead in the monster forest appeared. He muttered, "So bad that they had to eliminate the witness. The Barrett family even wants to adopt Isaac, unless they've all gone mad." Goel gritted his teeth, realizing there were too many strange things, but also knowing that digging deeper into this could be life-threatening. "I want to rest. Don't come in until I call," he ordered before slamming the door shut. Standing alone in the dark, he questioned himself. Attached? Me, who handed over the Joshua family's rights to Cardinal Barrett. Attached. He admitted there were times he had been too close to the Joshua family, but then he bitterly thought that he felt no kinship in this damned house. Determined to find the truth, Goel entered the family's secret information archive. He flipped through the records, muttering the name, Isaac Joshua, the one who was invested. Finally, he found it. Here it is, Isaac Joshua. This is the mark of the god the boy chose. But when he realized the meaning of the mark, he froze. Everything is. A divine light seemed to explode in Goel's mind as he screamed, "Everything is with me, the greatest god?" He slammed the notebook shut, a terrifying truth revealed. So that's it. This is why the papal family did all of this. Goel rushed off, realizing this was no longer about the Holy See, but the survival of the Barrett family itself. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. No, this is a matter of survival for the entire empire. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the trainee priest's uniform lay discarded on the floor. Amidst a pile of treasures, Kim Yi-sak excitedly asked, "Well, is this money enough to find a weapon to destroy the binding orb?" The shadow entity replied, pointing to a glowing stone. "The problem is the anti-demon stone. It's immune to all types of energy." Kim Yi-sak roared in anger. "Turning my subordinate's binding orb into an anti-demon stone? You crazy bastard." Kim Yi-sak sighed, deciding to try removing the seal on the mana core. Sitting on the bed, he muttered, "According to Leah, this will release the seal, right?" He thought to himself that he had never seen anything like this blue pendant. As the two objects touched, Kim Yi-sak joyfully exclaimed, "It's opening!" A surge of dark energy surged forth from the newly released mana core. "Eat!" he commanded, and the shadow entity immediately lunged forward, obeying. The entire room was engulfed in dark magic as his subordinate devoured the mana core. Kim Yi-sak was overjoyed, realizing this amount of mana was enough to upgrade his magic rank. He was confident that from now on, he could use higher-level spells. He burst into insane laughter, reveling in the surge of power. The shadow entity also roared with satisfaction. Kim Yi-sak's savage laughter echoed throughout the room. But then, his laughter abruptly died down, replaced by a bewildered expression. He stared in shock at his hand, which had turned into white bones. "What is this?" Kim Yi-sak screamed in panic. The space became eerily silent. A moment later, he slumped onto the bed, dejected and exhausted. He raised his bony hand, muttering, "This damned skeleton again. Damn it." He gritted his teeth, realizing this was the consequence of the curse. The Skeleton King's curse, the power that reverses life and death, was resurfacing. "This body has countless blessings. It won't be easily devoured," Kim Yi-sak reassured himself. He explained that the sudden increase in mana had broken the delicate balance between divine power and the curse. Praying would take too long. Using holy relics was too wasteful and dangerous. All paths seemed to lead to a dead end. It can't be helped, he decided. I'll make use of the Pentagon. Kim Yi-sak intended to use the Red Challenge, a heretical test, to dramatically increase his divine power. He chuckled gleefully, tightly wrapping his skeletal hand with bandages. I'll just have to keep it hidden until then. Suddenly, a call of "Hey, Isaac," startled him. Another candidate suddenly burst in, his face panicked. "What are you doing here? This is bad." Kim Yi-sak hastily put on an act, but the other boy was still suspicious. "Why are you laughing to yourself? That's creepy. Why are you hiding your hand? Are you hurt?" the boy asked. While Kim Yi-sak stammered denials, not believing him, the other boy impatiently lunged forward. "Nothing? Let me see." The bandages were ripped off, revealing a bare skeletal hand, making the other boy scream in horror. "Bones? Are those bones?" "Master, erase his memory quickly," the shadow subordinate yelled, but Kim Yi-sok knew he couldn't risk it. The other boy was stunned, stammering a strange deduction. Could it be? Your rotten morality is because of this decaying body. Kim Yi-sok was bewildered by the pity in the other's eyes. You should have said something. Everyone thinks you're evil because of this. In the boy's mind, the Joshua family's curse appeared. Talent always came with a physical defect. He clutched his head in shock. There was an ancestor who also suffered from the exact same problem. Seeing an opportunity, Kim Yi-sok immediately put on a pitiful expression, while the other boy struggled with his thoughts. Or, should I just kill him? The brown-haired boy grabbed Kim Yi-sok, panicked. Quickly tell Grandpa so he can treat you. You'll die young. Kim Yi-sok hastily continued his act, fearing his identity as the Skeleton King would be revealed. Don't tell Grandpa or the uncles. He clasped his skeletal hands together, putting on an innocent expression. I don't want to make my family worry. Besides, Kim Yi-sok said with determination, the Pentagon is more important right now. He declared grandly, I want to personally execute the Skeleton King's minions before I die, leaving the other boy speechless with emotion. Kim Yi-sok turned and walked away, dropping a tempting line. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. And the new friend immediately took the bait. There's a way to live? Tell me. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Yi-sok turned back with a sinister smile. Then, his red eyes glowed, and he revealed the task. I need you to deliver something to the Cardinal of the Red Faction. 20 days later, a furious shout echoed in the Great Hall. Isaac, you devil! The other candidates, looking haggard, listed their grievances. One almost died from a bomb in the bathroom, another had poison gas put in their pillow, and another had poison put in their food. Meanwhile, the culprit, Kim Yi-sok, innocently munched on bread and wondered, don't they like my training plan, enraging the whole group. A candidate held up a target list full of absurd ways to die, to which Kim Yi-sok calmly replied, those are your goals. After eating, he stood up and pointed at a pile of large sacks. Now, put these on. The whole group was utterly bewildered when they realized they were heavy sandbags. They protested in unison. We're priests, not knights. Do you want us to train physically? Kim Yi-sok explained that they needed to prepare physically for the upcoming Pentagon test. But another retorted that the next test was about intelligence. Oh, he casually admitted while putting on weighted gloves, I've swapped the order of the test. Kim Yi-sok happily raised his fist, declaring, the next test is the Red Pentagon, a physical one. To everyone's astonishment, he grinned. That's right. Our project will also be different, leaving the whole group speechless. Kim Yi-sok suddenly ordered, stop chatting. Each of you grab a sandbag right now. We're going to run 50 laps around the field. A brown-haired candidate growled in protest. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you change the order of the tests? And 50 laps? Are you crazy? Kim Yi-sok held up a scroll, calmly replying, oh, I misspoke. With a terrifying grin, he corrected himself. 100 laps around the field, and then he bared his teeth in a smile, gritting out each word. If we don't get first place, you'll regret it. From a distance, Kim Yi-sok's shout echoed. Run, you bastards! After the training session, an exhausted candidate threw off their gear, yelling, damn it, forget it. We don't need to try this hard. In the lounge, another person lamented. 2 kings are enough for the Pentagon. We already have one. The blue Pentagon will surely give us the next one. Kim Yi-sok grabbed a candidate by the collar and snapped. Are you kidding? We need at least 5 people. The blonde-haired boy was held back by his friends, angrily questioning, the red and yellow Pentagons will never give us a king. Besides, the next test is the yellow Pentagon. What's the point of training like this? Another person spoke up to defend the old order. The Order of the Pentagons is a historical tradition of the Empire. Who gave you permission to mess with that order? Just then, another candidate rushed into the room. Everyone, new news, he panted, announcing shocking news. The next test is the Red Pentagon. The whole group was stunned upon hearing the explanation. The Cardinal of the Red Faction spoke with the Cardinal of the Yellow Faction, and they changed the order. Horror enveloped them as they realized the truth. The Red Pentagon is about one-on-one combat. Wait, if we fail this test, we'll fail the entire program. The whole group turned, looking towards Kim Yi-sok as someone said, now that the next test has been decided. Kim Yi-sok stood there with his arms crossed, a sinister smile on his lips. Can we start training now? A few days later at the Royal Training Center, the group of trainees waited in silence, the atmosphere heavy as lead. Nizer Sepet grumbled irritably, damn it, I can't believe Father listened to Isaac's request. Meanwhile his father, Leon Sepet, mused. Isaac said he would show me something interesting, and now it's a team battle. Despite the change, Nizer smirked confidently. Whatever. What's there to worry about with the blue team led by Shuri Joshua? He was certain that the Red House, specializing in combat, would never lose to such a weak team. Finishing his words, Nizer rallied his teammates. Charge! And the whole team rushed into the arena. With an arrogant smile, he declared, "We'll deal with them in a flash." But as soon as they entered, Nizer's and his teammates' smiles immediately froze in astonishment. In the stands, two cardinals sat observing, unaware of what was about to unfold. The cardinal of red, Leon Sepet, frowned slightly. Huh? On the opposite side, the blue team emerged, and the one accompanying Kim Yi-sak was none other than Kina Barrit. Kim Yi-sak innocently explained, "About that, my cupbearer had a stomachache from breakfast today." Then he grinned, pointing at Kina. "Luckily, I found a replacement. It's just training, so it should be fine, right?" Nizer Sepet froze, his face paling from unbelievable shock. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Kina Barrit calmly stepped forward, her power likened to that of a high-ranking priest. Leon Sepet turned to the other cardinal, his voice displeased. "Cardinal of Gold, this has gone too far," he questioned. "Why did you put Kina on the blue team?" Then stopped, realizing his opponent was also bewildered. In a flashback, Kim Yi-sak had persuaded Kina, "If I clean up the small fry, will you teach me a powerful technique?" Back in the present, Nizer Sepet could only stand and watch, anger and a sense of betrayal clearly visible on his face. His indignant shout echoed throughout the arena. "This is cheating!" Nizer Sepet roared in protest. "She's not a trainee. Why is a high-level individual interfering in this match?" But Kina Barrit coldly retorted. "I refused the promotion," she stated firmly. "I have given up the privileges granted to me, so I can spend more time as a trainee, like Isaac Joshua." Her declaration stunned the entire stands and officials. All eyes turned to the referee, standing between the two teams. Kina Barrit looked directly at him, questioning, "Referee, have you made a decision?" The referee wiped his sweat, explaining with difficulty, "Because Kina Barrit is still officially a low-ranking priest and has not participated in any Pentagon test, there are no rules prohibiting her from participating," a ruling that made Nizer yell nonsense, while Kim Yi-sak behind him gloated and teased. Nizer gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, the whole team can't beat Kina, and we still have to face Isaac. This is a guaranteed loss." Meanwhile, on the blue team, Captain Shuri Joshua was trembling. "But if it's a one-on-one match between captains, we might win." Kim Yi-sak silently observed his teammate's anxiety. He grinned, teasing, "What's wrong? Do you need to take a dump? I told you to go to the bathroom beforehand. Your hands will be fine after this, right?" Then he confidently added, "Yeah, once I get more divine power." But Shuri wasn't joking. He looked directly at Kim Yi-sak. "You should be the captain. Honestly, it's all thanks to you that we've made it this far," Shuri continued, making the smile on Kim Yi-sak's face vanish. Shuri's pent-up frustration exploded. "Me being class president, skipping grades, getting high scores on exams, passing harmony was also thanks to you, not me," Shuri yelled, grabbing Kim Yi-sak's collar in despair. Kim Yi-sak retorted bluntly, "I teach very well, but not everyone can keep up." Kim Yi-sak coldly responded to Shuri's weakness. "Yet, you still managed it." He continued to analyze. "That said, Nizer is not someone to be underestimated, but if what you say is true, then taking down that redhead won't be difficult at all." Unexpectedly changing his demeanor, Kim Yi-sak cheerfully interrupted Shuri. "Oh, by the way," his face contorted into a demonic grin. "If you lose, I'll be the first one to stab you, you bastard." The threat left Shuri speechless, only able to stammer a, "Huh?" as Kim Yi-sak growled. "Understood?" In the arena, the loudspeaker announcement echoed among the anxious members. 5 minutes until start. Both teams prepare for battle. From the stands, a girl with a green ribbon looked down anxiously. Young Master Isaac, the silver-haired man beside her, also mused. Kina is with them. But, he offered a less than optimistic assessment. This situation is disadvantageous for both Isaac and Shuri. His gaze sharpened as he looked towards the opponents. Those bastards from House Red, he made an initial judgment, have already used the is less than destruction is greater than spell on them. But on the field, Kim Yi-sak, in the form of a child, was giving a wicked smile, his hands gripping invisible chains. Hey, not yet, wait." The silver-haired man was astonished by the purple aura enveloping Kim Yi-sak's team. "Oh, it looks like Azure's holy spell," the green-ribboned girl explained in confusion. "The holy spell is less than spirit, uplift is greater than. Isaac asked me to teach it to him." Both of them screamed in horror upon seeing the spell's effect. How can that be, as less than spirit, uplift is greater than? They couldn't believe their eyes as the members charged like wild beasts. It's only supposed to boost their morale so they wouldn't fear enemies. They look like monsters. Kim Yi-sak smirked triumphantly, revealing his secret. "This is my secret, unknown to the priesthood. Is less than spirit, uplift is greater than, and is less than, herbal doping is greater than." He roared the name of this gruesome creation, Beastification. Standing before his own army of beasts, Kim Yi-sok declared. I've prepared their physical condition enough for beastification. Now it's time to make the most of it. In the middle of the arena, colossal magic circles glowed brightly, signaling a grand spell about to be cast. Kim Yi-sok, in the form of a child, gave a sly smile. Has it begun? A brilliant pink light from the magic formation enveloped the space, energy converging to its peak. From the ground, a terrifying power was being summoned into form. In the stands, the crowd cheered excitedly. Oh, that's... A colossal statue of a god emerged, and a voice echoed, the guardian deity of House Red, the god of justice. A member of the Red team yelled, Pray! We need to pray for the Red god's blessing. Meanwhile, one of Kim Yi-sok's teammates clasped his hands earnestly, muttering, We have to win. Suddenly, Shuri Joshua lunged like a phantom, striking through the statue's chest. The statue of the god shattered into pieces, collapsing onto the heads of the horrified blue team members. Kim Yi-sok quickly explained with an innocent face, I didn't mean to. Amidst the roar, the statue's head exploded, and an enraged shout rang out. Isaac! A teammate grabbed Kim Yi-sok and shook him hard. Haven't you gotten rid of that habit yet? Come on, stop getting physical. A member of the Red team desperately shouted. Isaac Joshua broke the statue of the Red god. He beheaded the statue. Another opponent rushed forward, grabbing the boy's collar and growling. Isaac Joshua! Kina Barit couldn't help but yell. You broke a god statue. How did you even do that? However, her shock quickly turned into curiosity, and she clung to Kim Yi-sok. What kind of spell was that? Can you teach it to me later? Kim Yi-sok merely glanced at her coldly, replying curtly, So what? From the stands, a supporter smiled, clasping his hands in prayer. Aside from the gold god, all other gods are worthless. Oh gods, please save this one too. An opponent grabbed Kim Yi-sok, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, Isaac, you bastard. You've tested the limits of this training ground. Forced by his teammate, Kim Yi-sok offered a half-hearted apology. You have to apologize, Isaac. I'm very sorry. From above, two cardinals with contrasting expressions observed the chaos. Leon Sepet wore a sinister smile, thinking to himself, He's a troublesome, unpredictable child. It'll be fun to break him. The blonde cardinal retorted. Isn't the problem with the Red family, who allowed the statue to be destroyed in the first place? He continued sarcastically. You allowed the statue to be destroyed by a mere trainee. Perhaps you should examine the Red family's faith first. I won't lay a hand on Isaac. The atmosphere between the two cardinals became tense as a taut string, their invisible killing intent clashing fiercely. Leon Sepet suppressed his anger, muttering, This little snake, it would be too much to start a heresy trial against a bunch of trainees. Amidst the tension, a voice rang out, pulling everyone back to reality. Proceed with the Pentagon. Nizer Sepet flinched upon hearing the command transmitted directly into his mind. This is an order, Nizer. He looked up at the balcony, where his father sat with cold eyes. The cruel command was issued, shrouded in dark energy. Turn Isaac Joshua into a cripple. The referee quickly stabilized the situation, explaining the rules for the next round. The rules for Red's Pentagon are very simple. Find the real necklace among the fakes. The team that finds the real necklace first wins. One of Kim Yi-sok's teammates mumbled. The necklace holder will be chosen by the captain and cannot be changed. So, choosing who receives the necklace is also very important. Nizer Sepet confidently explained the strategy to his team. There are 3 ways to find the real necklace. First, capture the captain and make him confess. Second, use your deduction skills. Finally, you can subdue the entire enemy team to take all the necklaces. The referee loudly announced, Please, distribute the necklaces, and Nizer immediately gathered his team. Everyone, assemble. Seeing his teammates worried, Nizer tried to reassure them. Don't worry. After all, they are the Azure family. Amidst the tension, Shuri Joshua tremblingly declared, I want to resign as captain. Kim Yi-sok immediately grabbed his collar, growling, What are you doing? Hand out the necklaces now. Meanwhile, Nizer Sepet of the Red team sneered, That Shuri is so weak. He confidently reassured his teammates. Our opponents are the Azure family, so it'll be a piece of cake. We only need to worry about Kina. The entire Red team agreed, disdainfully. They only know how to hunt monsters, a bunch of idiots. In the arena, the referee raised his hand, beginning to shout, The match begins, and the Red team immediately charged forward with surging momentum. However, the Blue team members' reaction was not defense, but utter horror, because Kim Yi-sok had charged ahead of everyone, letting out a savage laugh. He thought to himself with morbid delight, A test that allows me to legally beat up these disgusting priests? Shuri Joshua stammered, unable to believe his eyes. Is that really a human face? Nizer still shouted in ignorance. Don't be afraid. They won't attack because of the code of honor. Facing those words, Kim Yisak merely gave a provocative smile. Come on, trainee priests. He swung a massive spiked flail, preparing to sweep them all away. Then he roared a stern command. Bring out your captain. A single attack sent the entire Red family's formation flying amidst desperate screams. A female Red team priest was stunned. What was that? I thought their code of honor. Amidst the chaos, Kim Yisak coldly stepped forward, repeating, Bring out your captain. He licked his weapon, offering a chilling promise. Do that, and you will live. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a voice from the blue team rang out. Bring out your captain. Nizer Sepet frantically fled as his teammates fell, shouting, Someone help! A figure from the blue team commanded. Hold your formation. Don't retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Kina Barit shot forward like an arrow, leading the charge. The red team frantically yelled as they saw her approach. Stop them! A teammate quickly warned. They're faking an attack. Nizer, be careful. Nizer stared at the fallen enemy, realizing the ploy and secretly praising. Just as I thought, you're amazing, Kina. He smirked confidently. But this plan is too shallow. I see clearly what you're trying to do, Nizer yelled, as a magical vortex simultaneously ensnared Kina. Taken by surprise, Kina realized the nature of the spell that had locked her down. A duplication spell? Believing victory was certain, Nizer pointed at Kina and ordered, Capture her. The red team members immediately charged forward to execute their captain's order. But at that very moment, a high-level binding spell was unleashed, locking down the entire red team's attacking formation. Kina clicked her tongue in annoyance. Though saved, she was not yet free from Nizer's spell. An invisible surge of power erupted, completely overturning the tide of the battle. Nizer was knocked to the ground, stunned and not understanding what had just happened. He stood up with a crazed smile, bloodshot eyes, and yelled, Get them! The blue team, with bloodshot eyes and berserk power, charged in to sweep through their opponents. Nizer dodged attacks while yelling, It's just a stupid beastification trick. It only makes them a little stronger. In another corner of the arena, Shuri Joshua was terrified as his own teammates cornered him. Found you, Shuri. Nizer roared, his fist glowing with red energy. I'll take an arm or two as a souvenir. From the stands, the green-ribboned woman frantically screamed. Relay. That spell is. She quickly warned as Nizer lunged at the motionless Shuri. Look out! Shuri gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. Damn it! Kim Yisak's voice echoed in his mind. It's okay, Shuri. Just do as I say, and we'll win. In the flashback, Kim Yisak had analyzed. Nizer will definitely try to initiate a one-on-one duel. The boy clearly explained. After all, he's always looked down on you. Back in reality, Shuri's gaze became resolute, ready to face the enemy. Nizer laughed maniacally, delivering the decisive blow. It's over, you fool. Just then, Shuri's eyes flared with a strange blue light. A burst of blue energy erupted from his position, deflecting the attack. In the stands, Relay shouted in astonishment. Shuri! Amidst the chaotic scene, Kim Yisak merely offered a satisfied smile. The boy whispered to himself, a smug look on his face. Yes, that's right. Seizing the moment, Shuri grabbed Nizer by the collar, growling. Prove that you haven't gotten weaker. You're the fool. Nizer was completely stunned, unable to react to this sudden action. Huh? That was the only sound he could utter before Shuri threw him over his shoulder. With a powerful throw, Shuri slammed Nizer hard onto the arena floor. The tremendous impact caused the ground to crack into a spiderweb pattern. Nizer lay motionless amidst the rubble, his eyes vacant as he stared up at the sky. Shuri Joshua roared, his rage still unquenched after the decisive blow. He questioned in his mind, Do you know why the Azure technique is forbidden for use on humans? Is it because it only works on demons? Exhausted, he panted beside the completely defeated Nizer Sepet. No, Shuri coldly denied. It's because the human body cannot withstand that power. The entire arena fell silent, with only the heavy breathing of the two opponents remaining. Shuri's eyes showed fierce determination, and he gritted his teeth. From the stands, Relay angrily yelled, Never! Shuri continued with a resounding shout across the arena. Underestimate Azure. He stood alone in the middle of the arena, asserting his family's pride. All teammates and spectators were stunned by the overwhelming display of power. Only Kina Barit narrowed her eyes, realizing, Shuri wasn't this strong originally. His spell has been enhanced. A mysterious surge of energy was indeed silently enveloping Shuri. In another corner, Kim Yisak crossed his arms and smirked, the true puppet master revealed. He excitedly shouted, urging, Finish him off! But Shuri hesitated, muttering, Now. I'll take the necklace. Hey! Kim Yisak's angry voice echoed in his head. Do it properly. Finish him off now. On the floor, Nizer frantically pleaded. All right, I'll do it. Shuri called out the name of his sprawled opponent. Nizer Sepet. He grabbed the man's collar, growling, "Tell me where the necklace is." While Nizer looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Nizer Sepet sneered, maintaining his arrogant demeanor. "Do you think the future heir of a family would confess after an interrogation like this?" Shuri Joshua tore at his hair, screaming like a madman. "Confess, you bastard. Please. That's the only way you'll get out of here alive." He suddenly changed his demeanor, growling a threat. "Shut up, you crazy bastard. As the successor, I've learned all kinds of cruel punishment techniques." Without hesitation, Shuri raised his foot, preparing to crush his opponent lying on the ground. Nizer's face changed, his confidence shattered. "Wait. Hey, wait." A terrible sound echoed, and Nizer only had time to feel extreme pain as he was stepped on. From the stands, a terrified spectator screamed, "What was that horrifying sound? Did he just—" Indignation spread through the crowd as they witnessed Shuri's brutal act, his teeth grinding. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Kim Yi-sok crossed his arms, a chillingly satisfied smile on his face. Nizer's desperate scream echoed throughout the arena. A red-haired man in the stands squeezed his eyes shut in pain, while Shuri's words were like a curse. "I told you to confess." Nizer's teammates couldn't stand by. They roared in anger and charged forward. "Shuri, you bastard! Nizer!" But Kina Barit blocked their path. She coldly declared, "No, none of you are going anywhere." She gently stomped her foot, and a massive circle of holy power erupted from the ground. The enemy purge spell was activated, and paralyzing streams of light immediately bound the red team members. The entire arena was engulfed in a blinding explosion of light, completely neutralizing the opponents. Crumpled on the floor, Nizer horrifyingly realized the truth. Those bastards. They deliberately pretended to be caught. Shuri looked down, finally revealing his true objective as he prepared to take the necklace. Amidst the defeated, Kim Yi-sok stood tall, and a question echoed in the loser's mind. Could he have planned all of this? Kim Yi-sok merely smiled triumphantly. Everything was in his palm. A terrified teammate screamed, "You did all this just to force Nizer to confess?" "But Nizer will never say anything." Kim Yi-sok just smiled innocently, replying, "What are you talking about?" He turned his back, his voice cold. "All of you know where the necklace is too. Now then," Kim Yi-sok whispered as the elder's ring on his hand began to glow, ready to absorb holy power. Scared out of his wits, Shuri Joshua hurriedly pleaded, Hey, wait, I'll tell you where it is." But it was too late. Kim Yi-sok roared, "Let's begin," and swung his spiked mace, draining his own teammates' power. Immediately after, he held up a red gemstone necklace. Found it. In the middle of the arena, Kim Yi-sok stood over the defeated, holding up his prize as the declaration of victory echoed. Team Azure wins! Another teammate of his could only stare in awe at the display of power, while the crowd roared, "Amazing! Go, Faith of Azure!" In the stands, Relai clenched his fist proudly. "Well done, Isaac, Shuri." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. As expected of the youngest priest representing the Empire, a boy in royal attire stepped forward, commanding, "Grant the victors a worthy gift." It was the Crown Prince of the Holy Hellen Empire, Chablis Alekfreek Hella. Relai hurriedly bowed. "I greet the son of the Empire." Chablis smiled and replied, "You have truly excellent nephews." Relai suggested, "I wish to give them priestly uniforms, would that be acceptable?" And the Crown Prince happily agreed. Chablis unexpectedly asked, "So when I send the tailor, may I also accompany them?" Confused by the sudden request, Relai stammered a refusal, but Chablis just smiled and said, I want to meet them myself. They're just a few apprentice priests? For what reason?" Relai wondered, but Chablis had changed the subject. "Ah, right. Consider this a small gift." The Crown Prince placed a hand on Relai's shoulder, his tone becoming serious. "Perhaps it's best you tell your youngest nephew to leave the Golden Pentagon." Then he leaned into Relai's ear, whispering a deadly warning. "The Pope is trying to kill Isaac. Remember that." Relai froze, the Crown Prince's warning about the assassination plot still echoing in his ears. Meanwhile, in the waiting hall, a servant called out to Kim Yi-sok, breaking the post-match atmosphere. Despite the danger, Relai still bowed in thanks to the Crown Prince for revealing the information. His conviction remained unshaken. However, Isaac will be fine. Relai was certain of it as he recalled his nephew's confident smile. In another corner, the other contestants were buzzing with rumors. "Hey, have you heard? The Crown Prince is giving us clothes." They were overjoyed by the unexpected honor, while Kim Yi-sok sat alone on the throne, looking bored. He glanced at Kina Barrett, calling out, "Hey, you. Aren't you going home?" Kim Yi-sok asked, while the white-haired girl calmly enjoyed her tea. Kina smirked. "The test is over. I don't need you anymore." Just then Kina's servant rushed in. "My lady, you must go. The patriarch is looking for you." "No." She firmly set down her teacup, refusing outright. Kina looked directly at the servant, uttering a blatant lie. You were the one who told me to transfer to House Azure. The butler and the accompanying maid were stunned, unable to believe their ears. When did I say that? He stammered. Kina replied curtly. Last night, Kim Yi-sok finally interjected, snapping at the butler. Who gave you the right to unilaterally decide for her to become an Azure priest? Cornered by both sides, the butler could only stand frozen, sweating profusely. Anyway, I've accepted the offer, so I'll be staying here now, Kina declared, making the butler desperately cry out. My lady, she waved her hand. Tell father I won't be coming home for a while. The Azure Team kids also joined in to chase the servants away. When things settled down, Kina secretly thought about Kim Yi-sok's power. Yesterday, he definitely used a spell on Shuri. What kind of power was that? Kim Yi-sok thought to himself. The Crown Prince's act of gifting clothes was nothing short of a declaration of ownership. At the same time, Crown Prince Chablis realized his actions could be seen as challenging the Pope's authority. Back in the waiting room, Kina Barrett declared she would stay, despite her servants' frantic pleas. She even made a bold offer, promising to help Kim Yi-sok win, leaving the two servants speechless. No need. Get lost, Kim Yi-sok retorted bluntly, but Kina refused to back down. She then threw herself onto the floor, whining. Otherwise, you drag me out yourself, Kim Yi-sok snapped. I've already used you. Go. But Kina stubbornly insisted he keep his promise. When he threatened to cancel the agreement, Kina immediately sprang up. Her face panicked. Just as she was about to concede, Kim Yi-sok coldly declared, That's it. I'm canceling. He smirked provocatively. I already have a disciple who's much more obedient than you. In response to Kina's question, Kim Yi-sok pointed towards Shuri Joshua, who was sitting nearby. Obviously, I'm talking about Shuri, he declared, leaving Shuri stunned. The whole group was confused. Kina couldn't believe her ears. Him? You mean he's better than me? Kina stomped her foot in anger, her pride wounded. She turned to Shuri, while he frantically yelled, Why are you dragging me into this? Kim Yi-sok replied nonchalantly, Well, that depends on how you perform. A fierce confrontation was about to erupt between Kina and poor Shuri. Meanwhile, in the Sancticides ballroom, the atmosphere was completely different. Students from other teams were stunned by the lavish banquet reserved for the Azure team. They whispered amongst themselves, realizing the immense privilege granted to the winners of the Pentagon match. Amidst the whispers, Relai thoughtfully raised his wine glass, his heart full of doubt. He thought to himself, I don't believe Isaac's team came in first. How did the Holy See score this? A sarcastic voice echoed from behind. You must be very pleased that the Azure team won, Your Eminence. Cardinal Leon Sepet grandly approached, offering a loaded greeting. Long time no see, Sir Relai. With a smug smile, he began his provocation. I hear you're about to reach level 9. Relai frowned at the backhanded compliment. Truly impressive for your age. But the Azure Patriarch must be having a headache, Leon continued, making Relai clench his fists to restrain himself. Leon leaned in, grabbed Relai's hand, and whispered, The only suitable person, Sir Relai, is limited by time. The Cardinal leaned closer, twisting the knife. And even if it weren't for your lifespan, isn't the role of Patriarch too much for you? The cruelest insult was delivered. After all, you can't have children. Relai's face darkened, resentment clearly visible in every feature. Leon burst into gleeful laughter, admitting his son's defeat only to deepen his opponent's humiliation. Relai suddenly realized, they know about the Joshua family's curse. He sighed, trying to appear calm. It's fine, I have no intention of becoming Patriarch anyway. But his train of thought was cut short when he realized Leon was heading towards his nephew. As long as he doesn't harm Isaac. Leon Sepet stood towering behind the boy who was happily eating, calling out, Isaac? His teammate frantically shook his shoulder, while Kim Yi-sok cursed inwardly. Damn it, why bother me while I'm eating? With an annoyed expression and his mouth still full of food, he replied, Yes, sir? Leon narrowed his eyes, probing. What is this interesting thing you intend to show me, Isaac? Kim Yi-sok looked up, blinking innocently. Oh, haven't you seen it yet? Facing the Cardinal, Kim Yi-sok casually declared, It was I who crushed your son. The boy flashed a mischievous, provocative smile. Well, did you enjoy watching? A brown-haired teammate frantically yelled, Why did you do that to the Crimson family? He quickly covered Kim Yi-sok's mouth, explaining in fear, but only received an indifferent reply. Oh, so what? Leon Sepet smirked, his gaze sharp. Well, I had high hopes for the Azure family. It seems you've also learned an interesting skill. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing. I don't know why, but I sense dark magic on you. Kim Yi-sok just chuckled, fabricating a perfect excuse. Perhaps you've forgotten that I ate a piece of the Skeleton King when I was a child, sir. Without stopping, he continued to fan the flames. If the destruction of your son wasn't entertaining enough, would you like me to continue the fun at the Golden Pentagon? The declaration stunned his teammates, one stammering, "Are you going to fight the Gold Cardinal's son next?" While a teammate clutched his head in despair, the negotiation between the two powerful figures continued. Kim Isak smiled, revealing his true demand. "I want to see the demons respond to the Skeleton King's call." The final demand was made, causing Leon Sepet's face to darken. "Give me the keys to their prison." The Cardinal turned and walked away, accepting the agreement. "I can give you the keys once you return successfully, but is that truly possible?" Before leaving, he threw back a curse. "All of you will vanish in the Golden Pentagon." Kim Yisak frowned, muttering at the threat. "What the hell is that bastard talking about now?" Just then, a team member rushed in with news. "Everyone, we have a mission for the Golden Pentagon." The whole group held their breath, listening as he announced, "It's an expedition." Leon Sepet's voice echoed from the doorway, full of sarcasm. "Aren't you curious where you'll be sent?" He sowed terror with a name. "It's Krasyandia, the Mystic Empire." A teammate sprang up, yelling in despair. "They want us to go to a country that's always waiting for a chance to kill priests?" A teammate of Kim Yisak screamed in panic. "It's right next to demon territory." "Are they insane?" He recounted, trembling. "That place is the domain of a high-ranking demon that devoured priests 14 years ago." Amidst the chaos, Cardinal Leon Sepet spoke up. "How pitiful. I can use my authority to change the location." Hearing this, his teammates hastily pleaded. "Isaac, please, beg him." Kim Yisak looked up and innocently asked, "Really? You'll change the location for us, won't you?" At the same time, at the Azure Mansion, someone rushed in breathlessly to report, "Brother, bad news. They want them to go to the land of mages." The messenger shouted, "Rescue kidnapped knights. This is an S-rank mission. They're sending everyone to their deaths." Another person tried to reassure, "Calm down. Father has already gone to lodge a formal protest." The man in the vest gritted his teeth. "Those bastards in the holy capital are determined to kill Isaac." The other person asserted, "Father has gone, so the test will be changed. They can't assign a mission that affects diplomacy." Relay merely sneered, "It's just a warning for us not to be too arrogant." "Ha!" The man in the vest worried. "I don't want Shuri to die there either." The other person continued to reassure, "Don't worry. Even Isaac, if he's sensible, then." Suddenly, another messenger burst in, interrupting them. "Bad news." Back at the scene, Leon asked, "Young Master Isaac, just say you want to live." Kim Yi Sak coldly replied, "No." Behind the hand covering his face, a wicked and savage smile appeared. Kim Yi Sak looked up sharply with a crazed expression. "I think it'll be fun. Why should I change it?" At the Azure Mansion, the messenger shouted the shocking news. He accepted the mission. Relay and the other person were stunned. The place they had to go was Blackfield, the land of demons, a desolate and deadly territory. And from the ruins of a demonic fortress, a voice echoed, "So you mean," the demoness Ash coldly questioned, "that you failed to kill the Saintess?" The subordinate hastily prostrated himself. "I sincerely apologize, Lady Ash." "Never mind, it's not important," Ash dismissed. "The key is to cause chaos there." She continued, "Just witnessing the king's power and bringing demonic artifacts into the Holy Empire is a great success." The subordinate stammered, trembling, "Your Majesty is truly too powerful." Ash smiled eerily, reminiscing. Even a small fraction of his power was already so terrifying. Suddenly, the subordinate reported, "Lady, during the investiture ceremony, I sensed his power." "The great skeleton kings." The answer made Ash leap from her throne in horror. She roared, "You sensed the skeleton king's power in that crazy kid who ate a piece of our king?" The subordinate fearfully confirmed, "That's right. I heard he was invested and is currently undergoing training." Ash mused, a sinister smile spreading across her lips. "It has finally shown itself." "Yes. He will soon participate in the Gold and Azure Trials, a festival where young priests and demons hunt each other." Ash mused with delight. "What a splendid opportunity," she mused dreamily. "I wonder how strong we would become if we directly consumed a piece of it." Then Ash's eyes became crazed. "What does the child of Azure taste like? I can't hold back anymore." Meanwhile, at the academy, whispers began to spread about the Azure team's mission. The trainees discussed the impossible mission, going to the Mystic Empire and rescuing a holy knight. An Azure team member gritted his teeth. "So the Gold family is really determined to kill us. Damn it," he thought desperately. "They all think we're going to die. No one believes we'll succeed." But then, his eyes turned cold. "But the worst part is," a brown-haired teammate worried, "the Holy Knights are completely ignoring us, meaning the whole team will be in danger as soon as we leave the Empire." He imagined the entire team being attacked by fierce demons and bandits as soon as they crossed the border. The ash-blonde boy angrily gritted his teeth. "Those bastards are ridiculous. We're dead for sure." The brown-haired teammate turned to vent his anger. Why doesn't anyone want to join our team? It's all your fault. He desperately yelled. This is a suicide mission. Don't you see everyone writing their wills? Do you know that 14 years ago, Uncle Realize Azure team was completely annihilated? Meanwhile, Kim Yusok casually picked his ear. He coldly thought about the old cardinal. A cheap trick. Refuse and face trouble. Accept and die. But then a sinister smile appeared. But if successful, this mission is nothing short of a lucrative mana core factory. His teammate grabbed his collar, pleading, We still have a chance. We must recruit the first Holy Knights at all costs. Just then, a smug voice echoed from behind. Unfortunately, Count Malik appeared, declaring, The first Holy Knights have chosen to go with the gold team. He added, Furthermore, my son and his friends have also decided to transfer to their team. The Count clicked his tongue, muttering, I shouldn't have sent them to the Azure team just for old glory. Kim Yi-sok retorted with a smirk. You are short-sighted, Count. You will be ostracized when we succeed. His teammate panicked again. Isaac, if not the first, then choose the second or third, please. While Kim Yi-sok mused, Holy Knights, huh? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Huh? Where did those beauties come from? Mistaking his intent, his teammate cheered. Excellent, Isaac. Go quickly and sign a contract with the second Holy Knights. Watching him dash off, Kim Yi-sok stopped before an official, who gaped in astonishment at his request. The official was still in shock, while Kim Yi-sok merely looked back with an innocent expression. Finally, the boy flashed a radiant smile and gave a confident thumbs up. Amidst his teammates' worries, Kim Yi-sok sighed in relief, announcing that the Azure team had chosen the fourth Holy Knights, leaving the entire team stunned in horror. A gray-haired teammate ran over with a cheerful expression. Hey, good news. Completely unaware of the insane decision that had just been made. In a flashback, Kim Yi-sok grinned, declaring, I've already signed a contract with the strongest ones, and received an angry roar. You crazy bastard. They were the fourth Holy Knights, outcasts, scorned as pack mules and forced to be messengers. Despite their skills surpassing even the royal knights, they harbored a deep hatred for the clergy. Immediately, Kim Yi-sok was summoned by the family patriarch. The powerful man coldly ordered, Explain yourself. What were you thinking? The boy could only force a smile, thinking to himself, He looks quite angry, while the dark entity beside him whispered about the patriarch's rage. Kim Yi-sok decided to put on an act, telling himself that if he refused the mission, he would tarnish the Joshua family's honor. But the patriarch roared, his killing intent flaring. You, of all people, dare to speak of honor. He exposed the boy's shocking secret. Why do you, a dark magic user, lie and speak of honor? What's with that expression? The patriarch growled. Do you think I don't know? His eyes gleamed with utter disappointment. I've overlooked it for you, but I can't trust you anymore. Cornered, Kim Yi-sok began his act. I truly hate the Skeleton King so much that I want to kill him, he shouted, leaving even the dark entity astonished by the blatant lie. He continued his tragic tale of losing his parents and the humiliation the family endured for failing to defeat the Bone King. With tear-filled eyes, he cried out about the shame that kept him awake at night, and the patriarch seemed to begin to believe him. I will destroy the fake Skeleton King, Kim Yi-sok declared, his eyes blazing. The reason I use this power is to investigate him. He swore to personally finish off his enemy, so immersed in his furious act that even the dark entity thought he had truly gone mad. While the patriarch pondered in silence, Kim Yi-sok secretly gloated over his true goal, protecting the Joshua family, only to seize everything. Kim Yi-sok continued his act, asserting that if they lived humbly, the Joshua family would forever be buried in disgrace. The patriarch subtly smirked. I've always said you don't need to sacrifice yourself for the family, but it seems you truly are one of us. A statement that brought a satisfied smile to Kim Yi-sok's face. The mission can fail, as long as you and your teammates return safely, he instructed as he turned and walked away. As the patriarch laid out a condition, if you return safely, I will officially declare you as my successor, he promised with a smile. Behind him, Kim Yi-sok bowed obediently but then flashed a wicked smile, his plan a complete success. A few days later, on a trail on the outskirts of the capital, the deadly journey began. We'll meet the knights in this town, Kim Yi-sok cheerfully informed his exhausted teammates trailing behind. A teammate collapsed, crying out in despair, Damn it. We have to survive and return, no matter what. Meanwhile, the dark entity flew over to report. Master, I've investigated the demon from 14 years ago. It's a demon from the Western Army, possibly someone you know. It revealed as the image of a female demon appeared. Hearing that she had swept through other trainees, Kim Yi-sok clicked his tongue in annoyance. Those bastards dare to break the rules I set? Never mind, let's go teach them a lesson, he decided. Despite the dark entity's warning about his unrecovered power, his teammates could only follow in silence, a tense atmosphere enveloping the entire forest. From the shadows, the female demon licked her lips, bloodthirsty, whispering, "Found them." She hid behind a tree, a sinister smile clearly visible on her face. The Joshua boy. At the same time, at the royal castle, a question echoed. Is that true? Crown Prince Chablis Hela was astonished as he read the report. Isaac chose those pack mule paladins? At the imperial palace, an aide reported, he showed no interest in the knights you sent. Crown Prince Chablis Hela mused. Perhaps his judgment isn't good. The aide quickly retorted. If I may? On the contrary, I think he might have very keen eyes. Chablis smirked. The knight captain I sent is a half-elf, meaning he's especially weak against demons. To the aide's astonishment, Chablis explained. No, I wasn't testing him. Although weak against demons, Silen would have been a great help to Isaac. The Crown Prince's eyes gleamed with amusement. Yet he chose those pack mules, a knight order where every member is a half-demon. The profile of the half-elf knight Silen was left behind, a safe choice that had been rejected. The aide worriedly warned about the unpredictable nature of those knights, but Chablis merely pondered deeply. At the same time, at the Azure team's rendezvous point, a furious rage was about to erupt. A table-slamming sound echoed. Why aren't they here yet? It's been 5 hours. The commander of the pack mules, Derek, roared. Do they want to pick a fight with these pack mule paladins? While one knight thought it was a prank, another asserted that the Azure House was always punctual. Derek gnashed his teeth, uttering a contemptuous remark, filthy clerics. Just as he finished speaking, a youthful voice rang out from behind him. Hello, Sir Derek. Commander of the pack mules? Derek flinched and turned around, facing a nonchalant Kim Yisak with his arms crossed. We're late, aren't we? His anger flared again. Derek growled. I heard your people are always punctual. Do you know what time it is? Kim Yisak sighed, fabricating a pitiful story. Bandits blocked our way, and my arm was broken. The boy leaned in, his eyes flashing with a malicious glint. It seems someone set them up. Even so, you still need to be on time. With a wicked smile, Kim Yisak provoked. Why? Do you think you're too good for us? Leaving his teammates stunned behind him. A teammate of Kim Yisak's asked in shock. Are you crazy? Don't you need us? Kim Yisak casually turned his back on the knights. There's nothing for us here. We might as well go back. Commander Derek growled, unable to believe the insolence. If you were going to turn back, why wait for 5 hours? Kim Yisak continued to expose them. Moreover, you're too well equipped for a simple escort mission. The boy flashed a wicked smile, reading his opponent. You intend to use us as bait to find your missing comrades, don't you? When Kim Yisak nonchalantly suggested parting ways, Derek gnashed his teeth, his anger erupting. Shut up, he roared, lunging forward. Did that bastard knight Halak tell you? Kim Yisak's teammates were stunned to hear the unfamiliar name. Halak? He realized in shock. That's our fourth uncle's fake name. Could he be involved in this? Cornered, Derek revealed his true nature, dark energy erupting around his sword. We can't enter Crosyandia without you, you bastards. He lunged forward at terrifying speed, yelling, So I'll take you with me, even if I have to chop off your legs. Amidst the frenzy, Kim Yisak merely spoke coldly. Hey! His eyes flashed crimson, an absolute command was issued. Sheathe your sword. Derek froze midair, his body stiffened from an invisible force. A colossal, majestic phantom of the Skeleton King appeared behind Kim Yisak, filling the half-demon with extreme terror. He trembled, his inner self screaming. Can I not refuse its command? But it's just a child, the dark entity whispered, while Kim Yisak thought smugly. A demon's instinct is to obey the stronger one. That's why I chose these guys. Helpless and humiliated, Derek let out a growl then slowly sheathed his sword. Come on, let's go, Kim Yisak said cheerfully, despite his teammates yelling from behind. How can we go with them when you just provoked them? Kim Yisak casually said to his angry teammate. Now we all need each other. They'll come. Meanwhile, Derek solemnly declared the mission's objective. Rescue all kidnapped individuals and eliminate all related demons. Kim Yisak turned back, smiling meaningfully. I don't care if we save your former comrades or not. Derek was stunned. You mean you chose us because you knew we had comrades to rescue? But Kim Yisak merely replied innocently. What are you talking about? The teenager thought smugly to himself. Of course I knew. A female teammate asked anxiously. What are you doing? Do you have a plan? Kim Yisak simply replied curtly. A plan? Suddenly, a bandaged knight yelled, Don't trust demons, they'll betray us. Just as dark energy began to emanate from him, Kim Yisak asked coldly, Do you know why they keep taking on such trivial missions? Causing the knight to collapse in pain. The knight's hand mutated, horrifying sharp claws grew long. He completely transformed into a monster, let out a savage roar and lunged forward, terrifying the trainees. The monster grabbed the gray-haired girl's collar, its bloodshot eyes showing clear ferocity. The brown-haired teammate yelled in panic. I knew it! We can't trust them. Wake up, Kim Yi-sok said, then delivered a devastating punch to the monster's face. Stunned by the blow, the knight staggered, his demonic form gradually fading before everyone's bewildered eyes. He explained in confusion, Sorry, I've never transformed so quickly. It felt like something was pressing on my head. The silver-haired female knight spoke up. You might be affected because we're near Krasyandia, another agreed. I feel strange too. The bandaged knight looked at Kim Yi-sok with admiration. But I returned to human form just because you punched me once. You're amazing. Of course, Kim Yi-sok replied smugly. Amidst the knight's cheers, Kim Yi-sok and his dark entity chuckled delightedly, thinking to himself, I caused it. Kim Yi-sok, carrying his luggage, said, If everyone is ready, let's go. Suddenly, he discovered a sparrow lying motionless in his bag, thinking, What the hell is this? The dark entity beside him remarked, Hey, it's playing dead. With a sinister smile, Kim Yi-sok held up the scroll. This thing is quite the actor. Should we play along? The bird cursed under its breath. The Bloodlord is truly cruel, sending me to this wretched priest, which surprised Kim Yi-sok. Did one of the great demon kings send you? His question startled the sparrow. The dark entity reported from afar. Master, we've set up the barrier. Kim Yi-sok muttered to himself, deducing that the Bloodlord, one of his former subordinates, had sent this messenger. He squeezed the bird tightly in his hand, growling, Do you have any information for me? And it immediately surrendered. I'll tell. The bird revealed. The demon queen you're about to face, she's the one who ruined your investiture ceremony. It continued to accuse. That's right, the one who smuggled in the mysterious device and ordered her subordinates to kill Ash. It was her. Kim Yi-sok listened thoughtfully to the warning that the Bloodlord would rather be executed than face the demoness named Ash. He slammed the scroll onto the ground as the bird shrieked. The Bloodlord believes the current Skeleton King is an imposter, the bird recounted in confusion. He was arrested after going around proclaiming that the Skeleton King is a fake. How could he be so naive? Anyway, I heard you absorbed a fragment of the great Skeleton King, it warned. Ash is probably waiting for you to step into her territory. Kim Yi-sok waved his hand, and the bird transformed back into a small demon and flew away, shouting back, Don't die! That would make our lord very sad. Just then, a wavy brown-haired teammate ran over, panting, Hey, where have you been? We've been looking everywhere. He proudly gave a thumbs up. I'm really proud of you. You ordered food from the local tavern for us to eat. The teammate pointed at a group of people, cheerfully saying, We've prepared to serve the priests in your time of need. Kim Yi-sok froze when he realized the meal laid out was actually other priests. Kim Yi-sok smirked to himself. I thought she'd be waiting. But the prey came to us herself. An innocent girl with a basket in her hand appeared. Meanwhile, the teammates began to find Kim Yi-sok's attitude puzzling. A wavy brown-haired friend grumbled. He's overdoing it, but another advised to ignore it. Suddenly, Kim Yi-sok growled, beginning his act. Hey, you there. He acted like a spoiled young master, constantly making unreasonable demands that frightened the serving girls. Too salty. I hate hearing you breathe. Hold your breath, Kim Yi-sok yelled, pointing directly at the girl's face. Immediately, an escort knight spoke up in defense. Why are you making our young master ask again? The gray-haired girl was confused, cursing inwardly. Are these bastards crazy? Why are they siding with him? She then changed targets, inviting the knights to eat with the intention of poisoning them. I should get rid of these troublesome guys first, but the knight firmly refused. We were hired by him. We don't eat his food. Cornered, the girl revealed her demonic nature, growling coercively. Eat. From a distance, Kim Yi-sok spoke up, breaking the act. Hey, why don't you try eating it yourself? With a cunning smile, he questioned. How are we supposed to know if you put poison in it or not? The girl was stunned, not expecting her plan to be exposed. Seeing this, Kim Yi-sok's teammate rushed over to intervene. That's enough. Why are you picking a fight with her? The wavy brown-haired friend grabbed the bowl of soup. You have no right to pick a fight with her. We'll prove her innocence. Saying so, all three of them ate the food in the bowl. Immediately, they collapsed unconscious, making the remaining friends scream in horror. You guys? Kim Yi-sok coldly stood up, revealing, This is easier. I was going to knock them out anyway. Kim Yi-sok calmly watched his teammates collapse, telling the dark entity, Just leave them. They need to learn a lesson. Suddenly, the dark entity paused, seemingly sensing something. It reported an alarm. Master, this poison. It converts holy power into dark magic. Kim Yi-sok was stunned, then cheered joyfully. Are you sure? It turns this disgusting holy power into glorious dark magic? He laughed gleefully, envisioning a prosperous future. This means I can build a dark magic farm right here in the Holy Empire. At the same time, the serving girl burst into maniacal laughter, dark energy swirling from her body. "Helpless brat," she roared, but Kim Yi-sok merely smirked. "Helpless? This thing turns everyone into mana batteries for me." She revealed her true form as a demoness with sharp horns and an eye patch. "If you want them to live, follow me, and I'll give you the antidote." An escort knight gritted his teeth. "This bitch." But before the demoness could finish speaking, she shrieked in pain as a beam of holy light struck her. The smug look on her face turned into utter astonishment. Kim Yi-sok, holding a massive holy relic, shot forward like an arrow. A thunderous impact sent the demoness flying. Wounded, she quickly fled into the forest, looking back provocatively. "That's right, chase me, brat." As the knights prepared to give chase, Kim Yi-sok raised a hand to stop them. "No, I'll go alone." He looked at his unconscious teammates, his voice resolute. "I can't leave them unprotected. You need to transfer mana to help them hold on." The knights were stunned, then emotionally shouted, "Young Master Isaac, we will take care of the priests." Receiving their promise, Kim Yi-sok simply nodded. "Please do," then turned and walked away. He pulled up his hood, his eyes glinting with cold calculation. "So I'll have something to harvest later." Under the full moon, a solitary figure plunged into the deep night. Demon Ash scoffed at Kim Yi-sok. "What a brave fool. You dare come here without an escort." With a smug smile, Ash was certain that this little prey was already in her grasp. Kim Yi-sok gritted his teeth and retorted, "Yes, a fool indeed. You dare discuss devouring those humans without realizing who I am," he growled, stunning Ash. His eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, and an absolute command rang out. "Kneel." Before the demoness could understand what was happening, she broke out in a cold sweat, her face paling with terror. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on her shoulders, forcing her to her knees in humiliation. The illusion of a powerful skeleton, a true king, appeared behind Kim Yi-sok. Ash looked up, trembling as she realized. This demonic power. Her entire body convulsed in extreme fear. This demonic power. Why does this brat have the king's demonic power? She screamed in her mind, looking at the black and red aura surrounding him. Rage flared up, and she came to a crazy conclusion. That bastard. It must be because he ate a piece of him. The king's body! She screamed in agony at the thought of the blasphemy. "Just a moment, my king. I will tear him apart." Ash charged forward frantically, dark demonic power surging. "And free you!" she roared, determined to destroy the usurper. But a surge of sacred blue energy suddenly erupted, blocking her attack. Ash froze, unable to believe her eyes, as her demonic power was completely neutralized. From within the blue light, a gigantic skeletal monster materialized, its oppressive aura suffocating her. It unleashed a devastating blow, crushing everything in its path. Amidst the dust and smoke, Kim Yi-sok coldly judged, "Fool." Kim Yi-sok, erupting with dark demonic power, growled, "Let me show you who your king is." Under the silvery moonlight, the forest fell into a deadly silence. The dark entity cheered with delight. "Excellent, master. That's only a 5th-tier spell, yet it carries the power of the 7th circle." Kim Yi-sok smirked, thinking to himself, "Combining sacred power and dark demonic power is truly genius. Perhaps this is why the gods didn't want to create a human like me." Suddenly, a sound caught his and his companion's attention. On the ground, Ash trembled, muttering in horror, "My king! My king!" Kim Yi-sok cruelly gripped the demoness's chin, forcing her to face him. Completely subdued, Ash prostrated herself on the ground. "My king, I have made a grave mistake," she weakly offered. "Let me give you the antidote," but only received a cold reply. "No need." He sat down, giving a command that stunned Ash. "Bring the paladins you kidnapped here. You have 1 minute. I need proof to get a perfect score," he explained. "Just a few missing paladins aren't enough." With a sinister smile, Kim Yi-sok revealed his ultimate goal. "Proof that I defeated a demon." 2 days later, Kim Yi-sok was sitting with one of the rescued paladins. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a brown-haired man anxiously ruffled his hair. "Damn it. What's wrong with you, Isaac?" The teammate with the scar over his eye tried to reassure him. "We have tracking devices. Young Master Isaac won't fall easily." But he immediately retorted, "Something definitely happened. The mages have searched many times, and very formally too." "You know better than I do," he emphasized. "They're not usually like that." The scarred man finally had to admit anxiously, "There was some blood where we believe he passed through. But that doesn't mean he's dead." Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the door. "I'm back," stunning both of them. The two aides froze as Kim Yi-sok suddenly returned. One angrily shouted, "Young master, are you all right?" Without a word of explanation, he simply tossed out a blood-stained bag. "Here, the antidote." The wavy brown-haired aide confusedly took the bag, asking, "What is this?" But when he opened it, he screamed in horror upon seeing a human head inside. "Oh, that? Kim Yi-sok, now in the form of a child, innocently asked. He casually declared. The kidnapper's head. Proof for us to get a perfect score. Commander Derek rushed over, anxiously asking about the whereabouts of the missing paladins. They were too heavy, so I hid them in the bushes. Kim Yi-sok lazily pointed outside. Go and bring them back. Just then, a paladin rushed in, breathless, to report. Commander, the missing comrades have returned. Outside, joy erupted as the paladins found their comrades still alive. Back in the room, the two aides stared at Kim Yi-sok in shock, stammering. So, the kidnapper's head. That's right. The boy sat cross-legged on the chair, arms crossed, confirming. I went in there alone and brought it back. Both aides screamed in panic. You went into the mage's territory alone. That's absurd. Kim Yi-sok merely gave a meaningful smile, beginning his act. Let me tell you. He began to weave a tale of a sophisticated kidnapping plot and how he used the Pope's authority to intimidate the enemies. He continued to fabricate that he had found the place of captivity, defeated a guarding demon, and rescued the paladin. The scarred aide smiled, raising his glass. I believe you, while the other also decided to let things go. Nevertheless, the brown-haired aide still couldn't help but worry. But that's too reckless. What if something happened going in there alone? Kim Yi-sok placed a hand on his chest, replying with a feigned, sincere expression. There was no other way. Better that than to confront the mages. If we engaged in direct combat, we would have more casualties. As a protector of faith, I cannot allow that. The scarred aide's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. You truly are a man of faith. The other brown-haired teammate was about to curse when he was stopped. Watch your mouth. He suppressed his anger and reported, at least you're back safe. The mages who came looking for you were very worried. Kim Yi-sok merely smirked, thinking, those bastards worried about a mere priest? Just then, two mages in dark robes entered. We came out of concern that you might have been taken by demons, not to be insulted. The young man crossed his arms, cursing inwardly. A bunch of liars, they're only sniffing around for mana cores. The male mage smiled slyly. Please cooperate with the investigation. There are reports of a demon here. I haven't seen any, but I sense a mana core nearby. Kim Yi-sok yawned. No way, it must be one of yours. He continued the act. Be reasonable. How could an apprentice like me defeat a demon? The female mage retorted in confusion. But Halleck definitely said there was one here. That name startled the brown-haired subordinate. He muttered to himself. Halak. Sounds like my fourth uncle's name. But then he dismissed it, thinking it was just a coincidence. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Yi-sok stood up. All right, I'm going to rest and sort out my belongings. He left, ignoring the brown-haired subordinate who yelled in vain. Hey, you bastard, answer properly. Leaving the chaos behind, the young man ventured alone into the forest. He walked straight to a small wooden house, isolated in the wilderness. His hand rested on the door, ready to unlock the secrets within. Kim Yi-sok flung open the door with a triumphant smile, as if everything was in his grasp. Kim Yi-sok smiled, his red eyes glowing eerily. Come on. The demoness Ash trembled on the floor, whispering in despair. It's time for this to end. 2 days prior, under the moonlight in the forest, a plan had been decided. Proof that I defeated the demons. Kim Yi-sok confronted Ash, accusing her of being the one who devoured the Azure apprentices years ago. Wasn't that you? His question filled the demoness with extreme dread. The young man smirked. A weakling like you couldn't have defeated Relai. Kim Yi-sok laid out his condition. Go get me some proof, otherwise your head won't prove anything. Then he decided, I need a head to bring to the Holy See. Back in the present, Kim Yi-sok sat on a wooden crate, looking down at his spoils. I didn't expect you to actually bring back the head of the one who did it. He judged condescendingly. You're not a complete fool. You passed. Ash confessed, trembling. So you knew who it was all along, a woman and her monster. Did you think I wouldn't know that? Kim Yi-sok sneered, completely in control. Under duress, Ash revealed the truth. The culprit from back then was her older sister. Kim Yi-sok rationalized. If they're family, their energy is similar. So we've defeated Relai's true enemy. He continued to extract information. What's the demon hierarchy like now? And what are the gods doing? He questioned about his most powerful enemies. Kim Yi-sok thought to himself, unable to believe that the gods had remained silent for 150 years after the self-destruction incident. He knew they should be searching everywhere, because the insect that sealed his soul was now empty. There's no way their greatest spell could be so useless. He couldn't understand why they hadn't discovered the truth yet. Kim Yi-sok's sinister smile grew more triumphant as he pondered an interesting possibility. So another soul took my place, he thought to himself with a crazed expression. He wondered if it was a high-ranking dark creature, another calamity like the Skeleton King, or even a god. At his question, the demoness Ash frantically vomited, stammering to confirm her name. Yes, your majesty. Kim Yisak sat on her back, ordering, "You, return to the demons and be my eyes and ears." The scene shifted outside, where words of gratitude echoed. "Thank you, young Master Isaac. We owe you an unpayable debt." A knight knelt on the ground, sobbing. "I can't believe you defeated that demon alone. You saved all of us," Commander Derek shouted gratefully. "You truly are a member of the Azure family," while Kim Yi-sak responded with feigned humility. While the knights whispered about their debt of gratitude, Derek pondered deeply and then made a decision. His eyes lit up, shouting as if he had found the truth. "You pack mules. The answer is clear." Derek spun around, calling out clearly, "Young Master Isaac," making the boy look back. "First-class knight, Derek, and the rest of you pack mules," he solemnly declared, leading the team. "We'll go wherever you command." The entire Fourth Holy Knight Order knelt in unison, bowing their heads in an oath of loyalty. "Oh? I didn't expect that," Kim Yisak thought to himself, feigning surprise. But inwardly, he was calculating. "I've acquired these excellent soldiers for free. They have connections across the continent, good intelligence, and mobility. Gaining so much just by saving 11 people is truly a huge bargain." His train of thought was interrupted. He noticed a child staring at him, wondering why the boy was looking at him like that. Derek smiled mysteriously. "You don't know that child, do you, young master? You'd be surprised if you did." The child happily stepped forward, greeting. "Hello? I am the young prince of the Arcane Empire, Hiberius." At the sudden thanks, Kim Yisak froze. Damn it, what? He suddenly understood. So those mages were so enthusiastic because one of their own was captured. What a steal. Young Prince Hiberius said brightly. "I thought the Hella people were all bastards, but there are people like you. I owe you my life." Kim Yisak was still stunned by the boy's admiration. Hiberius continued to criticize. "Compared to those bastards at Sanctus Seeds who pushed the apprentices to their deaths, you are truly a shining example." The boy's eyes sparkled. "Compared to them, you are truly devout. Please let me repay you, big brother." Kim Yisak smirked, an idea flashing in his mind. "Really?" He mischievously pinched the boy's cheek. "You think you can help me?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, an urgent report was delivered. "Your Eminence, the Azure team has entered Chrysandia," the brown-haired cardinal calmly replied. "I thought those beasts would stop them. So they've made it there?" the subordinate reported. But it seems Kim Yi-sak went in alone, causing the cardinal to stop writing in surprise. The cardinal sneered. "He can't tame those beasts. Even we have given up." The subordinate also gave a malicious smirk. "Indeed, we've arranged for them never to return to Hela," the cardinal mused, recalling the plot with the Azure Patriarch. "He will surely use those mages to eliminate all of them." When the subordinate expressed concern about royal interference, he dismissed it. The royal family wouldn't dare meddle in a disputed area like Chrysandia. In the rare event he succeeds, he ordered, "Make sure he doesn't return to Hela." The cardinal smiled wickedly, already envisioning the humiliation of the Azure family. Back with Kim Yisak, he laughed maniacally, having anticipated everything, is what he'll think. "So, I need to shove it in his face." He proudly introduced his trump card. The secret weapon to mess with the Holy See. The youngest prince of the Arcane Empire. Faced with his teammates' horrified reactions, Kim Yisak wondered. "What? What's with your reactions?" A brown-haired teammate yelled. "This lunatic. Who introduces a prince from a hostile nation like that?" Meanwhile, Hiberius just grinned. "Ahaha, I've surprised you all. My apologies." The teammate questioned if it was a kidnapping, but deep down he knew the truth was worse. "He's the one who kidnapped you." With a savage smile, Kim Yisak thought to himself about the grand game. Now the Holy See is screwed, while Hiberius innocently worried. "Aren't times we times the ones who are screwed?" Kim Yisak explained the first move. "The rule of politics is to make your opponent owe you. Saving the prince means the Arcane Empire owes us a huge debt." Hiberius was completely won over, praising, "As expected, you are a great strategist," leaving the teammate speechless. "He's gone crazy too." The brown-haired teammate clutched his head in despair. "You want us to announce that we saved the prince of the Arcane Empire and returned triumphantly?" "Don't tell anyone yet," Kim Yisak signaled for silence. "This is why I called all of you here." He smirked sinisterly, beginning to expose the plot. "The Gold faction has surely set traps to sabotage our mission. So what happens if the prince gets caught in one of those traps?" Immediately, Hiberius shouted, "You're amazing. I'll jump into fire for you." Kim Yisak rubbed his hands together maliciously, his red eyes glowing. "Now let's really screw over those gold bastards." A worried voice spoke up, outlining the fatal risk. "They wouldn't just trap us, but the prince of the Arcane Empire too, would they?" The teammate continued to analyze. "Both the Holy Nation and the Arcane Empire will surely investigate who is behind this whole affair." Kim Yisak concluded with a triumphant smile. So how shocked will those who set the traps, the gold faction, be? The brown-haired teammate was still skeptical. I understand what you mean, but Cardinal Barrett isn't someone who would leave evidence. It's fine, Kim Yi-sok winked. He has accomplices. Realizing the implication, the teammate shouted in horror. You're going to use the mages? Kim Yi-sok calmly replied to his teammate's anxious question. Fighting head on would cause diplomatic trouble. So what should I do? Kim Yi-sok roared, officially initiating his insane gamble. Little Prince Hiberius enthusiastically responded. Boom, you're absolutely right, big brother. Ignoring the brown-haired teammate who was frozen in shock, the others whispered in confusion. What the hell? Has he lost his mind? A sudden loud noise startled the teammates. A blond boy rushed to the railing, shouting, What? What's happening? The answer appeared in the distance, a column of black smoke rising from the forest, precisely where the mages were stationed. Kim Yi-sok laughed gleefully at his teammates' horror. Ah ha ha ha, first strike wins. Those damn mages. He pulled down his face covering, his eyes flashing with determination. They dare covet my mana cores? Witnessing Kim Yi-sok leaping off the balcony, the brown-haired teammate could only scream in despair. That lunatic. Meanwhile, at the mage camp, chaos reigned as they realized they were ambushed, all their mana cores and magical tools destroyed. An elderly mage coughed violently, unable to believe it. These are Azure apprentices? They struck first? A female mage immediately ordered. Attack those damn priests. But as they prepared to counterattack, a voice cut in. Wait! Kim Yi-sok emerged from the shadows with a sinister smile. Now. Then he pushed Hiberius forward, and the little prince yelled at the enemies. You bastards! A mage was stunned. Who do you think you're attacking? The entire mage team froze as they recognized the hostage. The Crown Prince? It's him! They confusedly asked. Why are you with those priests, Crown Prince? Come here. But Kim Yi-sok's threat rang out, making the mages stiffen. You bastards! If you care about this child's life. Kim Yi-sok held his sword to the little prince's neck, yelling maniacally. Hand it all over. Hand it over. He growled, his patience exhausted. Didn't you hear what I said? Witnessing the scene, a teammate could only helplessly whisper. Oh God, please punish this bastard. Ironically, the Joshua family was known for their knightly code, preferring death over ever raising a weapon. But now, their descendant was laughing savagely, using the prince's life as a threat. You wouldn't mind his head flying off, would you? The old mage wondered in shock. Why is the Crown Prince with them? And why is he being held like this? They all knew. Little Prince Hiberius was strong enough to take down many adults by himself. Believing the prince was being threatened, the mages resolved. They must have something to control him. We have to help him. A teammate of Kim Yi-sok cried out in panic, trying to intervene. Hey, descendants of Joshua, calm down. The old mage leading the group stepped forward, offering, let's talk. Kim Yi-sok flatly refused, roaring, talk my ass. I told you to hand everything over. A younger mage reached out, trying to approach the hostage. Come here, your highness. Take my hand. I'll help. His offer was cut short by Hiberius himself, who suddenly turned and yelled at his rescuers. You idiots! What are you doing, not saving me? The mage was stunned by the boy's furious question. And you call yourselves mages of the great arcane empire? Hiberius began acting, hitting those trying to rescue him. You useless idiots, hurry up. The boy jutted out his chin, declaring loudly, That's enough. I, as the crown prince of the arcane empire, command you. Kim Yi-sok hoisted the boy onto his shoulder, and both shouted in unison. Drop everything and get out. The old mage knelt, forced to obey. You are the future of the empire. We must follow your command. The old mage was forced to surrender. I will do as you say. I will give you everything we have. Just release the prince. Inside Kim Yi-sok, greed surged, repeating only one word. Monocores, monocores, monocores. While the dark entity tried to dissuade him. Calm down, master. With a condescending look, Kim Yi-sok declared, Good, seeing your sincerity, I'll let it slide this time, making the old mage grit his teeth in anger. But then he delivered a fatal blow. However, I will report your conspiracy to attack to the empire. The mage quickly denied the accusation, but Kim Yi-sok coldly retorted, Hunting demons with weapons designed to kill priests? Before the threat, or do you want to bring back the prince's corpse? The mage could only hiss in fury. That damn bastard. Prince Hiberius gleefully chimed in, waving his hand. What are you doing? Get out. Get out of my sight. That night, at an inn, the real fun began. A maniacal laugh echoed as a treasure trove of crystals was poured out. Kim Yi-sok was ecstatic, rolling around in a sea of precious mana cores. Hiberius looked at the scene with eyes full of admiration. Brother truly has an eye for things. The mana cores of the arcane empire are on a completely different level. The boy continued to praise. I never thought someone from the Holy Nation would recognize their value. Truly a talent of the Azure family, Hiberius excitedly promised. Just tell me anything you want, and when I return, I will richly reward the Joshua family. The boy even enticed. Brother, have you ever thought about defecting to the Arcane Empire, making the recently awakened teammate yell, "Stop it, you two lunatics." The brown-haired teammate tried to speak seriously. Isaac, I have something to tell you, but only received a sleepy reply. Huh? Wipe your drool first. He anxiously got straight to the point. Are you really going to tell the Patriarch that our fourth uncle was involved in this mage incident? Kim Yi-sak calmly confirmed. Of course. I need to eliminate all competitors. Despite the warning that he would be in big trouble if he was wrong, the teammate still tried to persuade him. If you do this without proof, you'll surely die. But Kim Yi-sak only smirked. Proof? He sneered, recalling the mage's words. That old man called us descendants of Joshua. He knew who we were from the start. The teammate still naively justified. Because we, descendants of Joshua, have striking appearances. What are you talking about? Kim Yi-sak kicked him away. You're ugly as sin. Who would look at you and think, Joshua? He continued to explain to his dazed teammate. That old man already knew who we were. The brown-haired young man realized in shock. There's no way those mages would know, unless someone from Joshua revealed it. Kim Yi-sak grabbed him, yelling, Wake up! Your uncle tried to kill you. He doesn't know. The teammate still stubbornly denied in a panic. How could he? He suddenly stopped, a horrifying thought flashing through his mind. He probably did, Kim Yi-sak smirked. Azure, gold, the crown, all of them might have been sold out. At the same time, at Sancta Seeds, a voice full of skepticism echoed, What did you just say? In the magnificent office, a subordinate reported, Sir, the Azure trainees are returning alive. The messenger continued with a worried expression. They not only survived but also rescued the kidnapped individuals. The dark-haired aide angrily spun around. What did those mages do then? The brown-haired cardinal gritted his teeth, unable to believe this failure. How did that brat manage to return? They said. They couldn't attack. The dark-haired aide stammered in explanation. The reason was quickly revealed, leaving the cardinal stunned. The Prince of the Arcane Empire was among those rescued. Who? He asked again. And the answer was a fateful name. Young Prince Hiberius Britannia. The messenger bowed deeply. Isaac Joshua has also requested a thorough investigation into the mages. The cardinal roared in fury as the tables had turned. So this is how that damn brat wants to play. Now, with the prince's involvement, he realized he had not only failed but was also about to be accused of attempted murder. The brown-haired cardinal sneered, gloating over the misfortune of both the Joshua father and son. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed into the room, breaking the complacent atmosphere. Your Eminence, bad news, the subordinate shouted. The Joshua Patriarch has arrived at Barrett and is causing a huge commotion. The cardinal's face darkened upon hearing that the Patriarch demanded to see his fourth son, and now the Patriarch himself was causing a scene. Meanwhile, in the Roman capital of the Holy Hellen Empire, another plan was being executed. Kim Yi-sak secretly gloated as he ignited his grandfather's fury, making him believe that fourth uncle had tried to kill the entire team with mages. The boy burst into gleeful laughter, while a woman approached and called, Young master. The woman slowly knelt before him. She bowed her head, respectfully saying, I sincerely thank you for avenging my brother, who was killed 14 years ago. Kim Yi-sak was briefly surprised but quickly regained his nonchalant expression. Ah, it's nothing, just a small matter. He curiously inquired about the situation of the others, and the woman replied that their reactions were similar to the Patriarch's. Elsewhere, Lord Goal roared in anger. That madman dared to try and kill his own nephew, and not Isaac? Relay tried to explain. Isaac is his nephew too, brother. But Goal brushed him off. Their hair colors are different. Shut up. Both brothers were stunned by the complexity of the situation. At the same time, Lord Benjamin, the financial manager, coldly burned the trader's inheritance and declared that everything would be returned to society. Back in the square, Kim Yi-sak mused. All the Joshua descendants meet for the new year, and honestly, that worries me. The concerned woman warned. It seems the fourth lord is trying to kill you, young master. Kim Yi-sak smiled faintly, dismissing her worries. Don't worry, I have no intention of dying. But then, he suddenly realized something strange. How strange. There should be another place in utter chaos, but they're too quiet, Kim Yi-sak muttered. They're coming soon. Then was startled when a piece of paper flew away. The boy exclaimed excitedly, Here it is! As the ground beneath cracked open, a summoning circle glowed brightly, and the woman with the green ribbon suddenly appeared in a panic. She exclaimed in shock, A holy summoning spell? Elsewhere, Kim Yi-sak smiled meaningfully. It seems you're in a hurry. He continued to provoke Leon Sepet. You even used a summoning spell. The red-haired cardinal grabbed him. You said you'd show me something amusing. Kim Yi-sok smirked. It seems my arcane little prince is doing fine. Hearing this, Leon Sepet could only grit his teeth in a fit of rage. He exhaled sharply, using his hand to lift the boy's chin. What the hell were you thinking, dragging the little prince into this? Leon growled, but Kim Yi-sok casually replied, What's wrong? I did it to help you. Leon scoffed contemptuously. Huh? Help? In a flashback, Leon admitted, Of course, I initially liked it very much. A rare opportunity to extort money from them. He had believed the trap that was set, that the Pope and the Joshua traitor were behind everything. Leon's smile turned vicious as he thought about using Kim Yi-sok to bring down both the Gold and Azure families. This is enough to have the right to face 14 demons. Or even more, he said smugly. Back in the present, Leon said sarcastically. Is this how the Holy Hellen Empire interrogates? Huh? In front of him, little Prince Hyberius was screaming. How dare you call yourselves an empire when you behave so barbarically? The boy threw a tantrum on the ground, shouting loudly to defend Brother Isaac and slander his captor. In Leon Sepet's flashback, a paladin roared. Get out of the way, I'll kill this bastard. But he only thought to himself, that kid. He requested this interrogation to instill fear in the Gold faction. Leon continued to scheme. He doesn't want the Joshua family to suffer, so he handed us the stubborn prince to make the Gold faction panic. Back in the present, Leon Sepet growled at a smirking Kim Yi-sok. You damn brat, how dare you use us? Suddenly, the woman with the green ribbon appeared, pointing her weapon at Leon, while he was still questioning. You don't think you'll get away with this, do you, Isaac? Kim Yi-sok grinned widely, pretending to care. I'm quite annoyed to see my people in trouble, but the dark entity inside him exposed. What? You're not annoyed at all. The entity continued. You even enjoy the pain of your own people, which made Leon Sepet freeze. The cardinal narrowed his eyes, a terrifying thought flashing in his mind. How strange. Leon's face twisted into a mad grin. No one has ever discovered that about me. An invisible surge of power sent the woman with the green ribbon flying backward. She fell to the ground, coughing violently, as Leon Sepet slowly advanced. Did the Azure Patriarch tell you? He laughed savagely, uttering a threat. It's not hard to make an apprentice disappear. I wonder who told you. Leon's gaze turned icy. If you've had enough fun, then pay the price. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Kim Yi-sok calmly spoke. Cardinal Sepet. Leon roared ha and swung his hand to attack. He released a surging wave of killing intent, shouting, Does your family teach nothing but faster ways to die? From the ground, the woman screamed in terror. Run, young master. But Kim Yi-sok gently raised his hand, blocking the cardinal's attack to the woman's astonishment. The boy looked up at Leon Sepet and smiled. Thank you, Cardinal. Kim Yi-sok held out a golden card engraved with a rose. This is more than enough payment. The woman with the blue ribbon gasped in panic. In contrast to her, Kim Yi-sok merely smiled, holding up a glittering golden card. Cardinal Leon Sepet approached, questioning. The thing is, Isaac, I'm curious. Did you really defeat that monster? He asked with a probing smile. Kim Yi-sok retorted defiantly. That's a trade secret, Your Eminence. He continued to taunt. It's only natural, since your family is so bad at taking down monsters, unlike the Azure Faith. The fatal blow was delivered. That's why your son lost. Leon Sepet's expression stiffened, his forced smile failing to hide his rage. Insolent bastard, the cardinal muttered, then turned and walked away, even as Kim Yi-sok waved goodbye. The woman anxiously rushed over. Are you all right, young master? Kim Yi-sok casually commented once the enemy was far away. Because so many psychopaths have become the Red Clan's patriarchs. The girl curiously looked at the object in his hand. What is that? A card that allows me into the Sanctus Seeds prison, he explained with a serious expression. Kim Yi-sok looked at the golden card, asserting, I can meet my retainers with this. Meanwhile, at the Golden Pentagon Oversight Committee, the atmosphere was heating up. An excited spectator. Which team do you think will win king this time? The gold team, obviously. Another scoffed into his wine glass. Pfft. But the Red Faith lost to Azure. Oh, the apprentices are here. Decisive footsteps echoed, signaling the arrival of a team. Amidst the spotlight, Kim Yi-sok led his team in, and the entire arena buzzed. The Azure Faith! It's Isaac Joshua, an Azure team member screamed internally. This damn Isaac Joshua! How many times have I almost died because of him? Kim Yi-sok coldly ordered his panicking teammates. Smile, or else. As the team awkwardly smiled, a murmur from the crowd made Kim Yi-sok look back. The Gold Team, their perennial rivals, strode proudly into the arena. Two key members of the Gold Team cast a disdainful look at them, uttering contemptuous words. Insolent Azure lot. They were confident of victory, recalling their feat of bringing back the Empire's lost relic with the help of a girl named Kina. Meanwhile, another team didn't hesitate to criticize the Azure team. "You need to use your heads, you idiots." Amidst the tense atmosphere, the ceremony's moderator spoke up, asking everyone to stand. He solemnly announced, "The results will be presented by the Emperor himself," and the grand doors opened, welcoming the Emperor and the Crown Prince. The stands immediately erupted, people whispering about this rare event. Realizing the significance of this year's Pentagon, the Gold team swaggered, convinced that the Emperor's presence was to honor their achievement of bringing back the treasure. The moderator declared the official assessment ceremony begun, and the entire arena held its breath in anticipation. "The White team has brought back the lost books." Kim Yi-sak's brown-haired teammate listened tensely. "The Red team has brought back a holy sword forged by the genius Arte." The announcement continued as the treasures were presented to the royalty. The ancient sword glittered, making the crowd marvel at its historical value. This year's apprentices were indeed extraordinary, but the Gold team maintained their smug smiles, awaiting the final announcement. Finally, the moderator directed attention towards them. And as for the Gold team, a magnificent royal necklace was revealed. A treasure stolen hundreds of years ago. The brown-haired young man of the Azure team froze, realizing it was the very necklace stolen by barbarians, and immediately understanding why the Emperor was present. The Emperor mused, "Truly astonishing. This treasure was stolen during my grandfather's time." His praise made the Gold team burst with joy, certain of their victory. A Gold team member provoked, "This is the difference between us, you useless Azure lot," making Kim Yi-sak's teammates grit their teeth in anger. The moderator spoke up, drawing the attention of the entire hall. "And finally, the Azure team," he announced. "The Azure team rescued an entire squad of paladins kidnapped in Crasyandia." The Gold team sneered, secretly thinking it was just a minor achievement by a few lucky survivors, but their smiles vanished upon hearing the news. Furthermore, they defeated the monster that ravaged our apprentices 14 years ago. The moderator emphasized, "They healed the wound that Hela had endured for the past 14 years. Trying to reassure themselves, the Gold team mumbled that the royal treasure was still more valuable, but the moderator cut them off. However, the Azure team didn't stop there. They also saved the Crown Prince of the Arcane Empire, Hyberius Rom Britannia. The thunderous news left the entire Gold team stunned. The moderator grandly announced the demands that the Hellen Empire made for the prince's life. Those were the return of a stolen item and the abolition of the transit tax that the Arcane Empire imposed on their people. And as the declaration, "They have accepted our terms," rang out, Kim Yi-sak merely crossed his arms and smiled triumphantly. The Emperor placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his voice full of emotion. "The results you have brought truly leave me speechless." He looked down at the apprentices, declaring that they had brought both glory and practical benefits to the Empire. He smiled, beginning his speech. "Royal treasures and legendary artifacts both bring glory to our Empire, but to me, the lives of our people are far more precious." The Emperor's declaration that saving lives was paramount stunned the other teams, who couldn't believe their ears. Meanwhile, the Azure team members could only force smiles, gradually accepting their unbelievable victory. The Emperor began his concluding speech, believing that the Review Council also agreed with his judgment. With a confident smile, he affirmed that his conclusion was undeniable. The Gold team member could only clear his throat nervously, sensing an ill omen. In the crowd, the spectators began to whisper, acknowledging that Team Azure's achievement was unprecedented. Another cleric analyzed, suggesting that their act of saving people was the true embodiment of faith, far surpassing any material wealth. A silver-haired young man clenched his fists, asserting that Team Azure had rendered a great service to the entire Empire. He saw through it all, muttering, "There's no way Isaac didn't plan this in advance." He knew well that bringing the citizens back was a perfect move, and it was all part of Kim Yi-sak's plan. On the balcony, the Emperor grandly announced, "Now, we shall declare the results." He praised this year's batch of trainees, specifically highlighting one team that had overcome adversity to save people. Hearing these words, Kim Yi-sak's teammates erupted in joy, while he merely maintained an enigmatic smile. The Emperor raised his hand, his voice echoing throughout the arena. "And thus, the Golden Pentagon belongs to Team Azure." The scene shifted to Team Azure's dormitory, where the atmosphere was much quieter. The Azure clan head slowly walked down the hallway, his face full of contemplation. He muttered to himself, "I only told him to come back alive. Isaac truly achieved the impossible." A rare smile appeared on the clan head's lips as he thought of the glorious future the boy could bring. He placed his hand on the door to Kim Yi-sak's room, preparing to enter. But before he could speak, an insolent voice from inside shouted, "Successor, nonsense." Kim Yi-sak was standing on a chair, confidently instructing his teammates on how to flatter the clan head. "Just do that," the boy said, crossing his arms with a delighted grin, and Grandpa will be utterly charmed. While his two companions were frozen in horror, Kim Yi-sok still boasted that the throne was firmly within his grasp. Noticing the unusual silence, he turned around and asked, "Why did everyone suddenly go quiet?" Right behind him, the Azure clan head stood tall, his voice as cold as ice. "Isaac!" The old clan head muttered with extreme disappointment. "It seems ordinary discipline won't work." Kim Yi-sok broke out in a cold sweat, secretly cursing his teammates for not warning him. A piercing scream rang out, followed by the sound of a heavenly punishment. Back in his room, Kim Yi-sok fumed, shouting, "Nonsense! What did I do wrong?" he yelled, and the dark entity beside him replied, "You said those things right in front of him." When reminded that he had no choice but to obey, Kim Yi-sok could only grind his teeth. But then, a spark lit up in the cunning boy's eyes. "There's a way." Suddenly, Kim Yi-sok called out loudly when he saw a silver-haired man arrive. "Uncle!" The boy rushed to hug his uncle, leaving the man bewildered. "Isaac?" Immediately, Kim Yi-sok looked up with tear-filled eyes, beginning his act. The uncle was stunned, then murderous intent erupted. "Who made you cry? I'll take their heads." "I think Grandpa hates me," Kim Yi-sok sobbed. "Maybe I should leave this house." The uncle knelt down in a panic, turned to the clan head, and questioned, "Father? What happened?" Kim Yi-sok continued his act, whimpering that Grandpa had sent him home for daring to ask for wine. Relai was aghast, not understanding why his father would test Kim Yi-sok's resolve. He painfully recalled 10 years ago, when his world had nearly collapsed due to the loss of his brother and sister-in-law. Determined to protect his only nephew, Relai gently cupped Kim Yi-sok's face, completely unaware of the boy's visible annoyance. Kim Yi-sok began his act, sobbing about his simple dream of becoming a priest and defeating the Skeleton King with his uncle. The boy burst into tears, lamenting that he would no longer be able to fulfill that dream. Witnessing the heartbreaking scene, Riley was stunned, completely falling into the trap. "Don't worry, Isaac. Uncle will take care of everything," he asserted, and Kim Yi-sok looked up with an innocent expression. Riley confidently thumped his chest. "Forget the Pentagon. This is a piece of cake for Uncle." With that, he furiously rushed off to demand justice for his nephew. Kim Yi-sok watched him with a smug look, certain that his uncle Riley would handle everything. He smirked to himself. For now there was a more pressing matter to deal with. The next day, Kim Yi-sok was at Sanctisade's prison, standing before two stern guards. The guard captain informed him that he had to wait 14 days, but Kim Yi-sok merely reveled in the power the token in his hand brought. "Are you planning to let me see them after their heads have rolled?" the boy retorted with a look of disbelief. He began to bargain, shorten it to 1 week, causing the guard captain to frantically refuse. The guards insisted on 10 days, but Kim Yi-sok coldly cut them off. 5 days. While they were still stammering in protest, he continued to press. 3. Losing all patience, Kim Yi-sok feigned a charge, forcing the captain to shout his final offer. "Tomorrow. No sooner." "Good, that'll do," he casually agreed, patting the shoulder of the captain who was secretly cursing why the clan head had entrusted the token to such a monstrous brat. The dark entity wondered, "Didn't you come here to meet them?" But Kim Yi-sok smirked, deeming tomorrow the appropriate time. When his companion sarcastically remarked about the adorable nephew, Kim Yi-sok snapped, "Shut up," as he strode towards the arena. The boy gleefully wondered how easy the test would be, while the dark entity affirmed that Relai had surely turned it into child's play. The Grand Coliseum arena appeared, ready for the final Pentagon test. The host's voice boomed, joyfully welcoming the trainees and audience to the event. The mission was announced: defeat a few monsters, causing his teammates to cheer excitedly while Kim Yi-sok blushed with embarrassment. "Easy as pie," a teammate shouted, but Kim Yi-sok could only remain silent, his face darkening at the ridiculous situation. The whole team surrounded Kim Yi-sok, cheering, believing he had used his family's influence to arrange this easy test. A teammate even boastfully scoffed that the monsters they had to face must be nothing special. But the monsters were two scrawny skeletons, looking completely harmless. A group of skeletons stood huddled together in the arena. That was the entire final challenge. Suddenly, the skeletons became extremely excited, happily realizing, "It's our king." Amidst the cheers of "The king has come to save us," Kim Yi-sok froze, realizing, so it's fratricide. The young man broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling in horror at the ironic situation. From the stands, Relai gave a thumbs up, completely unaware that he had just pushed his nephew into a nightmare. Memories flooded back. Kim Yi-sok recalled the nature of the skeleton race. Weak, foolish, the lowest class of the demon world. He remembered them being summoned by clerics and nobles merely for slaughter and amusement, a cruel form of entertainment. More painful still were the memories of himself, dying and resurrecting countless times, always stuck at level 1. Rage erupted. The skeleton king of the past roared through Kim Yi-sok's eyes. "You bastards dare summon these souls before me?" As soon as they were summoned, The skeletons cheered excitedly. Our king is here! His teammates cheered enthusiastically, but Kim Yi-sok froze when he heard the spell turn undead. Rage flared in his mind. I've died 1,000,000 times because of it. You want me to use it on these children? Ignoring Kim Yi-sok's shouts, the skeletons still happily welcomed their king. Seeing him frozen, two teammates ran over anxiously, calling out, Isaac! The excited crowd of skeletons rushed to embrace him, crushing Kim Yi-sok. So heavy. One teammate asked in confusion. Are they attacking him? The other replied, No, they look more like they're celebrating. Kim Yi-sok secretly calculated, Damn it. I have to be careful, or my identity will be exposed. I'll just drain their mana. But the operator crushed that hope. You must use turn undead to turn them into dust. Cornered, Kim Yi-sok let out a venomous curse aimed at the priests. From the stands, a smug knight cheered, completely unaware that he had pushed the boy into hell. Other spectators also chatted, deeming it the easiest test in history, further deepening Kim Yi-sok's despair. He ran around frantically, his head steaming with helplessness at his dancing subordinates. Finally, he decided, I'll use my own attack spell. I'm sorry, my children, but this is still better. Seeing their king look at them, the skeletons became even more excited, eagerly awaiting orders. But just before acting, Kim Yi-sok's hand, gathering holy power, suddenly froze. He knelt, whispering in helplessness, I can't, leaving his teammates stunned. Why can't you do something so simple? His teammate yelled, but only received the trembling reply, I can't. Seeing their king collapse, the skeletons approached in confusion, tilting their heads curiously. In an imagined rage, the skeleton king's true self roared, I'm human now, not a skeleton. Fire will hurt me. In the stands, the knights whispered in confusion. What did he just say? Human? Not a skeleton? Realizing he had slipped up, Kim Yi-sok was stunned to hear everyone's speculation. Is he seeing those skeletons as humans? A spectator benevolently deduced. Perhaps he wants to save those demonized humans. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Yi-sok put on a saintly face, letting the praises for the Azure family's faith ring out. His teammate, Turi Lin, clutched his head in helplessness, secretly cursing. They're all crazy. There's no way he'd do something so good. Losing patience, Turi Lin rushed forward. Get out of the way, Isaac. Let me do it if you can't. Stop! Kim Yi-sok roared, delivering a thunderous punch that halted his teammate. He gritted his teeth, determined to protect his children. I can't let them go to hell because of the turn undead spell. A pure and fierce orb of holy power began to form in his palm. Energy erupted. The turn undead spell enveloped the entire arena in destructive light. Kim Yi-sok tried to control the magic flow, thinking to himself, I'll use it and keep the children safe. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Is that turn undead? I've never seen it on such a large scale. Strangely, the skeletons happily reached out towards the light. Don't know what it is, but it's so beautiful. Amidst the magical storm, Kim Yi-sok growled an order into the void. Shadow Lich. Immediately, a colossal shadow rose, obeying the command. Use your shadow to shield the children. Pitch-black shadows enveloped the skeletons, shielding them from the holy light. In the stands, astonishment had turned into utter bewilderment. What is that? Kim Yi-sok flashed a cunning smile, his gaze fixed on his true target. The bones. An Azure team member collapsed, unable to believe his eyes. He dealt with them all in one blow. Meanwhile, the paladins cheered excitedly at the boy's superior power, believing he had reached bishop rank. But Kim Yi-sok gritted his teeth, vowing in fury to wipe out the corrupt clerics. Elsewhere, the Azure clan head mused about the Red Cardinal's plot, who wanted to trick Kim Yi-sok into summoning an evil god. He muttered, I'd wish for nothing more if he only summoned a mid-tier god. The clan head warned the other two, Goel and Rylai, that the god who chose Kim Yi-sok was even worse than an evil god. His assertion that there's no comparison left both of them speechless. Goel frantically asked if Kim Yi-sok would summon a disaster-level god, causing the clan head to bury his head in his hands. Regaining his composure, the clan head declared the top priority was to bring Kim Yi-sok back for re-education. Just then, a messenger burst in with news. Clan leader, I have returned after meeting young Master Isaac. He is heading towards Sancticede's prison. The shocking news made all three of them jump to their feet. Relai stammered, asking how Kim Yi-sok could enter the Red Faith's prison. Upon learning that the Red Cardinal had given him a token, the Azure clan leader clenched his fist, growling, Damn it. Goel and Relai watched in horror as their father was consumed by rage. The clan leader's eyes glowed red as he roared. Does he think I can't use those cheap tricks? We're going to Sancticede's prison right now. At the same time, Kim Yi-sok and his dark entity looked utterly exhausted after the battle. Both trudged towards the gloomy Sancticede's prison. Kim Yi-sok shivered in disgust. I had to use that disgusting undead transformation spell. But in the end, Everything worked out. He snorted, his eyes sharp. I did all of this for this thing. Of course, I brought the reward. This isn't an ordinary rope, Kim Yi-sok explained. It has the ability to dispel dark aura, he smirked. And for me, it will conceal my dark magic when entering the prison. Before acting, he cautiously asked, "No one around, right?" And received an affirmative answer from the dark entity. Once safe, Kim Yi-sok snapped his fingers, decisively ordering, "Then appear." An army of skeletons rose from the magic, cheering in extreme joy at reuniting with their master. However, he coldly pointed, ordering the Shadow Lich to send them back, leaving the skeletons stunned. They desperately clung to his cloak, begging to stay, making Kim Yi-sok yell in exasperation. "You'll be exposed if you stay here." Finally, he had no choice but to order the dark entity to ensure his loyal subordinates returned home safely. Having dealt with the noisy crowd, he decisively turned. "Now, let's go inside." Suddenly, he froze, surprised to feel a strange object clinging to his chest. A tiny skeleton had secretly stayed behind, making Kim Yi-sok curse under his breath in panic for not sensing its faint magical power. Just then, a squad of guards appeared, calling out loudly, "Isaac Joshua, it's time," making him turn even paler. He glanced at the tiny skeleton, secretly worrying. "After all I did to keep them safe. It will die if caught." Quickly hiding the stowaway inside his cloak, he cleared his throat, facing the guards. "Hold on tight, don't peek out." The heavy prison gate opened, and Kim Yi-sok stepped inside with a confident smile. Inside, a chained level 9 demon, imprisoned by the Holy Empire for the past 50 years. The past was revealed. This demon had knelt before the clerics to save the remains of the Skeleton King. Kim Yi-sok flipped through the pages, confirming the shocking information about a pure-blooded true demon being captured. His eyes sharpened, looking directly at the demon. "So it really is you, Bloodlord Shabnak." The dark entity used its scouting binoculars, however. Even with them, they still couldn't see the target, making Kim Yi-sok yell in frustration. The white-haired guard captain approached, sarcastically saying, "You should be grateful for this opportunity." "Yeah, get lost," Kim Yi-sok snapped back, holding out a card while muttering curses. Another guard cleared his throat, declaring, "This situation is a bit suspicious. We need to search you." The guard spoke as he reached out towards Kim Yi-sok. Immediately, the boy's eyes flashed a deadly red. "I'll kill you if you dare touch me." The two guards froze, terrified by the sudden surge of killing intent. Pressed by an invisible force, a guard panicked. "This power is... Damn it, I can't move." Suspecting a descendant of the Joshua family, Kim Yi-sok roared. "Touching me is declaring war on the entire family." The boy continued his act, threatening to bite off his tongue and commit suicide, making the guards frantically try to stop him. "Do you think my uncle will let this slide?" Kim Yi-sok yelled, the image of a terrifying man appearing behind him. The guards whispered among themselves, horrified as they recalled the reputation of Madman Bilal and the mission entrusted by the clan leader. The captain finally spoke. "Just let him pass. The clan leader already gave him the token anyway." "Understood. Follow me." The guard bowed in obedience, while Kim Yi-sok muttered, "Should have done that earlier." They entered the dark and cold corridor of the ancient prison. The leading guard stopped before an area. "We're here." He pointed at the colossal door. "Beyond this door is where the demon is imprisoned. We've warned you, its dark aura can cause heart failure," the guard said, but Kim Yi-sok coldly ordered, "Shut up and open it." The heavy iron door of the cell slowly creaked open, a chilling sound. Immediately, a swirling surge of dark aura rushed out, stunning the guards and even Kim Yi-sok. Behind the bars, a colossal dark figure with countless glowing yellow eyes growled menacingly. The demon, Shabnak, roared wildly, his binding chains rattling violently. "What's wrong with him? He's been silent until now," a guard exclaimed in panic. The terrifying magical pressure from Shabnak made the surrounding space feel dense. The dark-haired guard hastily advised, "See? This demon's power is terrifying. You should go back right now." In contrast to their fear, Kim Yi-sok wore a delighted smile, thinking, "You bastard. You're still as delicious as ever." Smiling, amid such dense dark aura, "This kid is truly insane." The guards looked at him in horror. Kim Yi-sok secretly realized, "He thinks the clerics forced me here," while the dark entity beside him panicked. "Oh, he's about to lose control." Shabnak roared in fury, misunderstanding that his master had been threatened. "It's worse," the guard yelled, while Kim Yi-sok tried to explain in vain. "Huh?" He misunderstood. "It's not like that." The dark entity realized Shabnak was reacting to a painful memory of their master being forced to bow. "You dare make my master bow?" Shabnak let out an earth-shattering roar. "Call for more men. We can't let him die before the execution day," the guard captain ordered in a panic. Kim Yi-sok realized this was an opportunity, but he was still being watched. I need a better moment. Suddenly, the chains on Shabnak glowed with holy power, tormenting his body. Damn it, the Pope's power has activated. Kim Yusak worried. He'll die before I can save him. He hesitated. But if I use magic now, they'll definitely notice. And then a tiny skeleton stealthily peeked out from his cloak. Declaring, Master, let me talk to him, making Kim Yisak think, you cute bastard. Kim Yisak ordered in his mind. Go. Give him that stone. It will break the chains. The boy nervously clenched his fists, while a guard began to sense something extraordinary about him. The white-haired guard exclaimed in surprise. I truly respect the Red family, confusing his comrade. Faced with suspicion, Kim Yisak merely smiled mysteriously, whispering no. The boy suddenly changed his demeanor, his eyes sparkling. I'm stalling for time. The Red family is the best. Meanwhile, the tiny skeleton, clutching the crystal, stealthily ran towards the cell. Kim Yisak continued his act. I almost pissed my pants when I saw the demon, but you handled it very well. He flattered them. In our household, you would be knight commanders, completely bewildering the two guards. Then he lowered his voice, feigning secrecy. The reason I'm here is by the clan leader's command, a statement that stunned the two guards. The captain questioned him, and Kim Yisak began to weave a tale about an internal test. My mission is to injure a great demon, Kim Yisak declared, leaving the guards speechless at the level of danger. A guard looked toward Shabnak, thinking, what madman would assign such a task to a child? At the same time, the tiny skeleton arrived, giving a loud high five to Shabnak's giant hand. The guard concluded, well, that family is known for being crazy. Mission accomplished. Kim Yisak brazenly turned to ask, are you interested in joining the Azure family? He took the blushing guard's hand. Are you recruiting us? And then, Kim Yisak suddenly staggered, clutching his head. Perhaps this mission is too much for me, causing the guards to rush over in a panic to support him. Completely convinced by Kim Yisak's act, the guards worried. You shouldn't have done this in the first place. Let us escort you home. Meanwhile, from the shadows of the cell, Shabnak whispered, thank you, my lord. Being led away by the guards, Kim Yisak wore a triumphant smile, thinking, my king. The captain encouraged him. We're not far now, you can do it. But just as they stepped outside, a voice rang out, stopping them. Wait! A red-haired cleric appeared, declaring, you will have to pass a test before leaving. Let us inspect the token you carry, he said, startling Kim Yisak. The one the cardinal gave me? The red-haired cleric sneered. That token is also to test your faith. Do you think he gave it to you for no reason? Kim Yisak calmly asked back. Does it change color? While secretly thinking his token must have turned as black as ink, the dark entity beside him could only let out a sound of astonishment. The boy grimaced, sweat pouring down as he imagined being exposed. Hand over the token, the red-haired cleric ordered. No, Kim Yisak retorted bluntly, making the other ask, why? Are you afraid it has turned crimson? The boy scoffed. Get lost. It hasn't changed color. Before the red-haired cleric could finish speaking, Kim Yisak cut him off. You're going to take it, and then blame me for losing it, aren't you? He shouted, slandering. You're going to steal it, and then blame me to take our money, astonishing the cleric's guards. Kim Yisak continued his attack. This is your territory. How can I trust you? Deeply insulted, the red-haired cleric roared. This madman, how dare you insult my family's honor? Finally, he gritted his teeth, clenching his fist. Fine. I no longer need that token from you. Cornered, the red-haired cleric snarled, his clenched fist clearly showing his resentment. He decided to go all out, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that stunned Kim Yisak and the dark entity. With a mad smile, the cleric declared, there's still a much better option. The dark entity cried out in alarm. Master, be careful. A giant statue appeared, and the cleric proudly introduced. That is the judgment altar, a holy relic used to judge faith. Kim Yisak paled, realizing, a judgment altar of destiny, to find the faithless and demons disguised as humans. He couldn't believe his opponent's recklessness. Is he crazy? Why would he use that on another noble? The cleric laughed gleefully. If you have faith, the goddess will shed tears. But if you are a heretic, she will open her eyes in astonishment. The guards chimed in, cheering Kim Yisak. Prove your innocence and make him pay. Challenged, Kim Yisak coldly retorted. Why should I play your game? The threat was issued. If you don't want to be disowned by your family, then step forward now. Kim Yisak remained firm. Shut up. Do you think my family will let this slide? But before he could finish speaking, a hand grabbed him tightly from behind. Hey, what are you doing? Kim Yisak panicked as he was roughly dragged away. He was thrown straight to the ground, forced to kneel before the judgment statue. The cleric whispered behind him with a sinister smile. Don't worry, It will all be over soon. A pillar of light trapped Kim Yisak, making him realize in horror. I can't move. I can't even run. The cleric spread his arms wide and excitedly shouted, "Come on, statue! Open your eyes!" Just as he was envisioning victory, a drop of dark red blood tear unexpectedly rolled down the statue's cheek. The holy statue suddenly shed dark red blood tears. The red-haired cleric was aghast. The goddess is shedding blood tears. I thought that only happened to cardinals. He couldn't believe it and cried out in despair. No way. There's no way it has faith. Even Kim Yisak was stunned, while the dark entity quickly reminded him. Master, hide your emotions. The dark entity suddenly paused, as if it had realized something. It suddenly understood. I think it measured that kid's faith. That faith wasn't for the goddess, but the tiny skeleton's absolute loyalty to its king. Meanwhile, the guards began to whisper, fearing the impending wrath of the Azure family. The cleric trembled with rage and turned to question Kim Yisak. What the hell are you thinking? Kim Yisak immediately played the role of the bullied young master. Just you wait. My family will hear about this. But before he could finish speaking, the holy statue's eyes suddenly glowed with a deadly red light. The dark entity let out a single warning shout. Go now. A surge of dark energy erupted. The holy statue slowly opened its eyes. Kim Yisak narrowly escaped death, his heart pounding as the dark entity chided him. Too close. You should have retreated so the skeleton was the last to leave. Ha! Of course, he replied, as the shadowy hand pushed him away. Completely misunderstanding the situation, the red-haired cleric pointed and excitedly asked the crowd. You all saw it, didn't you? He triumphantly declared. The goddess has opened her eyes. The red-haired priest triumphantly yelled. The goddess has opened her eyes. But the guards were bewildered, seeing nothing, forcing him to frantically assert what he had witnessed. Kim Yisak thought to himself, You scared the hell out of me, while the shadow entity realized only that person saw the illusion. Amidst whispers of blood tears, the guards began to doubt the outcome of the judgment. While the priest panicked, Kim Yisak remained nonchalant as if watching a movie, secretly scoffing. So the judgment altar suddenly changed its mind? Cornered by his subordinates, the priest could only grit his teeth in despair. Get back inside now, he roared, but Kim Yisak coldly retorted, So you can cheat the results? The boy gently patted the small skeleton hidden under his cloak, whispering, Well done, kiddo. With a scornful smile, Kim Yisak uttered one word, pathetic. Unable to bear it any longer, the priest lost his composure, growling, You'd better get up there while I'm still being civil. Just as he was about to act, a firm hand stopped him. The Azure family patriarch arrived, his eyes sharp. I came here in case something like this happened. Are you out of your mind, kid? The patriarch roared, tightening his grip on the wrist of the one who dared touch his nephew. Bilal Joshua quickly intervened. Things will get out of hand if father harms that child. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Yisak ran and tugged at his uncle's sleeve, whimpering, Uncle. With tear-filled eyes, the boy delivered the fatal blow. Nizer hit me. Hearing that name, the Azure patriarch flew into a rage, yelling, Do you want to die, you bastard? After venting his anger, he crossed his arms and declared, I will speak with the Red Cardinal. Bilal Joshua calmly responded, I will draft the complaint. He's just faking it, Bilal said coldly while kicking the person on the ground, despite a young man's panicked attempts to intervene. A brown-haired young man angrily yelled, That idiot! They're clearly going to do this to him, while Kim Yisak nonchalantly sat eating popcorn. Let's go home, the young man urged anxiously. Staying here will only make it worse, Kim Yisak calmly replied. What? Like a heresy trial? The brown-haired young man dejectedly admitted. Yeah, like a heresy trial. I've already had one. He began his act. Nizer dragged out a terrifying statue and made me kneel before it, immediately enraging Patriarch Azure and Bilal Joshua. So you're about to be burned at the stake, the young man panicked. Kim Yisak merely smirked. Are you serious? Bilal Joshua growled, radiating murderous intent. You will pay for this. The priests quickly intervened. Listen, Bilal. We tested him, and the results were excellent. Young Master Isaac passed with flying colors. Patriarch Azure, in turn, showed interest. I've never seen such beautiful blood tears. Just then, Cardinal Leon Sepet appeared with a smug smile. I came out here because I heard a commotion in front of the prison, but I didn't expect it to be you, Patriarch Azure, Leon said, his eyes full of provocation. Patriarch Azure pointed directly at his opponent. You bastard, how dare you challenge my nephew? Leon didn't flinch, retorting. His desire to meet a servant of the Skeleton King is highly suspicious, and it was requested by someone of the Azure faith. The cardinal smirked sinisterly. I think this is entirely justifiable. Patriarch Azure roared, aiming at the stunned red-haired priest. Your third son used the judgment of faith on Isaac. The atmosphere was tense as Patriarch Azure declared, Do you want war? Which even made Leon freeze. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Leon crossed his arms and conceded. Well, I apologize for that. I'll make sure you're adequately compensated. Can you return the token I gave you? Leon asked. The patriarch coldly replied, Of course. I don't want to keep it for another second. As he turned away, the patriarch muttered, Giving Isaac such a ridiculous thing. Leon called after him, Your nephew requested it himself. Out of his opponent's sight, Patriarch Azure thought to himself, Those bastards, daring to use the judgment altar on him? Then he couldn't hide a triumphant smile, and he actually made the statue shed blood tears. Patriarch Azure smiled, handing Kim Yisak a token. I apologize for doubting your faith, he mused. If the statue truly shed blood tears, this token would surely. But the token in his hand suddenly transformed into a dark, ghostly card. An illusion appeared. Kim Yi. Sok was crucified, screaming in despair as the token shattered. Leon Sepet suddenly appeared from behind with a sneer. You see? Before he could finish speaking, Patriarch Azure was sent flying by an invisible force. The cardinal merely smirked, watching the fragments of the ancient token scatter. What did you just do? You destroyed the first pope's token. The patriarch roared in indignation. Standing up with fiery eyes, he faced his enemy. I have nothing to give back to you, you bastard. Meanwhile, at the Sepet estate, news of Kim Yisak's faith and the blood tears had spread. Leon Sepet rubbed his forehead in annoyance, realizing he had inadvertently turned Kim Yisak into the most promising saint candidate. Do you dare test him again after everyone has seen the results? He snapped at a young man. Another man, Neon Sepet, jumped up and yelled, Are you trying to ruin your own reputation? The vice-patriarch pointed at the young man. You're supposed to become the patriarch, yet you can't even get that done. The young man's face paled, sweat pouring down under the immense pressure. Don't you understand that only by becoming pope can one survive? While Neon was still rambling about his ambition to unite the world, Leon coldly cut him off. Enough, the cardinal mused. How troublesome. We've lost the token used to measure faith. But this isn't serious, he reassured, despite the young man bowing his head in despair. Leon Sepet smiled calculatingly, a new plan forming. This sacrificial ceremony will also be an opportunity. Haunted by a terrifying illusion, the red-haired young man screamed in despair. No, I really saw it. At the Sepet mansion, he questioned his father, Leon. Father, has the list of participants for the sacrificial ceremony been finalized? Leon Sepet coldly announced that Kim Yisak, along with most of the Azure team, were on the list. No, the young man pleaded. Let me participate as Isaac's servant. Leon Sepet, with an angry expression, vehemently opposed this idea. He roared, Are you insane? Why would an heir of the Red family do something so humiliating? Despite the insults, the young man remained firm. If there's no clear evidence, we must find it ourselves. But Leon crushed his son's hopes. It's impossible. Someone else has already volunteered. The young man was stunned when he heard the news. Kina will be his servant. He could only stammer in extreme disbelief at the shocking information. Meanwhile, Kina Barrett was being prepared by servants for her new role. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion, where other conspiracies were being discussed. Here, the Joshua family patriarch sat with a mysterious smile, whispering about something perfectly black. A family member questioned, Is that why you broke it? The patriarch calmly explained that he had arranged another test of faith for Kim Yisak. He speculated that the cause of the blood tear event was Kim Yisak's recent encounter with a woman named Melissa. The conversation revealed a shocking truth. The patriarch had stolen the faith-testing device from the Red family. A family member sighed dejectedly. At least we don't have to worry about an evil god choosing him, because he himself is already an evil god. But worry struck when another warned. Isn't that bad then? Those with high scores will summon a god during the sacrificial ceremony. During the family meeting, a member worried. The Red Cardinal is surely waiting for that moment too. Patriarch Joshua gritted his teeth as he read the message from the Black Cardinal, who was adding fuel to the fire. He turned to Goel, giving a stern command. Tell Shuri that he will be Isaac's servant. With a resolute expression, the patriarch told himself that at all costs, they could not let Kim Yisak summon a god. Time passed, and the day of the sacrificial ceremony finally arrived at the Colosseum. In a corridor, an angry voice rang out, signaling a heated argument. Shuri, Joshua replied sarcastically. Ah, that nonsense you keep babbling about? A red-haired young man and Kina Barrett lunged at each other, yelling and fighting for the servant position, leaving Shuri to clutch his head in despair. Meanwhile, Kim Yisak coldly thought to himself that simply smashing their heads would solve everything. The shadow entity beside him mumbled about the presence of sycophants at the ceremony. It revealed that this time's sacrifice was none other than a chained great demon. The brawl continued, both yelling, I'm the servant! Losing all patience, Shuri roared, threatening to use violence to quell the chaos. He turned to advise Kim Yisak to calm down, but only received a chilling reply. That is the day my servant will be freed. Those words stunned Shuri. He suddenly realized that the warnings about Kim Yi-sak's evil god nature might be true. He grabbed Kim Yi-sak's shoulder, questioning why everyone was so eager to serve him, but only received a nonsense answer. The red-haired young man and Kina Barrett each had a reason, one for duty, the other for a promise of training. "Stop fighting," Kim Yi-sak yelled. "I don't need any of you," leaving both stunned. He pointed directly at Shuri and growled, "You," the coat rack, making him furious. "Damn it, why me?" Inside the magnificent Colosseum, the atmosphere was heating up by the second. In the stands, the priests discussed animatedly, believing that the new saint would be chosen at today's ceremony. A group of candidates in solemn white robes advanced through the gate, drawing all eyes. A young noble exclaimed excitedly, "It's Lady Kina! It's my first time seeing her in person." Sitting in another area, Cardinal Leon Sepet's faction looked disdainful. "A saint candidate?" A red faction priest angrily shouted. "Haven't you heard the prophecy that the saint will come from the red family?" A fierce argument erupted over the value of the holy mark, while the powerful cardinals silently observed. Suddenly someone shouted, "Oh, the priests are here," and all attention turned to the main gate. From the shadows, Kim Yi-sak appeared, ready for his debut. Following him were Kina Barrett and the red-haired young man, both with extremely tense expressions. And then, an unbelievable sight unfolded. Kim Yi-sak rode on the red-haired young man's back, while Kina held a leaf to shield him from the sun, and Shuri Joshua trudged behind. Shuri Joshua gave a wry smile, secretly cursing. This bastard will definitely choose the most brutal evil god, because he himself is an evil god. The entire stands fell silent, cardinals and nobles gaping in astonishment. Leon Sepet roared in anger, realizing that his family member was being made a fool of right before everyone's eyes. While the Azure Patriarch looked displeased, White Cardinal Seraphine couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculous spectacle. Seraphine turned to the Gold Cardinal, sarcastically remarking, "I didn't expect Nizer and Kina to act like that." The Gold Cardinal retorted, "You don't seem to mind at all, Cardinal of Gold." Seraphine continued to taunt, "I heard you were very strict with your boy." The Gold Cardinal looked at Kina, his eyes sharp, revealing his ambition. "Becoming a servant is a stepping stone to becoming Pope, and I will not let that position fall into Isaac's hands." The Gold Cardinal thought to himself, as long as his plan stayed on track. He believed that Isaac was strong enough to choose the most powerful gods, and Kina clinging to him was a perfect move. Seraphine sneered, "Why so quiet, Gold faction? Plotting something again?" The Gold Cardinal coldly replied, "Nothing, except to make Kina Pope." Suddenly, a Red Cardinal interjected, "Anyway, Isaac won't choose any deity today." "Oh, that's right." The Red Cardinal smirked. "I think you've forgotten, Gold faction. Isaac's name isn't on the summoning list for the second part of the ceremony, so I added it myself," he declared, stunning the Gold Cardinal and the Azure Patriarch. With a malicious glint in his eyes, the Red Cardinal continued, "I'm looking forward to seeing which evil god he will summon."